Foreword of A Gringo in Mañana-Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Foreword of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. The term gringo, a word of vague origin, once applied with contempt to the American in Mexico, is now used throughout Latin America without its former opprobrium to describe any foreigner. The Spanish mañana, literally tomorrow, is extremely popular south of the Rio Grande, where, in phrases suggesting postponement, it enables the inhabitant to solve many of life's most perplexing problems. This book covers various random wanderings in Mexico, Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. It deals with a romance or two, a revolution or so, and a hodgepodge of personal experience. The incidents of the earlier chapters precede, while those of the later ones follow, the author's vagabond journeys recorded in The Adventures of a Tropical Tramp and a Beachcomber in the Orient. The chapter on the Yaqui Indians is published with the permission of the editor of The Open Road. The photographs of the Guatemalan Revolution were taken by Roy O'Neill Bunstein of Guatemala City. End of foreword. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, On the Border. 1. It was my original plan to ride from Arizona to Panama by automobile. In fact, I even went so far as to purchase the automobile. It had been newly painted, and the second-hand dealer assured me that no car in all the border country had a greater reputation. This proved to be the truth. The first stranger I met grinned at my new prize with an air of pleased recognition. "Well, well," he exclaimed, "do you own it now?" So did the second stranger and the third. I had acquired not only an automobile, but a definite standing in the community. People who had hitherto passed me without a glance now smiled at me. There was even some discussion of organizing a club, of which I was to be the president, my term of office to continue until I could sell the car to someone else. When I announced that I meant to drive to Panama, down through Mexico, Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and any other republics which I might discover along the way, everyone who heard of the idea offered encouragement. "You've got the right car for that trip, my boy. Since you'll find no roads down there, you'll need a companion to walk ahead and chop down the cactus or level off the mountains, and if you step hard on the gas, you'll just about be able to keep up with him." 2. I suspected that there was an element of insincerity in this encouragement. I was rather young, however, at the time of that first venture in foreign travel. It was only a few months after the armistice, and I felt disinclined to return to cub reporting on a daily newspaper. I elected myself to the loftier-sounding profession of freelance newspaper correspondent. I purchased a Palm Beach suit and an automatic pistol. I was going south into the land of romance, of tropical moons glimpsed through whispering palm trees, of tinkling guitars echoing through Moorish patios, of black-eyed senoritas and red-nosed soldiers of fortune, of all the many things beyond the ken of mere cub reporters. Despite the encouragement, I tacked my banner to the back of my car and set out upon a round of farewells. 3. My departure was very dramatic. Men shook hands with an air of finality. 2 or 3 girls kissed me good-bye with conventional little pecks that seemed to say, "I'll never see the poor devil again, so I may as well waste some osculation on him." I had made the entire circuit until there remained only a couple of village schoolmarms who happened, most unfortunately, to live on top of the highest hill in town. Halfway to the summit, I perceived that my car was never destined to climb that hill. It slackened speed. It stopped. It commenced to roll backward. I was forced to throw it into reverse, just as the school-marms appeared in their doorway. The situation was humiliating. I became slightly flustered. I meant to step on the brake, but I stepped on the gas. Wherefore, after someone had picked me out of the debris, I started southward by train. Chapter 2. Bandits. 1. I crossed the border at daybreak. In the manner of a Gringo who first passes the Mexican frontier, I walked cautiously, glancing behind me from time to time, anticipating hostility, if not actual violence. In the dusk of early morning, the low, flat-roofed adobe city of Nogales assumed all the forbidding qualities of the fictional Mexico. But the leisurely immigration official was polite. The customs inspector waved me through all formalities with one graceful gesture. No one knifed me in the back. And somewhere ahead, beyond the dim line of railway coaches, an engineer tolled his bell. The train, as though to shatter all foreign misconceptions of the country, was about to depart on scheduled time. 2. Somewhat surprised, I made a rush for the ticket window. A native gentleman was there before me. He was also buying passage, but since he was personally acquainted with the agent, it behooved him, according to the dictates of Spanish etiquette, to converse pleasantly for the next half-hour. "And your señora?" "Gracias, gracias. She enjoys the perfect health. And your own most estimable señora?" "Also salubres, thanks to God." "I am gratified, profoundly gratified. And the little ones? When last I had the pleasure to see you, the Chiquita was suffering from—" The engineer blew his whistle. A conductor called "Vámonos!" I jumped up and down with Gringo impatience. The Mexican gentleman gave no indication of haste. The engineer might be so rude as to depart without him, but he would not be hurried into any omission of the proper courtesies. His dialogue was closing, it is true, but closing elaborately, still according to the dictates of Spanish etiquette, in a handshake through the ticket window, in an expression of mutual esteem and admiration, in eloquent wishes to be remembered to everybody in Hermosillo, enumerated by name until it sounded like a census, in another handshake, and finally in a long-repeated series of "Adios" and "Que la vaya bien." What mattered it if all the passengers missed the train? Would there not be another one to-morrow? This, despite the railway schedule, was the land of Mañana. 3. On his first day in Mexico, the American froths over each delay. In time, he learns to accept it with fatalistic calm. As it happened, the dialogue ceased at the right moment. Everyone caught the train. Another polite Mexican gentleman cleared a seat for me, and I settled myself just as Nogales disappeared in a cloud of dust, wondering why any train should start at such an unearthly hour of the morning. The reason soon became obvious. The timetable had been so arranged in order that the engineer could maintain a comfortable speed of 6 miles an hour, stop with characteristic Mexican sociability at each group of mud huts along the way, linger there indefinitely as though fearful of giving offense by too abrupt a departure, and still be able to reach his destination, about 100 miles distant, before dark. In those days, the last days of the Carranza regime, trains did not venture to run at night, and certainly not across the Yaqui desert. It was a forbidding country, an endless expanse of brownish sand relieved only by scraggly mesquite. Torrents from a long-past rainy season had seamed it with innumerable gullies, but a semi-tropic sun had left them dry and parched, and the gnarled greasewood upon their banks drooped brown and leafless. Even the mountains along the horizon were gray and bleak and barren, save for an occasional giant cactus that loomed in skeleton relief against a hot sky. This was the state of Sonora, one of the richest in Mexico, but its wealth, like the wealth of all Mexico, was not apparent to the eye of the tourist. The villages at which we stopped were but groups of low adobe hovels. the dogs that slunk about each habitation, being of the Mexican hairless breed, were strangely in harmony with the desert itself. And the peons, dark-faced semi-Indians, mostly barefoot and clad in tattered rags, seemed to have no occupation except that of frying a few beans and selling them to railway passengers. At each infrequent station they were awaiting us. Aged beggars stumbled along the side of the coach, led by tiny children, to plead in whining voices for un centavito, a little penny, for the love of God. Women with bedraggled shawls over the head scurried from window to window, offering strange edibles for sale. Baskets of cactus fruit, resembling fresh figs, frijoles wrapped in pancake-like tortillas of cornmeal, legs of chicken floating in a yellow grease, while the passengers leaned from the car to bargain with them. "What? 15 centavos for that stuff? Caramba!" 10 cents, then. "No." "How much will you give?" Both parties seemed to enjoy this play of wits, and when, with a Gringo's disinclination to haggle, I bought anything at the price first stated, the vendors seemed a trifle disappointed. Everybody bought something at each stopping-place, and ate constantly between stations, as though eager to consume the purchases in time to repeat the bargaining at the next town. The journey became a picnic, and there was a childlike quality about the Mexicans that made it strangely resemble a Sunday school outing at home. Although an escort of Carranzista soldiers occupied a freight car ahead, as a precaution against the bandits which infested Mexico in those days, the passengers appeared blandly unconcerned. Each removed his coat and lighted a cigarette. From the car wall a notice screamed the Spanish equivalent of "No smoking," but the conductor, stumbling into the coach over a family of peons who had crowded in from the second-class compartment, merely paused to glance at the smokers and to borrow a light himself. Everyone, with the friendliness for which the Latin American is unsurpassed, engaged his neighbor in conversation. The portly gentleman who had cleared a seat for me inquired the object of my visit to Mexico, and listened politely while I slaughtered his language. The conductor bowed and thanked me for my ticket. When the peon children in the aisle pointed at me and whispered "Gringo," their mother ceased feeding a baby to shush them. Their father kicked them surreptitiously with a loose flapping sandal, and both parents smiled in response to my amused grin. There was something pleasant and carefree about this Mexico that proved infectious. Atop the freight cars ahead, the escort of Federal troops laid aside their Mausers, removed their criss-crossed cartridge belts, and settled themselves for a siesta. As the desert sun rose higher, inducing a spirit of coma, the passengers also settled themselves for a nap. The babble of the morning gave place to silence broken only by the fretting cry of an infant and the steady click of the wheels as we crawled southward, hour after hour, through the empty wastes of mesquite. And then, as always in Mexico, the unexpected happened. The silence was punctured by the staccato roar of a machine gun. 4. In an instant all was confusion. Whether or not the shooting came from the Carranzista escort or from some gang of bandits hidden in the brush, no one waited to ascertain. Not a person screamed. Yet, as though trained by previous experience, every one ducked beneath the level of the windows, the women sheltering their children, the men whipping out their long, pearl-handled revolvers. The only man who showed any sign of agitation was my portly friend. His immense purple sombrero had tumbled over the backrest onto another seat, and he was frantic until he recovered it. After the first roar of the machine gun, all was quiet. The fatalistic calm of the Mexicans served only to heighten the suspense. The train had stopped. When, a few months earlier, Yaqui Indians had raided another express on this same line, the guard had cut loose with the engine, leaving the passengers to their fate, a fate somewhat gruesomely advertised by a few scraps of rotted clothing half embedded in the desert sand. The thought that history had repeated itself was uppermost in my mind, and the peon on the floor beside me voiced it also in a fatalistic muttering of, "Dios! They have left us! We are so good as dead!" We waited grimly, waited interminably. With a crash, the door opened. A dozen revolvers covered the man who entered. A dozen fingers tightened upon a trigger. But it was only the conductor. "No hay cuidado, senores," he said pleasantly. "The escort was shooting at a jackrabbit." 5. The passengers sat up again, laughing at one another, talking with excited gestures as they described their sensations, enjoying one another's chagrin, all of them as noisy and happy as children upon a picnic. They bought more frijoles, and the feast recommenced, lasting until mid-afternoon, when we pulled into Hermosillo, the capital of Sonora. A swarm of porters rushed upon us, holding up tin license tags as they screamed for our patronage. Hotel runners leaped aboard the car and scrambled along the aisle, presenting us with cards and reciting rapidly the superior merits of their respective hostelries, meanwhile arguing with rival agents and assuring us that the other fellows' beds were alive with vermin, that the other fellows' food was rank poison, and that the other fellows' servants would at least rob us if they did not commit actual homicide. I fought my way through them to the platform, where another battle scene was being enacted. Mexican friends were meeting Mexican friends. To force a passage was a sheer impossibility. Two of them, recognizing each other, promptly went into a clinch, embracing one another, slapping one another upon the back, and venting their joy in loud gurgles of ecstasy, meanwhile blocking up the entire platform. Restraining Gringo impatience once more, I stood and laughed at them. In so many cases the extravagant greetings savored of insincerity. One noticed a flabbiness in the handclasps, a formality in the hugs, an affectation in the shouts of "Ay, my friend, how happy I am to see you!" Yet in many cases the demonstrations were real, so real that they brought a peculiar little gulp into one's throat, even while one laughed. Be they sincere or insincere, I really liked these crazy Mexicans. Chapter 3. In Sleepy Hermosillo. 1. A little brown cochero pounced upon me and took me aboard a dilapidated hack drawn by two mournful-looking quadrupeds. "Hotel Americano?" he inquired. "No, Hotel distinctly Mexicano." He whipped up his horses, and we jogged away through the narrow streets lined with the massive fortress-like walls of Moorish dwellings, past a tiny palm-grown plaza, fronted by an old white cathedral, to stop finally before a one-story structure whose stucco was cracked and scarred and dented with the bullet holes of innumerable revolutions. The proprietor himself, a dignified gentleman in black, advanced to meet me. Were there rooms? "Why not, senor?" Whereupon he seated himself before an immense ledger to pore over it with knitted brows, stopping now and then to stare vacantly skyward in the manner of one who solves a puzzle or composes an epic poem. "Number 16, he finally announced. "Occupied," said a servant. Another period of intellectual absorption. "Number 4. There being no expostulation, a search ensued for the key. It developed that room number 4 was opened by key number 7, which, in conformity to some system altogether baffling to a Gringo, was usually kept on peg number 13, but had been misplaced by some careless servant. The little proprietor waved both hands in the air. "What mojos!" he exclaimed. "No sense of orderliness whatsoever." A prolonged search resulted, however, in its discovery, and the proprietor himself led the way back through a succession of patios, or interior gardens, the front ones embellished with orange trees, and the rear ones with rubbish barrels, to room number 4, from which the lock had long ago been broken. It was a large apartment, with brick floor. It contained a canvas cot, a wobbly chair, and an aged bureau, distinguished for its sticky drawers, an air of lost grandeur, and a burnt wood effect achieved by the cigarette butts of many generations of guests. The bare walls were ornamented only by a placard containing a set of rules, printed in wholesale quantities for whatever hotels crave the enhanced dignity of elaborate regulations, proclaiming, among other things, that occupants must comport themselves with strict morality. "One of our very choicest rooms, Senor," smiled the proprietor as he withdrew. "It has a window." A window did improve it. From the narrow street outside came the soft voices of peons, the sing-song call of a lottery ticket vendor, the tread of sandaled feet, the clatter of hoofs from a passing burro train laden with bullion from distant mines, the guttural protesting cry of the drivers, all in the exotic symphony of a foreign land. Yet there was a calm, subdued note about the chorus. In Mexico, a newly arrived Gringo expected melodrama. It was disconcerting to find only peace. An Indian maiden, straight as an arrow, swung past with the flat-footed stride of the shoeless classes, balancing an earthenware jar upon her dark head. A fat old lady cantered by upon a tiny donkey perched precariously upon the extreme stern. A little brown runt of a man staggered past under a gigantic wooden table. Another staggered past under the influence of alcohol. Women on their way to market stopped to offer me their wares. Did I wish to buy a chicken or a watermelon? Would I care for a bouquet of yucca lilies? Or an umbrella? If not an umbrella, a second-hand guitar? No. They seemed surprised and disappointed. But they smiled politely. "Gracias, just the same, Senor. Adios." An ice cream vendor made his rounds with a slap of leather sandals, balancing atop his sombrero a dripping freezer. He stopped before a patron to dish the slushy mixture into a cracked glass, pushing it off the spoon with a dirty finger, and licking the spoon clean before he dropped it back into the can. From one pocket he produced bottles and poured colored matter over the concoction, scarlet, green, and purple. Then he swung his burden aloft and continued on his way, chanting, "I carry snow, I carry snow." Even the cries of a peddler were soft and gentle here. I was about to turn from the window when around the corner came a strange procession of mournful men and wailing women, led by 3 coffins, balanced, like every other species of baggage in this country, upon the heads of peons. Mexico was Mexico, after all. Here was evidence of melodrama. Excitedly I hailed the proprietor. "A bandit attack, Senor?" "No, indeed. Jose Santos Dominguez had a christening at his house last night. Purely a family affair, Senor. Nothing more." 2. After the dusty railway journey I craved a bath. From a doorway across the patio a legend beckoned with the inscription of "Baños." I called an Indian servant maid, pointed at the legend, struggled with Spanish, and finally secured a towel. The bathroom door, like that of my room, had long ago lost its lock. Searching among the several tin cans which littered one corner, I found a stick which evidently was used for propping against the door by such bathers as desired privacy. Having undressed, I leaped jubilantly into the huge, old-fashioned tub and turned on the water. There was no water. Poking modest head and shoulders around the edge of the door, I looked for the maid. She eventually made her appearance, as servants will, even in Mexico, and regarded me suspiciously from a safe distance. "No, Senor, that is no water. You asked for a towel. You did not mention that you wished also a bath." "Well, for the love of Mike, when—" "Mañana, Senor. Always in the morning there is water." And so, after supper and a stroll in the plaza, I retired, still coated with Sonora desert, to my room. There was some difficulty in locating the electric button, since another careless mojo had backed the bureau against it. There was also some difficulty in arranging the mosquito net over my bed. It hung from the ceiling by a slender cord, which immediately broke in the pulley. I piled a chair on top of a cot, climbed up and mended the string, climbed down and lowered the net to the proper height. unfolded it, and discovered that it was full of gaping holes through which not only a mosquito, but possibly a small ostrich would have flown with comfort and security. Finally, beginning to feel that the charm of Mexico had been vastly overrated by previous writers, I retired, prepared to fight mosquitoes, and discovered that there were no mosquitoes in Hermosillo. In the morning, rejuvenated and re-energized, I again waylaid the Indian servant maid. "Ah," she exclaimed, as though it were a new idea, "the senor wishes a bath? Why not? Momentito, momentito." Momentito is Spanish for keep your shirt on, or don't raise hell about it, or, more literally, in the tiny fraction of a moment. It suggests to the native mind a lightning-like speed, even more than does mañana. And eventually I did get the bath. There was some delay while the water was heated, and more delay while the maid carried it, a kettleful at a time, from the kitchen to the bathroom, but the last kettle was ready by the time the rest had cooled, and I finally emerged refreshed, to discover again that in Mexico the unexpected always happens. When I pulled out the old sock used as a stopper, the water ran out upon the bathroom floor, and disappeared down a gutter, carrying with it the shoes I had left beside the tub. 3. But Hermosillo possessed a charm which even a Mexican bath could not destroy. It was a sleepy little city, typically Mexican, basking beneath a warm blue sky. It stood in a fertile oasis of the desert, and all about it were groves of orange trees. Its massive walled buildings had once been painted a violent red or green or yellow, but time and weather had softened the barbaric colors until now they suggested the tints of some old Italian masterpiece. And although ancient bullet holes scarred its dwellings, there hung over the Moorish streets today a restful atmosphere of tranquillity. At noon the merchants closed their shops, and everyone indulged in the national siesta. The only exception was an American, a quiet, determined-looking man, who kept walking up and down the hotel patio with quick, nervous tread. "Somebody just down from the States?" I asked the proprietor. "No, senor. He is the manager of mines in the Yaqui country. One of his trucks is missing, and he fears lest Indians have attacked it." Such a contingency in sleepy Hermosillo sounded quite absurd. It was the most peaceful-appearing town in all the world. As the siesta hour drew to a close, the Senoritas commenced to show themselves, dressed and powdered for their evening stroll in the plaza. They were dainty, feminine creatures, not always pretty, yet invariably with a gentle womanliness that gave them charm. Upon the streets they passed a man with modestly downcast head. Behind the bars of a window, and emboldened by a sense of security, they favored him with a roguish smile from the depths of languorous dark eyes, and sometimes with a softly murmured "Adios." I drifted toward the plaza, wondering how a freelance newspaper correspondent were to earn a living in any country so outwardly unexciting as Mexico, and dropped disgustedly into a bench beside another young American. He was a rosy-cheeked, cherubic-appearing lad. He wore horn-rimmed spectacles, and his neatly plastered hair was parted in the middle. Like myself, he was dressed in a newly purchased Palm Beach suit. His name was Eustace. He, too, was just out of the army. He had enlisted, he explained, in the hope that he might live down a reputation as a model youth, and the War Department had given him a tame job on the Mexican border, cleaning out the cages of the Signal Corps pigeons. Wherefore he was now journeying into foreign lands in the hope of satisfying himself with some mild form of adventure. Very solemnly we shook hands. "I couldn't quite go back to cub reporting," he exclaimed, "so I decided to become a freelance newspaper correspondent." Even more solemnly we shook hands again. Since neither of us actually expected that any editor would publish what we sent him, we formed a partnership upon the spot. The expedition had a new recruit, and together we mourned the disappointing peacefulness of Hermosillo. Evening descended upon the plaza. A circle of lights appeared around the rickety little bandstand. An orchestra played. The Senoritas strolled past us, arm in arm, while stately dons and solemn donas maintained a watchful chaperonage from the benches. The night deepened. The cathedral clock struck 10. Dons, donas, and senoritas disappeared in the direction of home. The gendarme alone remained. Each muffled his throat as a precaution against night air, and each set a lantern in the center of a street crossing. From all sides came the sound of iron bars sliding into place behind heavy doors. Hermosillo was going to bed. As we also turned homeward, our footsteps rang loudly through the silent streets. A policeman unmuffled his throat and bade us a good night. Then he produced a tin whistle and blew a melancholy little toot, to inform the policeman on the next corner that he was still awake. From gendarme to gendarme the signal passed, the plaintive wail seeming to say, "All's well." A beggar huddled in a doorway hid his cigarette beneath his ragged blanket at our approach, and held out his hand. A lone wayfarer, lingering upon the sidewalk before a window, turned to glance at us and to bid us adios. Through the bars a girl's radiant face shone out of the darkness. Then the man's voice trailed after us, singing very softly to the throbbing of a guitar. A moon peeped over the edge of the low, flat roofs, a very aged and battered-looking moon with a greenish tinge like that of the old silver bells in Hermosillo's ancient cathedral, a moon which, like the city below it, suggested that it once had known troublous days, yet was now at perfect peace. This was a delightful land, but to a pair of freelance newspaper correspondents— As we entered the wide-arched portals of the hotel, the telephone struck a jarring note. The American mining man, still pacing nervously up and down the patio, leaped to the receiver. "Lachlan speaking. What news? Did they— Shot them both? White and Garcia both? Get the troops out. I'll be there in just— 4. In an instant Eustace and I were at his elbow. Ours was the newspaperman's unsentimental eagerness, which might have hailed the burning of an orphan asylum with its 400 helpless inmates as splendid front-page copy. Here was murder. This was Mexico. Viva Mexico! Here was our first story. "No time to talk," snapped Lachlan. "I'll send John Louis for you in the morning. He'll take you to La Colorada in the Yaqui country itself. You'll get the dope there." And he vanished down the street. We stood at the hotel gate, a little startled, gazing out into the night. The moon smiled down over low, flat roofs, and a man's voice drifted to us, singing very softly to the throbbing of a guitar, and the plaintive note of a gendarme's whistle seemed to say, "All's well." End of chapters 1, 2, and 3. Chapter 4 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 Among the Yaqui Indians 1. John Louis met us in an elderly Buick early the next morning. He was a stocky man in khaki and corduroy, a man of 50 or 60, with slightly gray hair and the keen, friendly eyes of the Westerner. He was a trifle deaf from listening to so many revolutions, and questions had to be repeated. "Eh? Oh, the holes in the windshield? Oh, they're only bullet holes." He motioned us into the back seat, grasped the wheel, and drove us out through the suburbs of Hermosillo into the open desert. The road was nothing more than the track of cars which had crossed the plains before us. Sometimes it led through wide expanses of dull, reddish sand. Sometimes the cactus and mesquite grew in thorny forests up to the very edge of the narrow trail. It was a country alive with all the creeping, crawling things that supply local color for magazine fiction. Swift brown lizards shot from our path, starting apparently at full speed and zigzagging through the yucca like tiny streaks of lightning. Chipmunks and ground squirrels dived into their burrows at our approach. A rattler lifted its head, hissed a warning, and retired with leisurely dignity. Jackrabbits popped up from nowhere in particular and scampered into the brush, laying their ears flat against the head, running a dozen steps, and finally bouncing away in a series of long, frantic leaps. Chaparral cocks, locally known as road-runners, sped along the trail before us, keeping about 50 feet ahead of the car, wriggling their tails in mocking challenge, slackening their pace whenever we slackened ours, speeding whenever we speeded, and shooting away into the mesquite in a low, jumping flight as John stepped on the gas. Now and then we passed a mound of rocks surmounted by a crude wooden cross, and once we saw the wreck of what had been another automobile. "Eh?" asked John. "Graves, people shot by Yaqui Indians. Oh, yes, quite a few of them, quite a few." He gave the wheel a twist, and we plunged down a steep slope into a deep, sandy riverbed. The car lumbered through it, sinking to the hubs. In the very center it came to an abrupt stop. John picked up a rifle. "One of you lads take the gun and lay out in the brush. This is the kind of place where White got his." Eustace seized the weapon and crawled into the cactus, while I worked savagely to dig the wheels from their 2-foot layer of soft, beach-like sand. John, puffing complacently at his corncob pipe, tried the self-starter again and again, without success, meanwhile giving me the details of White's murder. "It was an arroyo exactly like this one. Exactly like this one. He came around a bend in his truck and hit at the water hole, and was plowing through it when a dozen Mausers blazed out in the cactus. 3 bullets hit him square in the head. Maybe Garcia, his mechanic, got it on the first volley, too. You couldn't be sure, so the fellow said over the telephone. The Yankees had cut him up and shoved sticks to him, till his own mother could not have recognized him. Dig the sand away from that other wheel, will you?" 2. I breathed more freely half an hour later, when we climbed the farther bank of the river course and rattled on again, through ever-thickening forest of cactus, to the low adobe city of La Colorada. John showed us a nondescript mud dwelling that passed for a hotel, and we presently sallied therefrom, with paper and pencil, fully convinced that the pleasantest method of securing copy would be that of sitting on the village hitching-post and listening to the experiences of someone else. There were half a dozen other Americans in La Colorada. It had once been the home of gold mines, from which heavily guarded mule trains carried away $108 millions in bullion. But revolutionists had destroyed the machinery during the turbulent years that led up to the Carranza regime, and the town now served only as a depot for the big motor trucks which ran through hostile Yaqui country to mines farther in the interior. The half-dozen Americans were the drivers of these trucks. The eldest of them was under 30, but most of them had knocked about the far corners of the earth since childhood, and all of them surveyed with undisguised contempt the little .32 caliber automatics we carried. "If you was to shoot me with one of them things, and I was ever to find it out," said Dugan, a lad of 20, "I'd be downright peeved about it." Dugan stood over 6 feet in height. His jaw resembled the Rock of Gibraltar, and his hair suggested a Vesuvius in eruption. His favorite literature, I suspected, was the biography of Jesse James. He carried a .44 in a soft leather holster, cut wide to facilitate a quick draw. His great ambition was to shoot up a saloon, and since there was no bar-room in La Colorada, he had recently compromised upon the local drug stores, and had blazed holes through the pharmacist's castor oil bottles. All of these youths had encountered the Yaquis. One showed us a dozen bullet dents in his truck, mementos of a brush with Indians on his last trip. Another had been captured, stripped of his clothing, and chased naked back to town. But of the latest incident, the murder of White and Garcia, they could give us little information. W. E. Laughlin was supposed to have an understanding with the Yaqui chiefs, whereby his property and his employees were protected. "He pays 'em so much a year to leave him alone. He's never had any trouble before this. A year ago one of his drivers was shot. "I'll ferro, but it wasn't Yaquis. It was a gang of Mexican soldiers. They robbed the truck and blamed it on the Indians, and went scouting all over the country, pretending to chase the guys that did it. Maybe the same thing has happened again." "That's about it," echoed another. "The Yaquis hold us up, but it's the greasers they've got it in for. We get off lightly, usually. They just rob us. When they catch a Mex, they rip his clothes off and chuck him into the cactus, or cut the soles off his feet and make him dance on the hot sand." But the others disagreed. It was merely border tradition that the Yaquis treated Americans better than Mexicans. There was the case of Otto, the draft dodger, who came to La Colorada to avoid the war, only to be caught up by the Indians and tortured to death. There was the story of One-Legged Joe, who went prospecting just outside of town, and of whom nothing was found except the wooden leg, charred with fire. And there was the tragedy of Pedro Ler, who left his ranch near Hermosillo for a few hours, and returned to find his entire family slain, with the exception of a 16-year-old daughter, whom the Yaquis had carried away with them. Pleased at our eager interest, the truck drivers warmed toward us. Only Dugan remained aloof, grinning a trifle contemptuously. Eustace turned to him. "What can you tell us?" "What do you want to know?" "Well, for a starter, how do you feel when you ride through hostile Indian country on a truckload of dynamite?" Dugan spat eloquently upon the ground. Then he pointed toward 2 loaded trucks that stood in the road before us. "McFarland over there is going out to a mine tomorrow. If you want to know how it feels, go along with him. He's carrying 600 pounds of dynamite." 3. Since he put it that way, we sought out McFarland. He was a tall, lean-faced man, one of the quiet, self-possessed, determined-looking mine superintendents usually encountered in Mexico. He was about to make a week's trip to El Progreso mine, 60 miles farther in the interior. He would be glad to take us along. And at dawn the following day we rode out of La Colorada in one of McFarland's trucks. We sat upon a miscellaneous assortment of machinery, provisions, and blasting powder, with a crew of 20 hired gunmen, each of whom wore several hundred yards of cartridge belt draped around his waist and criss-crossed over his shoulders in the approved Mexican style. The desert seemed a trifle more forbidding than the one we had crossed the day before. When we were in the open, our gunmen laughed and chatted together. When we approached the forests of yucca and mesquite, I noticed that they grew silent and watchful. But no sound came from the vast expanse of wasteland except the peaceful song of the locusts. At rare intervals we passed a native village, a cluster of mud hovels surrounding an aged white church, and our advent created a sensation. A host of mongrel dogs, but slightly removed from the coyote stage, hailed us with furious yelps. Children raced barefoot beside the trucks to get a better view of us. Half-naked Indian women, pounding clothes upon the flat rocks beside a shallow brook, ceased their work to stare at us. Even the adult male population, reclining against the shady side of the adobe dwellings, sat up to look at us. There was something in these tiny hamlets that recalled pictures of the Holy Land. Civilization had changed but little here since the days of the Aztecs, and despite the excitement caused by our passage, there was an air of sleepiness about the whole place which suggested another continent, a million miles farther from Broadway. So perfect was the scene that I resented the sight of a Standard Oil tin used as a water jar, and felt distinctly offended when I heard the click of a Singer sewing machine issuing from a tiny cactus-roofed hut. The natives here showed little Spanish ancestry. Their features were purely Indian. A few, by their prominent cheekbones and dark complexion, suggested a trace of Yaqui blood, but most of them were of other tribes, and all carried arms as a precaution against Yaqui raids. Everyone wore a large knife, and in an open-air barber shop, one native with a 6-shooter on his belt was shaving another who held a rifle across his knees. All of them greeted us with the cry, "Have you met any Yaquis?" The day passed without incident, however, and nightfall brought us to our first stopping place, the village of Matape, another cluster of mud hovels surrounding an ancient white church. A buxom Indian woman who operated a hotel on those rare occasions when visitors came to town served us frijoles and tortillas, beans and cornmeal pancakes, and produced from its hiding-place a bottle of fiery mescal. Later, when we had consumed the meal by the light of a flickering oil lamp, her daughter joined us with a guitar, and while McFarland watched his gunman to see that no one kept the bottle too long inverted over his black mustachios, the girl sang to us. Still later, after she herself had sampled the potent Mexican liquor, she danced. She was rather comely in a stolid Indian way, but she was much too heavy and graceless for complete success as a danseuse, even after 2 swigs of such inspiring stuff as mescal. The gunmen, however, found it highly diverting. They pushed back their chairs to clear a stage for her, and watched her with the pleased expression which a Mexican always wears when looking at a woman. The guitar twanged a weird, savage melody, the dim light from the swinging lantern shone upon a sea of dark faces, and reflected from a score of gleaming eyes. In the center of the crowded room the girl danced awkwardly, her bare feet pounding monotonously upon the mud floor. As she finally sank, flushed and panting, upon a bench, her mother favored us with a toothless grin. "For $100 gold, I sell her." Eustace shook his head. "She's scarcely an essential part of a newspaper correspondent's equipment." "$75," persisted the woman. "That's a special rate," exclaimed McFarland. "She lacks 1 ear. They say her last husband bit it off before chasing her home with a club. Of course, you can't believe everything you hear, but you'd better turn in. Tomorrow we travel on muleback." 4. The trucks were to continue with the guard by the longer road to the mine. McFarland and ourselves, with 2 of the gunmen, were to ride over the mountains. The bridle trail led through a questionable territory, but it was shorter. Neither Eustace nor I had ever ridden a mule before. Both of us had read Western fiction, and had noted that the hero not only loved his steed, but left nearly everything to the animal's good judgment, and that the noble beast, appreciating and reciprocating his master's affection and trust, invariably anticipated his every wish, and carried the hero out of every conceivable difficulty. We had just discussed the matter, and had determined to encourage the same fond relationship with our prospective mounts, when McFarland rode up to the hotel with the 5 most woebegone-looking specimens of quadrupeds that we had ever seen. "Cut a good big stick," he advised. 2 minutes after mounting, I welcomed the suggestion. It seemed inhuman to beat anything so small as that mule, but the animal appeared not to mind it in the least. The moment I ceased whaling him, he assumed that this was where I wished to stop. His one virtue was that no matter how often he stumbled on the edge of a precipice, he never fell over. "When you come to a tight place," warned McFarland, "let the mule use his own judgment." And there were plenty of tight places. Hour after hour the path twisted through narrow ravines, along deep watercourses strewn with boulders, down sandy embankments where the animals slid like toboggans, around narrow cliffs, and up sharp inclines where they fairly leaped from rock to rock. It was a gloriously desolate country, hideous perhaps, yet awesome in its ugly grandeur. Mountains reared themselves above the trail, covered sometimes with huge candelabra cactus, but usually bare and towering skyward like the battlements of a gigantic fortress. So fascinating was the whole panorama that 4 of us rode across a valley a full mile in length before we discovered that Eustace had disappeared. McFarland stopped abruptly. "Good Lord, I told him to keep close to us. 4 months ago one of my men dropped behind, and they nabbed him so quietly we never heard a sound." He was off his mule in an instant, and leading the way on foot, revolver in hand, while I followed at his heels, both of us crouching behind boulders as we hurried back along the path we had traversed. Turning a bend, we found Eustace sitting on his mule at the top of a sandy decline, complacently smoking a cigar. "What the devil are you doing?" snapped McFarland. "Tight place," said Eustace. "I'm letting the mule use his own judgment." "Hell," growled McFarland, "the mule's gone to sleep." And throughout the day he lectured us upon the fallacies of the SPCA spirit as applied to Mexican mules, all the way to Saqui de Batu, another mud village at the junction of the Yaqui and Moctezuma rivers, where we were to spend another night. There was no hotel in this town, but we found lodgings with an Indian family. A woman brought us the inevitable frijoles and tortillas, gave us water to drink, which tasted as though it had been inhabited by frogs, and ushered us to one large bed, which undoubtedly was inhabited by everything except frogs. The name of the town, I learned, when translated from the Indian, meant something which could be printed only in French. As I scratched myself to sleep, I reflected upon the appropriateness of the name. I had just succeeded in closing my eyes when a volley of pistol shots sounded outside the window. Eustace and I bumped heads in a frantic dive to locate the automatics beneath our pillow. "Don't worry," said McFarland. "It's a gang of drunks. This is a Saint's Day, and the faithful are celebrating." 5. In the morning, before continuing the journey, I set out to secure a few photographs. "Ask permission before you snap a native," the mining man warned me. "Some of them are superstitious. Have an idea that they'll die within a year if you take their picture. They killed the last photographer that tried it." So I took special pains to ask permission. Invariably they said no. Some appeared to regard the camera as a new species of machine gun. Even those who knew what it was were reticent about posing. The more picturesque the native, and the more I wished his picture, the more resolutely he said no. Strolling some distance from town, I finally discovered an aged squaw who looked as though she might die within a year, even though her photograph were not taken. But her "no" was not merely in capital letters, but in type larger than the largest in a Hearst newspaper. Still, I could not resist that picture. She was standing in the center of the shallow river, filling deerskin water sacks and loading them upon the back of a moth-eaten little burro. But since the sun shone directly in my lens, I had to pass her, and the moment I unslung my camera, she started to walk upstream directly into the light. The faster I walked, the faster she walked. I broke into a trot, and she broke into a trot, dragging the burro after her and splashing water over the two of us. I felt a trifle undignified, but I had determined to have that picture, and I increased my pace to a run. Thereupon she gathered her skirts about her waist and sprinted like an intercollegiate champion. From the village behind us came a series of war whoops. I looked back to see the entire population joining in the chase. Suddenly I realized that my behavior was undignified. Some 50 angry natives were rushing toward me, waving in the air an assortment of weapons that might have delighted a collector of antiques, but which at the moment gave me no cause whatever for rejoicing. I stopped and faced them, trying vainly to explain my conduct in my inadequate Spanish, while they shook their fists and waved knives in the air, and jabbered furiously. Eustace came to my rescue. 2 years and 8 sweethearts upon the border had given him a fluent command of the language. "They've misjudged your intentions," he chuckled, after he had calmed the mob. "I've explained it all. This old geezer with the 4 whiskers on his chin is her man, and he says he'll let you take her picture for 2 pesos. I suppose he's tired of her, and doesn't care whether she croaks or not." But the squaw evidently valued her life at more than 2 pesos, for she gathered up her skirts once more and fled away down the river, dragging the burro behind her. 6. It was but a few hours' ride from Saqui to El Progreso mine. It lay in the center of a ragged, bowl-shaped valley in the heart of the mountains, some 90 miles from the railroad, a group of gaping shafts beside a stone blockhouse, with a village of thatched laborers' quarters straggling along a sandy, cactus-hedged street. Some half-dozen American bosses occupied the blockhouse. The native workmen numbered about 200, most of them Pimas and mestizos, or mixed breeds. "Don't shoot at any rattlesnakes," McFarland warned us, "or you'll see everybody dropping work and running for the headquarters to resist attack." The mine itself had never been threatened by the Yaquis, but on several occasions they had attempted to ambush the provision trucks. Like most of the mines in Mexico, El Progreso was not the sort where one had merely to walk out with a pick and chop large pieces of silver off a convenient mountain side. Before a single speck of mineral could be extracted, it had been necessary to transport across the desert $100,000 worth of machinery. Every bit of it had been brought over the long trail on truck or muleback, and the journey of every train had meant the possibility of a fight with the Indians. The Yaquis of Sonora are closely related to the Apaches of our own border country. From the earliest coming of the white man, they have resented the invasion of their domain. The Spaniards were never able to conquer them. Porfirio Diaz, who pacified all the rest of Mexico, could never make the Yaquis recognize the sovereignty of the Mexican government over their territory. He sent expedition after expedition against them, depleted their ranks by constant warfare, and took thousands of prisoners whom he shipped off to far-off Yucatan to labor as virtual slaves upon the henequen plantations. But the atrocities of the Diaz soldiers merely aggravated the Indians' hatred of their would-be rulers. From time to time, in more recent years, groups of Yaquis have made their peace with the Mexican authorities. Many of them, known as Manzos, in distinction from the Bravos in the hills, are to be found in every Sonoran village and even in Arizona. As soldiers, they are the bravest in Mexico, and as laborers, the most industrious. But they were never especially friendly to Carranza, and in his era, although some served in the Federal Army, they frequently did so in order to obtain arms or ammunition for their own use. Soldiers one day, they were apt to be bandits the next. Although the Yaquis had first declared war upon the invading white man with every possible justification, they had been forced, through years of constant retreat, into the unfertile recesses of the desert to prey upon the invaders for a living. Although their original grievance had been against the Mexican, bandits cannot be choosers, and the miners at El Progreso were always on the watch. "It's a bad time just now," one man explained. "They all get together for a big hullabaloo every Easter, and drink a lot of mezcal, and get so enthusiastic that they start out for a few more scalps." 7. I had witnessed the Easter ceremony of the Yaqui Indians before leaving the border. Strange as it may sound, the Yaqui is a Christian. Years ago, the Spanish missionaries, the greatest adventurers in all history, penetrated the Sonora Desert where warriors feared to tread, and finding themselves unable to converse with the Indians, enacted their message in sign language. Today, at Easter time, the Yaquis reenact the same story, distorted by their own barbaric conception of it, until it is but a semi-savage burlesque upon the Passion Play. At the Manzo settlement at Nogales, the Christ was represented by a cheap rag doll, garbed in brilliantly colored draperies, and cradled in a wicker basket beneath a thatched roof. The ceremonies lasted from Good Friday until after Easter Sunday, and during that time the Indians neither ate nor slept, refreshing themselves only with mezcal. The native conception of the life of Christ was that of a continual warfare with Judas. To make the odds harder for him, they had 6 assistant Judases selected, I was told, from the young braves who had committed the most sins during the current year. "We have several," explained an intelligent old Indian, "because my people could not respect a Savior who allowed himself to be licked by any one man." The Judases appeared in startling devil masks, and for 3 days they capered before the infant, contorting their semi-naked bodies, howling like fiends, poking him with sticks, spitting upon him, kissing him in mockery, and challenging him to come out and fight. About the cradle the women of the tribe sat cross-legged upon the ground, wailing a strange Indian hymn that rose and fell in plaintive minor key. A tom-tom pounded monotonously. Night descended, and the fires threw weird, fantastic shadows upon the reddened mountain sides. Hour after hour and day after day the barbaric orgy continued, until on Easter Sunday the tribe rose in defense of the Christ, seized the Judases, and carried them to the fire, where they pretended to burn them. Afterwards they carried the image of the Saviour in mournful procession to a little grave behind the village. It was a ridiculous travesty upon religion, yet one could not laugh. There was a solemnity in the faces of these people as they followed the rag doll to its burial place. Many of the women were weeping. The men bared their heads, and there was true reverence in their dark, savage eyes. The capering of the devil dancers had been ludicrous, yet now I found myself strangely impressed. And anyhow, it is inadvisable to laugh at religious fanatics, especially if they happen to be Yaqui Indians. 8. The same ceremony is practiced with variations in ritual by the bravos in the hills. Frequently, as the miner had suggested, it serves as a get-together for the spring raiding season. Spring is harvest time in southern Sonora, and an ideal time for the Yaquis to sweep down from the mountains and pillage the valleys which the Mexicans have taken from them. In the days of Carranza, the Indians not only invaded the rural districts, but carried their rage to the very outskirts of Guaymas and Hermosillo. Word came to us at El Progreso that a band of the Indians was operating not far away. They had attacked several of the neighboring villages and had visited the Gavilan mine, another American concern in our district, where they had done the miners no bodily harm, but had left them without clothing or provisions. "When we start back tomorrow, we'll travel by night," decided McFarland. "The Yaquis are superstitious about the crosses along the trail. The ghosts of the murdered men are supposed to be out for revenge after dark. That's the safest time to travel." 9. We left at sunset, a little party of 5. As we rode silently toward the vague mountains ahead, their peaks became a magic crimson that deepened slowly to purple against a silver sky. We passed Yaqui, where the rivers gleamed like shining ribbons in the last faint twilight. Then the swift desert night was upon us, and we were riding into a deep pass where the air grew strangely chill. I can recall every minute of that long night. Perhaps the mule could not see the path. I couldn't. Now and then, as we ascended, I caught a momentary glimpse of the rider ahead, looming abnormally large against the sky. Usually I listened to the crunch of hoofs upon the gravel, and followed close behind. One had the sensation of being about to enter a tunnel into which the other riders had disappeared. When the faint moonlight seeped down into the pass, it converted each cactus into the semblance of a crouching Yaqui, and despite McFarland's assertion that night travel was comparatively safe, neither he nor the others were taking chances. The howl of a coyote or the cooing of a dove brought every revolver out of its holster, for these noises, although common enough in the mountains, are sometimes used by the Indians as signals. Once, when something trailed us for half a mile through the brush, we all rode half-turned in the saddle, covering the spot where the twigs crackled. It was probably some animal, perhaps a mountain lion, following us out of curiosity, but we watched it, lest it prove a bandit. Hour after hour we rode in silence through the black defiles. We knew whether we were ascending or descending only from the slant of the mule's back. The nervous strain seemed to affect even the animals. When we paused at a mountain stream to water them, my own beast suddenly lashed at me with his heels and bolted. I chased him several hundred yards up the ragged bed of the watercourse, stumbling over slippery stones and splashing into the pools until I finally captured him, both of us making enough noise, it seemed to me, to awaken any Yaqui within a mile. And within a mile we turned a bend and found ourselves at the very center of an encampment. A score of campfires, dwindled to smoldering red ashes, lined the trail, and about them, as though they were the spokes of a wheel, a group of men were sleeping with feet toward the blaze, in Yaqui fashion, each man with a rifle beside him. Not a sentry had stopped us. Even as I realized where we were, I found that my mule was stepping over the recumbent figures. One of the men awoke, yawned, and raised himself on an elbow to stare at us. "Who are you?" demanded McFarland in Spanish. "Federal soldiers," and the man composed himself for another nap. 10. We rode into Matape at dawn, and a truck carried us back to La Colorada. Dugan offered his hand. "I done you an injustice, partners. I thought you'd be scared." Eustace and I, exchanging confidences in private, agreed that Dugan had done neither of us an injustice, but we kept this to ourselves. John Louis, driving us back to Hermosillo in his Buick, seemed highly amused about the whole affair. He chuckled to himself for a long time before he spoke. "It's funny. Mac don't usually make that ride at night. He did it to give you guys a thrill, and I suspect he got a thrill himself. Laughlin's been investigating that last murder, you know. It was Yaquis that done it, but a bunch of Yaquis serving as Federal soldiers. Lucky they were asleep without sentries last night when you fellows rode through." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Down the West Coast. 1. On the train that carried me southward from Hermosillo, I met the General. He was young, scarcely out of his teens, slender, mild-mannered, almost feminine in voice and appearance. His large, dark eyes were shaded with long, girlish lashes. One felt startled when, upon more intimate acquaintance, he confided that he was an ex-bandit. His rank, in reality, was only that of teniente, than which one could not be much lower in a Mexican army, but it pleased him so much when I first addressed him as General that I continued the practice. Our meeting was accidental. Eustace and I, still traveling together, found him in a double seat, with his handbag spread over whatever space he did not fill himself. As we paused before him, he looked up in surprise, apparently feeling that the railway had not made proper provision for so many passengers. "Pardon, General, but is this bench reserved?" He smiled. He removed his baggage most graciously. Within half an hour he had announced himself our humble servant, and was planning gay parties for us at the several stopping-places ahead. He knew all the girls along the West Coast, he said, both respectable and otherwise. He would see that we enjoyed the trip. He would be our guide and mentor in things Mexican. And when we reached Mazatlan, the southernmost terminus of the road, some 3 or 4 days distant, his house would be our house. We should attend his wedding, which was to be celebrated immediately upon his arrival, and if we remained long enough, we should be the godfathers to his first child. And although he impressed me as somewhat too lavish in his promises, he proved an entertaining companion on the long journey. A journey through a monotonous continuation of the Sonora Desert, with stopovers at cities which, with minor variations, were replicas of Hermosillo, at Guaymas, San Blas, and Culiacan, cities pleasant and interesting, yet never so interesting to me as my first Mexican friend, the little General. 2. The young teniente was typical in many ways not only of the Mexicans, but of most of the Latin Americans. He lived completely in the present, with scarcely a thought of the morrow. For him, tempus did not fugit, save very rarely, and even then there was sure to be more tempest afterward. He had unlimited time for friendliness and politeness. In his friendliness he was prone to those professions of love which to the Anglo-Saxon mind savor of hypocrisy. In his politeness he was inclined toward phraseology that suggested figurative language. Yet if this were hypocrisy, it was tempered with self-deception, and the phraseology was intended frankly as figurative language. If he sometimes lacked veracity, it was because his code of etiquette called not for the truth, but for some statement that would give more satisfaction than the truth. Seldom speaking beyond the immediate present, he apparently did not reflect that an ultimate discovery of reality might bring disappointment greater than the original satisfaction. One encounters this mental habit everywhere in Latin America. If one inquires of a fellow passenger whether he is nearing his destination, he invariably is assured that he is, although a half-day's journey may confront him. If one asks a hotel servant whether laundry may be washed before tomorrow night, he invariably learns that it may be, although the servant knows perfectly well that the laundress will not call until the day after tomorrow. In Guaymas, our first stopping place, the General was to meet us in the plaza at 3 o'clock to take us to visit his uncle. At about 5 we bumped into him accidentally upon the street. "Amigos!" he cried delightedly, enfolding each of us in a Latin embrace. "So glad I am to see you. I wish to take you to visit my uncle." "You were going to do that at 3." "So I was. I was on my way to the plaza, but I met a friend, and we had 2 or 3 drinks of tequila, and I forgot all about it." He spoke not in apology. He merely offered what he considered a satisfactory explanation. To him, as to most Mexicans, an engagement was merely a tentative agreement, to prove binding only in the event that neither party forget it, or happen to be doing something else at the appointed hour. He was delightfully free from any troublesome sense of obligation. While an Anglo-Saxon would rise each morning, taking mental inventory of the many things to be done during the next 16 hours, the Mexican solved life's problems by merely reflecting, "Here's another pleasant day." Having met us upon the street, the General promptly forgot the date he had made with someone else, and took us to call upon his uncle. His uncle was not at home. 3. The Mexican is by nature impractical. When he makes a promise, he usually means it. Afterwards he discovers that he's promised something which he cannot fulfill. "Tonight," said the General, "I shall arrange a dance in your honor." And this time he did meet us at the appointed hour, or soon thereafter. He had with him the musicians, 2 barefooted peons with mandolin and guitar, and we started again for his uncle's residence. Everything was ready for the dance except that the uncle had not been informed that he was to be the host, or that any such affair was to transpire. The General, however, was determined that we should have a good time. We were duly presented to a middle-class family of a dozen or more individuals, all eager to be friendly, but all a trifle embarrassed. The musicians played some dance that had long since faded from popularity north of the border. It was either Smiles or Hindustan, which are still the rage in Mexico, and the General made the rounds in search of a partner. In turn he offered his arm to each of his cousins, 3 rather shy little olive-faced girls of 13, 14, and 15, while each in turn pleaded, "I don't know how to dance. I wish I did." He finally discovered a stout, middle-aged lady who professed some slight knowledge of terpsichore, and marched with her thrice about the room, as is the fashion in Latin America. Then he seized her manfully and sped away in a 2-step. The lady, taken seemingly by surprise, did not move, and the little General came to a sliding stop. Still determined, he recovered his balance and sped away in the other direction with the same result. There was then a discussion as to whether this were a waltz or not. That question being settled by the musicians, who said it was a polka, both parties danced in the same direction until they had made a couple of flying rounds, when they stopped, and the General offered his partner to me. It was somewhat reminiscent of putting out the ash barrels on Monday morning, but the lady was willing, and for the next 3 hours Eustace and I and the General took turns whirling her over the adobe floor. "A little excitement like that," said the General, as we finally took our departure, "breaks the monotony of life." 4. As I came to know the Mexicans better, I discovered that such an evening, although it impressed a Gringo as a trifle boresome, was quite an event in middle-class Mexican existence. The Latin American had an amazing knack of not being bored. This, too, was a product of his mental habit of living wholly in the present. He never suffered from the Anglo-Saxon sense of a waste of time. He was never afflicted with reflections about countless other ways of spending his evening. He could sit every night in the same plaza, looking at the same faces. He could meet the same friends day after day, and be just as pleased to see them, and ask them the same questions about their many relatives, and part with the same elaborate courtesies. He could listen hour after hour with the same enjoyment to the same pieces of music that the village band had played for the past 10 years. And he could talk with the same neighbors about exactly the same things again and again, and never lose his enthusiasm either as speaker or listener. After supper, at the hotels along the way, proprietor and guests would bring their chairs to the sidewalk, where they could see the passers-by, and would remain there for hours, chatting with tremendous zest about nothing at all. Inconsequential remarks, which Americans of equal intelligence might consider unworthy either of utterance or audience, would be offered for popular consideration with emphatic statement, and received almost with applause. I recall the declaration of a young Senorita to the effect that she considered a bath very refreshing. This bit of wisdom, which elsewhere in the world might have been accepted as trite and obvious, brought every member of the circle into enthusiastic agreement. It was quite as though she had advanced a startling new theory, which had long been hovering vaguely in the minds of the others, but which they now heard propounded for the first time. It stimulated cries of "Yes, indeed," or "You have spoken most truly," and the discussion lasted for half an hour. With Mexican kindliness, they always included me in the conversation, although I spoke their language abominably. Had a foreigner murdered English as I murdered Spanish, I should not have had the patience to listen to him. Yet they listened avidly, knitting their brows sometimes in their effort to guess the meaning. If they smiled, their smiles were kindly. They were pleased that the foreigner should try to learn their language. If they disliked Americans in general, they were quickly ready to like any individual American who would meet them halfway. And the moment he showed a willingness to adopt their own elaborate courtesy, they described him as muy simpático, an expression that means infinitely more than our nearest equivalent of very sympathetic, and hailed him as a paisano, fellow countryman, and they would promise him anything. 5. If at first impression the elaborate Spanish politeness seems boresome, it gradually seeps its way into the soul of the average visitor so insidiously that within 2 weeks he finds himself resenting the rudeness of Americans more recently arrived than himself. I met one on the train that took me out of Guaymas. He was trying to tell the conductor that this passenger coach would have been condemned long ago in the good old USA. Since the official did not understand English, even when shouted, the newcomer was growing a trifle peeved. He turned disgustedly to Eustace and myself. "Damn these spigs, anyway! How do they expect anybody to come down here and do business with them when they can't talk like other people?" He seemed out of place in Mexico. He belonged essentially to the smoking compartment of an American Pullman, where his counterpart can invariably be found with thumbs beneath suspender straps, telling the world about the big deals which his type seems always to have just pulled off between trains in Detroit. In Mexico he admitted failure. He was selling soap, the best grade of pure white bath soap on the market. But buyers were too ignorant to converse with him in his language, and they showed a ridiculous inclination to purchase the brilliant scarlet soaps turned out by a German firm that catered to the native love of bright color. "If I'd known what they were like," he said, speaking loudly, "I'd have laid in a side line of perfume and bug powder." We suggested that some of the passengers might understand English. "What the hell do I care? Let 'em hear it. It'll do 'em good. Let the dirty greasers know what we Americans think of 'em. Say, I'm glad I met you fellows. I've been lonesome for somebody from God's country." He attached himself to us and stuck like a leech. At Culiacan, where we stopped over for a day, he made the discovery that whiskey was the same in Spanish as in English. After imbibing freely in a little saloon kept by an elderly lady whose manners were those of royalty, he propped his feet on the table and expectorated with impressive accuracy at a picture of the Madonna that hung on the wall. We dragged him out and led him toward the hotel. "What do I care about her?" he growled. "Damn Spig! Let her call a policeman. I'll lick 10 Mexican policemen." At the hotel, after we had persuaded him not to hit the general, he favored our friend with another discourse on the relative prowess of Americans and greasers. "Any time we get good and ready, we'll come down here and take this rotten republic and make a decent place out of it. We'll clean up your Spig army in 2 weeks. All you guys can do is knife people in the back. When you have a war, you point your rifles around the corner of a building and pull the trigger without looking where you shoot. Any good Yank can lick 10 of you, 10 of you, with one arm tied behind his back." The general's face darkened. I watched him, rather hoping that the slender little Mexican would proceed to mop up the floor with the valiant soap salesman. Beneath his politeness, I knew there was a sensitive, proud nature, quick to resent an insult. Yet so ingrained were his traditions of courtesy that, even while a tigerish gleam in his eye betrayed his wrath, he merely smiled. "The Senor," he said, "is feeling very lively tonight." 6. As he walked away, we feared that he had no further use for Gringos, but on the following morning, as we sat in the plaza, the general came up to embrace us with more than his usual ardor. He was feeling very lively himself. He announced that he had been up all night, and that he was now ready to wander over to the shady side of town to call upon a few of the girls. When we suggested that it was too early in the day, and advocated rest rather than recreation, he was agreeable, as always. He was even tractable. He would allow us to lead him back to the hotel. At the door he would embrace us again, promising to go straight to bed. 15 minutes later he would come strolling up to us in the plaza, falling upon our necks as though it were our first meeting, and repeating his suggestion about calling upon the girls. "How about your fiancée in Mazatlan?" Eustace inquired. He shrugged his shoulders. "But she is in Mazatlan, and I am in Culiacan." "Don't you love her?" "Love her? Ah, Senor, who would not love her? So good, so pure, so true, so beautiful, so like an angel in heaven. For 2 whole years I have dreamed of her, throughout the 2 years that I was vilista in Chihuahua. Listen, Senor. 2 years ago I left Mazatlan. She promised that she would marry me. But I was penniless, Senor, and in Mexico the man must buy his bride's trousseau. I was mechanic, and I went to Sonora to work in the mines. I was in the village of San Pedro when the villistas came through. Some youths from the town fired upon the rear guard, killing Villa's cousin. And Villa ordered that every man in San Pedro should die in punishment. They herded me with the others in the public square, and took us out, 20 at a time, to the church wall, where our youths were slaughtered with pistol and machine gun. But they spared me, for I was mechanic, and Villa had use for mechanic. Of course I became villista. Who, Senor, would not? And I fought Carranza with the others. Why not? Who was Carranza but a general more fortunate than Villa, who captured Mexico City and made himself president? I fought with Villa all through Chihuahua. Yes, I helped to fire upon Columbus in your own New Mexico, but I liked Americans, and I fired in the air. I would have come home, but I had no money for the journey. There came a day when we took Juarez. I was lieutenant then. I captured a building with my men. It was gambling house. There was gold upon the tables, and I filled my pockets. Why not, Senor? Someone else would have taken it. I ran away from the villistas. I rode 400 miles. 400 miles, Senor. through the mountains and across the Yaqui desert." Unconsciously he struck a dramatic pose. "Would I have done that, Senor, if I did not love the girl?" Then he climbed into a coach and rode away toward a questionable destination with a gay little wave of his hand. 7. I was inclined to doubt the General's story. He was manifestly a poseur. He possessed, among other qualities, an inordinate desire to attract attention. He knew, for instance, that he was handsome, and would spend hours combing his dark hair or powdering his face. He loved to be stared at by the young girls in the plaza. He basked in admiration and reveled in adulation or flattery. His vanity manifested itself also in a desire to be photographed. If I wished to snap a landscape or a street scene, Eustace had almost to hold him, lest he arrange himself artistically in the immediate foreground. Upon his return from the red light district that morning, he announced that he had promised its inmates to bring us there with our camera for a group picture. He led us to the outskirts of town, to a region where several slatternly brown females sat upon the curb in negligee, smoking cheap cigars, and introduced us in a speech which seemed more elaborate than such an informal occasion required. The ladies, surprised as Mexicans always are when some one keeps an agreement, begged that we wait while they beautified themselves, and we waited for over an hour. They appeared eventually in silk finery, with an eighth of an inch of powder laid upon a facial coating of glycerin. Then ensued the difficulties that confront every photographer in Latin America. They protested against venturing into the sunlight. Sunlight would ruin the complexion. When, in response to explanations, they did step out from the shade, they kept raising their hands to shelter their faces. And finally, when we had them properly grouped with the General in the center, some one exclaimed that she must be holding her doll, and while she searched for the doll, the group broke up and scurried out of the sunlight. At length, the picture being taken, they all clamored to see it at once. To my statement that it had to be developed by a photographer, they listened with suspicion. Their familiarity with the itinerant tintype man had bred a distrust of my slow methods. Yet they, with the politeness that extends in Latin America even to the underworld, did not voice the suspicion. And when, in the afternoon, we returned with what we considered an excellent picture, they rushed excitedly to view it. There was a disappointed silence. They did not intend to be rude, but their grief escaped them. "I'm not smiling." "My face came out dark." My camera, being a Gringo camera, had insulted them by its blunt frankness. But they tried to conceal their disappointment. They thanked us profusely, and they carried away the film to destroy it as soon as our backs were turned. "You were very foolish," said the General afterwards. "You did not have to take a real picture. You should have pointed the camera and clicked something else. It would have pleased them." 8. Strangely enough, the more hypocrisy one discovered in the little General, the more one liked him. It was a hypocrisy leavened by kindliness and humor. And to him, as to other Latin Americans, it was not hypocrisy at all, for his was a code of life wherein our Anglo-Saxon standards were completely inverted. Each race has developed its own ideas as to what is important in human conduct. The Anglo-Saxon, being by nature blunt and frank, regards truth as a supreme virtue. When he discovers something wrong, he sets about correcting it. The Latin American, being by nature suave and courteous, regards truth as an irritating and offensive bad habit. When he discovers something wrong, he politely ignores it. From our viewpoint, the Latin American appears shallow and superficial. He lives a life of pretense, completely satisfied so long as outward effect is properly maintained. He lies cheerfully and gracefully as a matter of good form. He offers one short change with a knightly gesture. If reminded gently that he has made an error in his count, he is extremely grateful for the correction. If informed that he has cheated, he becomes highly indignant that his honor has been so rudely questioned. He wears handsome clothes and shabby underwear. He usually lets the tailor wait indefinitely for payment, and when pressed to settle a bill, he says with impressive dignity, "Because you insult me in your implication that I am not to be trusted, I shall not pay you for another month." He is inordinately fond of parading himself in public. He deliberately caters to theatrical taste. He is by nature no more impulsive than an Anglo-Saxon, but upon the right occasion, since it attracts attention and distinguishes him as a temperamental creature, he indulges in great emotion. He makes a wild demonstration of enthusiasm over friends. He affects much grief over the death of his mother-in-law. He grows furious at times, but usually in the absence of the enemy, in the presence of an enemy whom he believes he can lick, or under the influence of alcohol. He is courageous enough, frequently to a point of recklessness which the Anglo-Saxon seldom equals, but usually when he believes the object worth the risk, or when vanity overcomes his judgment, to lure him into a dramatic scene before an admiring audience. He understands the shallow pretenses of his fellows, but he accepts them as real, just as they accept his. He professes unlimited faith and confidence in their loyalty and integrity, although he suspects that they can be trusted only so long as it is to their advantage. He knows them to be, like himself, indolent, undependable, and potentially dishonest, yet he makes eloquent speeches to them, extolling their energy, reliability, and general uprightness. By a process of self-hypnotism, he convinces himself momentarily that he means these lavish professions. When they respond with similar praises of his own worth, he glows all over with a very much gratified self-satisfaction. Generalizations of this sort, I admit, are always unjust. Out of the mass of the Latin American population stand many splendid individuals to whom this character analysis does not apply. Even in the mass, the various characteristics are subject to variation from country to country. But on the whole, from an Anglo-Saxon viewpoint, these people appear idealists in speech and materialists in action. One hand counts the rosary while the other scratches fleas. Judged by the Anglo-Saxon, they have few real virtues, yet one must remember that each race has its own standards, created out of an unconscious desire to glorify itself by worshipping as virtues the qualities which it happens to possess. Judged by their own standards, their vices are virtues and our virtues are vices. It is the Latin American's many faults that make him likable. His own defects, which he understands but refuses to admit, have made him extremely tolerant toward the defects of others. Being supersensitive, he is considerate of a stranger's feelings. Loving flattery, he is lavish in its bestowal. Being vain, he is eager to make a good impression, and frequently proves generous and hospitable. Being indolent, he has infinite leisure for entertainment. At all times he is friendly, agreeable, and courteous. Today, several years after my first visit to Mexico, when I have lived among the natives of 26 different lands and met travelers from many others, there is no people whose company I have enjoyed more than that of the Latin Americans, and no one individual who proved a more pleasant companion than the little Mexican general. 9. He was still with us when Eustace and I set out upon the last stage of our railway journey to Mazatlan. So, incidentally, was the soap salesman. The train brought us to the end of the long stretch of desert that extended from Sonora far down into Sinaloa. An occasional palm tree rose among the cactus. Adobe huts gave way to structures of cane and thatch. A delicious balminess in the air heralded the approach of the tropics. A tang of salt came from the Pacific breezes, and the sea itself loomed presently before us, a glorious blue beneath a cloudless sky. The little general leaned from the window, his eyes shining. "Home, home at last, senores!" Then the eyes darkened with a somber melancholy that came at times into their depths. I suspected, as often I had suspected, that he was playing his dramatic role to gain our sympathy. "You are worrying about the authorities?" I asked. But he spoke without effort at effect. "There is danger. I have informed them of my coming, but I can prove that Villa took me prisoner, that I could not help myself." "The girl will be waiting for you, of course?" "I've not informed her. It will be a surprise." "Such a surprise, Senores!" He did not know that she had already married a rival. He never did know. Somewhere at the edge of the desert the train stopped, and a party of Federal soldiers came aboard. A Carranzista officer walked quickly up the aisle, scanning the faces of the passengers. Before the little general he paused. "Ramon Vasquez!" "Si, senor." "Come with me." The general rose. He was strangely calm. He seemed suddenly to have gained in stature. There was a quiet pride in his bearing, a poise, a distinction. He shook hands with each of us, even with the American who had insulted him. "There is an army post here, Senores. I had hoped to go home tonight to see the girl, but it is better perhaps that the investigation come first. Remember, Senores, in Mazatlan, my house is your house." 10. There was no investigation. The soldiers cast a noose about his neck and threw the other end over the limb of a tree. A horseman made it fast to his saddle. For the moment, so unbelievable was the proceeding, I was stunned. Then, my heart pounding as though the noose were about my own neck, I hurried with Eustace to the scene, protesting. The general smiled at us. "You are good friends," he said. "I am grateful. But you cannot help me, and you may invite trouble for yourselves. If in Mazatlan you should meet the Senorita," and he whispered her name reverently, "please to tell her that I would have come. Good-bye, my friends." He glanced toward the car window, where the other American stared with blanched face, and he laughed. Then, with characteristic vanity, he stroked back the hair from his forehead. "If anyone shoots," he said, "please do not shoot at the face." The horseman dug his spurs into the beast, and the rope tightened. The tree was not high enough. The little general reached earthward with his toes, barely touching the ground with them, balancing there in an instinctive effort to preserve life, even for a moment. The officer gave an order. The men unslung their rifles and fired a scattering volley. 11. As the smoke cleared away, the train crawled slowly onward toward Mazatlan. For a long time no one spoke. When Eustace finally broke the silence, it was in a futile effort to turn our minds to another subject. "We'll get there just in time to catch the boat south." The soap salesman came out of his reverie with a start. "I don't know as I'll go south. I think I'll catch a boat north to Frisco. You can't do business with these Mexicans." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Those Dark-Eyed Senoritas. 1. It was evening when the train brought Eustace and myself into Mazatlan. Since the fortnightly steamer was scheduled to sail for the south at 8 o'clock, we leaped into a cab and ordered the cochero to drive like fury. He whipped up his slumbering nags, and we rattled toward the wharf, through conventional narrow streets lined with the traditional fortress-like houses of Latin America. But although it may have been the effect of the tropical climate, it seemed that each balcony or window was occupied by a senorita infinitely more attractive than any that had occupied the same sort of balcony or window, in the same sort of dwellings, in any of the previous cities. "Whoa!" called Eustace. "In the interest of journalism, let's have a longer look at this town." But before the interests of journalism were fully satisfied, the steamer whistled from the harbor, and our cochero whipped up his horses again. On we rattled until we came to the plaza. It was an unusually attractive plaza. There were royal poincianas, tinkling fountains, and— "Whoa!" called Eustace. "In the The plaza also appeared to be inhabited by what evidently was the most abundant product of Mazatlan. But the steamer whistled again, and the whip crackled, and we careened wildly around sharp corners to the harbor. It was a delightful harbor. A semicircle of driveway bordered it, a driveway lined with graceful cocoa palms that whispered softly in the gentle breeze. A newly risen moon peeped through their fronds and sparkled along the wide expanse of sea, tipping each wave with a streak of silver as the swells rolled in from the Pacific to shatter themselves in gleaming spray against the rocks before us. From the thatched cottages of the fisherfolk across the bay there drifted to us the tinkle of a guitar, and from the city behind us sounded the chimes of a cathedral clock. It was striking 8, the hour our steamer was to sail. "Hurrah!" we shouted. "We've missed it!" 2. We had just acquired the mental attitude requisite to appreciation of Mexico, a state of unworried and unhurried tranquillity such as enables the Mexican himself to sit all day on the plaza bench, enjoying the balmy southern breezes, smoking innumerable cigarettes, discussing nothing in particular, watching the other idlers, and admiring the beauties, both animate and inanimate, of the whole pleasant scene. Mazatlan had been designed for people with such a mental attitude. The climate was balmy, the whole city was quaintly Mexican. There was not a tourist sight in town. There was, in short, nothing to do except to sit in the plaza, such a plaza as might be found in any other Mexican city, a little square park with a music kiosk in the center, surrounded by palms and ferns and shaded walks, and with an aged white cathedral for its background. Sitting there, one saw the entire population pass in review, for, as elsewhere in Mexico, the plaza was at once a club, a meeting place, a music hall, a playground, and even a marriage market. 3. On my first morning, fortunately a Sunday morning, while I still retained a slight vestige of Anglo-Saxon energy, I was there at daybreak, determined to observe minutely what transpired. At 6:30 the only other occupants of the benches were several ragged beggars. At 7 the Mazatlan street cleaning department, both members barefoot, appeared upon the scene, dragging a long hose, whereupon the beggars cautiously adjourned to the steps of the municipal building. At 7:29 the first boot-black stopped to point accusingly at my shoes. No sooner had he polished them than a dozen other boot-blacks stopped to point at them, evidently presuming that shoe polish acted like alcohol, and that I would now suffer from an insatiable craving for more. At 7:30 I discovered that wiggling a finger, the Latin American gesture for no, required less energy than shaking the head. At 7:47 the first excitement. A policeman's whistle screamed an alarm. The policeman was chasing a small and very ragged urchin diagonally across the park. The urchin appeared to be gaining, but just as they reached the corner, out popped another policeman, also tooting his whistle, and both pursued the youth up the north side of the square until joined by a third officer, similarly shrilling the alarm. They disappeared around the cathedral, and the plaza idlers settled back into their seats. Popular sentiment seemed to be with the urchin. At 7:48 a party of dogs invaded the plaza fountain to enjoy a bath. At 7:49 a party of peons drove the dogs out of the fountain to enjoy a drink. At 7:50 the ragged urchin reappeared, having doubled around the cathedral. There were now 6 cops in pursuit, still tooting their whistles. Pursued and pursuers ran diagonally back across the plaza. At the southeast corner a 7th policeman dived out from behind a rubbish can and effected the capture. All marched away with a dignity that emphasized the majesty of the law. The plaza idlers settled back again. No one inquired the wherefore of the chase. All seemed sufficiently pleased that there had been such diversion. At 8 the cathedral bells rang, not solemnly as though an invitation to Mass, but rapidly and aggressively commanding attendance. At 8:01 two middle-aged male peons entered the church. They wore their shirts outside the pants, in Indian fashion, and were unconcernedly holding hands like a pair of children. At 8:35, more excitement. Policemen's whistles were tooting again. This time a pig had invaded the plaza. Evidently pigs were not allowed there, except when muzzled and on leash. 6 policemen, assisted by a full corps of bootblacks, chased the snorting little porker round palm trees and through the flower beds. At 8:37 the policemen formed an escort, and marched away again, still with dignity and majesty, escorting the latest captive to the police barracks. At 9 o'clock the cathedral bell resumed its unhallowed racket. At 9:08 Carmen Rosa Maria de la Concepcion Purissima Rodriguez, who lived upstairs opposite the plaza, commenced her piano lesson, playing those rippling little Spanish melodies with occasional pauses, while she searched for the bass note. At 9:09 I decided to stroll to the other side of the park. At 9:10 I found Eustace sitting on a bench with a distinguished-looking middle-aged American, who I hoped would gratify my ideas of romance by proving an absconded bank cashier. But he was introduced as a mining man by the name of Werner. He was eating oranges and tossing the peels into the shrubbery, meanwhile bowing to the celebrities who passed. "Here comes General Como se llama, the worst cutthroat in Mexico. Hello, General. Muy buenos dias. How are you?" At 9:11 a second general passed in a uniform which he had designed himself, sky blue cap, bright red coat, and green trousers, all embellished with gold braid. He was 5 feet high and 4 feet wide. "They use him for dress parade," said Werner. At 9:12 a third general passed, marching through the street, followed by 8 soldiers. At 9:49 the first pretty Senoritas, on their way to Mass with a forbidding-looking mother, stopped to rest on the bench opposite. The girls wore the latest Parisian modes, but Mother still clung to the old-fashioned rebozo, or shawl. Each wore a little black lace mantilla pinned to the hair. One girl noted that we were looking at her, and her eyes twinkled appreciatively. She whispered to the other girl, and both smiled. At 9:51, after an accusing glance from Mother, we decided to stroll round the plaza. "They'll consider it an insult," said Werner. "They expect you to stay here and talk together about how lovely they are, just loud enough for them to hear it." At 10:26 the musicians gathered for their Sunday morning concert. Having tuned up, they continued to blow and toot, indulging the Mexicans' love of noise. Half of them were unshod. All were brown. None looked like accomplished artists. I dreaded the racket they'd make when all tooted at once. At 10:30 they played the most beautiful band music I had ever heard. At 10:52 society emerged from the cathedral. Barefoot peons withdrew from the plaza to make room for the aristocrats. At 11 the beggars became active. The blind men closed their eyes, and the cripples started to flop. They wriggled from bench to bench. They suffered themselves to be led by little children. They crawled in snake-like twists and propelled themselves in frog-like jumps. They hobbled upon crutches. They stumped upon legless knees. They turned over on their backs and squirmed upside down. At each bench they would whine in plaintive voice, "A little penny for the sake of God, senores." The Mexicans liked this. They regarded beggars as an institution that enabled them to gratify personal vanity by giving alms. It did not cost much, and they regarded curse or blessing with superstitious respect. So the procession hopped and flopped and squirmed, and for God's sake unmolested all around the park. At 11:10 the promenade was in full swing. The elders kept a watchful eye on their daughters from the benches. The youths draped themselves gracefully on their canes along the outer walk. The girls, in merry groups of 2s and 3s and 4s, arm in arm, swung past on exhibition, dainty little creatures, fairly radiating sweetness and modesty, yet keenly aware of the masculine admiration they aroused, quick to notice if a youth's gaze lingered, ready to exchange opinions in whispered conference, ready even to respond with a brief flash of eyes, supremely self-assured, yet never bold. From childhood they had paraded this plaza, accustoming themselves to the sensation of being an exhibition. They liked to be looked at. It brought a flush to their cheeks and a luster to their dark eyes. This was their only opportunity, in an existence of semi-seclusion, to see and to be seen. There were stolid-looking maids in the procession, carrying babies all done up in silks and laces. There were little girls of 10 and 12, already practising coquetry. And there were innumerable maidens of 15 and 20, suitable for marriage, and watching the circle of young men for an indication that today's parade had awakened the divine fire. At 11:20 the first youth fell. He detached himself from the onlookers, and, accompanied by a companion who carefully showed his neutrality by a superior nonchalance of manner, followed one of the damsels around and around the square, affecting a melting expression of countenance, and beseeching her with melancholy eyes for a backward glance. The girl's companions nudged her and giggled. The girl herself pretended to be unaware that she was followed, but the flush heightened in her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled. At 11:59 the families reassembled and moved homeward, each a parade by itself. The enamored youth gazed in the proper affectation of despair after his departing maiden, and gave an imitation of a candle that has been extinguished. At 12 Werner announced that the bench slats had stamped him with an accordion-pleated design, and left us. At 12:01 two surviving Senoritas, the two of the 9:49 episode, stopped at our bench and seated themselves coyly at the far end. At 12:02 a boy sold us 3 bags of peanuts for a nickel. At 12:04, not knowing what to do with the 3rd bag of peanuts, I offered it to the Senoritas, and was rewarded with a gracias, which could not have been sweeter had the offering been a 5-pound upholstered box of the most expensive chocolates. At 12:05 the observations inscribed in my now faded notebook during those first vestiges of Anglo-Saxon energy appeared for some reason to have ceased. 4. As I recall that first conversation with Herminia and Lolita, it ran somewhat as follows. Were we from the United States? Aye, what a wonderful country must be the United States! How they would love to go to a land where women enjoyed such freedom! And American men respected women more than did the Mexicans. But how long were we remaining in Mazatlan? Oh, so short a time! Why did we not stay longer? Did we not think Mexican girls as attractive as American girls? Aye, but we were very polite to say such nice things. Still, did we not have wives at home? Not even sweethearts? No? Then why should one be in such haste to leave Mazatlans? Ay, Dios! The cathedral clock was striking 12:30, and their family would scold them for lingering so long. But they came to the plaza every evening at 8. Yes, always at 8. Adios! And again, muchas gracias for the peanuts. 5. The plaza became a very definite habit to Eustace and myself. At home we could never have loitered day after day in a park, doing nothing, but in Mexico one could. The other idlers were always interesting. Some amusing little incident was always happening, yet nothing ever seemed to disturb the prevailing restful calm. Herminia and Lolita were always there at 8. They were slender little girls, with the delicately molded features and the immense dark eyes characteristic of their race. They were adept, too, in the use of those eyes, as all Spanish girls are adept, yet if, to a casual observer, they appeared flirtatious, they proved upon further acquaintance, as all Spanish girls prove, to be quite the most shy and modest and altogether circumspect little misses to be found anywhere in the world. For some inexplicable reason, the Spanish senorita has been most inaccurately portrayed in our fiction and drama as a wild vampire, modeled after the operatic Carmen, until the average American pictures her as a fiery adventuress who lifts one shoulder higher than the other and curls her sensuous lips into a sinister smile destined to wreck the life of every passing bullfighter. In real life, the Mexican maiden, and one might include her sisters of Spanish ancestry, is, with all her mischievous smiling, the most timid, sedate, and well-behaved little miss that can be found anywhere. She lives at home in semi-seclusion. She never appears in public without a chaperon, except possibly to stroll with another maiden to the shops or the plaza. She is at all times guarded against the machinations of wicked males, who are always assumed to be predatory animals until they indicate very definitely that they intend marriage, and who are by no means to be trusted even then, and she never meets a man except where others are present, or when the window bars afford insulation for her virtue. In the more cosmopolitan centers, where the daughters of the wealthier families have been educated abroad, and where parents have adopted a foreign viewpoint, this close guardianship is often relaxed. But in the smaller city, like Mazatlan, the senorita is still the victim of a social system carefully designed to protect her against a race of men whose mind dwells almost exclusively on sex. The Mexican, even more than most of his brothers of Spanish ancestry, while he publicly extols women as the most exquisite handiwork of God, privately regards them as instruments exclusively for the gratification of natural instincts. Although he may talk eloquently of love, he is incapable of any infatuation which is not based primarily upon sex appeal. But since he is a jealous creature, and since he knows that his brothers, like himself, would take advantage of any opportunity for seduction, he demands that his wife be a model of unquestionable propriety. And the Mexican maiden, brought up to believe that her only aim in life is to attract a husband, smiles quite alluringly, and leads conversation to sentimental themes, yet remains most circumspect. In her smile there is a promise, but her family will see that the promise is not fulfilled until marriage. Even in love there is nothing genuinely impulsive about the Latin of either sex. He, originally, is motivated by the desire to possess something more attractive and exclusive than the females which can easily be found in Latin America, either in officially segregated districts or among the servant classes. She, originally, is motivated by a desire for home and children, a desire not unknown among the women of other countries, but far keener in lands where, despite the inroads of foreign custom, there is still but little amusement for women except the care of babies. Romance, in the beginning, is as carefully studied by the Latin as is his politeness and his every other quality. Once begun, since he is an adept at self-hypnotism, it may become a thing of tremendous emotion. Yet the courtship at all times follows an extremely formal course. The youth, charmed by a maiden's smile, and having made inquiries about her family, follows her home from the plaza night after night, and leans against the opposite wall to stare at her window, until she, finally captivated by his persistence, and having made inquiries about his family, allows him to coo at her through the bars. At length he makes a formal call, announces his intentions, and is duly accepted by her parents, who thereafter welcome him to the parlor, but seldom allow him alone with the daughter. It is the ideal system for these people. It may seem absurd to a Gringo, yet it is quite satisfactory to the Spanish American. The barriers that surround the girl prove to him that others have not been able to reach her. If they prevent him from learning her disposition, it does not particularly matter. He knows that she has been brought up with the idea of becoming an obedient wife. He does not expect intellectual stimulation from her companionship. He can see that she is beautiful and desirable, and if there has been an element of premeditation in the beginning of his courtship, his mental habit of dwelling almost exclusively upon sex will soon arouse a keen desire which the tantalizing window bars merely aggravate. Yet after marriage, children usually bring something akin to a higher love. The man may not remain faithful, but he will provide for his wife, and honor her, and accord her every respect. She, having accomplished her chief aim in life, will forget herself in her devotion to husband and offspring. She will grow fat and sloppy, and spend most of her time preparing daughters for their chief aim. But at all times, unlike the Carmen of fiction, she will be modest and reserved and faithful to a degree seldom found elsewhere in the world. If Herminia and Lolita gave us a longer flash of eyes than was customary, at 8 o'clock in the plaza, they were not adopting Carmen's tactics. They were merely two of many girls in a small city which, like most small cities, was equipped with comparatively few men to smile at. 6. At that time Eustace and I knew very little about Spanish custom. We looked upon our mild flirtation as a pleasant and instructive way of spending the evening while waiting for another boat. Herminia and Lolita would pass us 2 or 3 times, always with that promising flash of eyes and a murmured adios. Presently they would stop at a bench beyond and glance back. Thereupon we would rise, stroll round the park as we had seen Mexican youths do, and stop casually, as though by accident, at the girls' bench. And conversation, as I recall it, invariably ran somewhat as follows. "Ay, but one was surprised that to-night we came to their bench. After the way we had stared at Carmen Rosa Maria de la Concepcion Parisima Rodriguez, one expected that we might have gone to her bench. Ay, but both of them had seen. And Carmen Rosa Maria was the most beautiful girl in Mazatlan. No? No? Then who was? Ay, gracias, senores. So nice it was that we should say so. Did we really think so? Ay, but we were simpatico, muy simpatico, to say it." Then commenced the Spanish lesson. It seemed at times a trifle impractical, for it was usually limited to phrases conveying admiration of feminine charm. If the male Latin American revels in flattery, the female lives upon it, and these two senoritas were merely typical of most of their sisters in Mexico. A young man in their country was expected to spend the entire evening raving about their beauty. It mattered not how elaborate were his phraseology. He could expand his theme to a degree which would have brought any American flapper to her feet with the disgusted exclamation of, "How do you get that way? Do you think I'm a dumbbell?" Yet here it was not only accepted, but demanded. This, as any traveling Gringo soon discovers in Mexico, was the theme most interesting to a senorita. I suspected at times that I lacked the true grace of the Spanish cavalier. Since my command of the language was still somewhat limited, it was necessary to repeat the same phrases with tiresome regularity. I became aware of a foreboding, as we sat there beneath the cocoa palms, that if I recited those phrases once more, all the cocoanuts would drop on me. But when I suggested, as a change of entertainment, that we stroll over to a little café on the harbor front for ice cream, the senoritas were quite shocked. "Ay, but one was now in Mexico. It was not custom. People would talk. And was it true that in the United States the girls, nice girls, could do such things? One had heard so, but it sounded incredible. One had even heard that young people went away without chaperones to theaters or dances. And was this true? One had actually heard that there were petting parties. How delightfully wicked! Ay, what a wonderful place must be the United States! There was a pleasing simplicity about these little convent-sheltered maidens. If they craved flattery until it seemed a bit monotonous, one could at least pay it with veracity. And the plaza, although it was overpopulated with observers, was always pleasant. One had the illusion, particularly in the evening, that it was a theatre where one collaborated with the rest of the populace in enacting a polite comedy drama. The palms and ferns hung lifeless in the tropic calm, and the red hibiscus resembled paper flowers. The old cathedral transformed itself into a backdrop. The strains of the band came to one as from an orchestra hidden off stage. There was something unreal about the soft whispers and the rippling laughter of the other youths and maidens. And when, as the chimes announced the hour of 10, the Senoritas betook themselves homeward, with cheerful little calls of adios until tomorrow, I waited expectantly for a curtain to descend. One evening, after the girls had departed, Werner stopped at our bench. "Just thought I'd warn you," he said. "I know you don't mean any harm. There's something about this place that makes one lonesome for feminine company. But down here, unless you show very definitely that you intend marriage, they take it for granted you're up to monkey business. So just go easy, or you'll have their family jumping on your necks." We thanked him. It was timely advice. And when, on the following evening, the girls suggested that we meet the family, we agreed. It seemed advisable as an indication of the highly sanitary state of our consciences. Theirs was the usual one-story dwelling of solid masonry, characteristic of the country. A faded and crumbling plaster front concealed a pleasing, albeit conventional, interior. The living room was floored with cool tiling. The furnishings, except for a piano with yellowed keys and a marble-topped table littered with forbidding pictures of stout female ancestors, consisted mainly of stiff-backed chairs formally arranged in a row along each wall, yet the conventional effect was relieved somewhat by numerous white lace doilies on the seats, or by potted palms which gave the room the semblance of a garden. The family proved gracious, but not entertaining. Papa and Mamma assured us that the house was ours, as is customary when a stranger enters the Latin American home. Then, one by one, they brought forward their relatives and presented them: a daughter or two, several sons, a few cousins, nephews, or nieces, a flock of aunts, some assorted uncles or brothers-in-law, with their respective families, and, finally, Grandma. Having informed us in turn that they were our servants, they took seats until the walls were lined with them, and silence fell upon the gathering. Papa opened the conversation with a pleasant inquiry regarding the object of our visit to Mazatlan. "Ah, we were writers!" An admiring nod ran around the circle, finally reaching Grandma, where it stopped momentarily, until Uncle Somebody transmitted our answer through an ear-trumpet. Grandma seemed a trifle perplexed, as though she did not know just what writers might be, but she nodded politely. Thus the conversation proceeded, Papa acting as spokesman for the entire party, until, after the ordeal had continued for an hour or more, a servant entered with glasses of vermouth, and our reception closed in a toast proposed by Papa to the very distinguished guests who have honored our humble household tonight. Our necks seemed to be free from the likelihood of assault, for upon the following evening the girls announced that they had permission to stroll beyond the plaza, as far as the driveway that bordered the harbor. "Never have our parents permitted it with our own countrymen," they added. "Our people trust Americans more than themselves." To show our appreciation, we took the girls home each night, even though it involved another session, at which the family lined up around the wall to nod, while Papa conducted another tedious conversation. Yet, if we were occasionally bored, our 2 weeks passed rapidly. 7. Our steamer finally whistled from the harbor. We had already purchased our tickets, and were on our way to bid the Senoritas farewell, when Werner intercepted us, waving a newspaper. "Congratulations, boys! You've picked out mighty fine girls." Papa, it seems, had announced our engagement without consulting us. It was in the Daily Journal of Mazatlan. "Why, good heavens! Look here, Werner, we haven't said a word to them. We called at the house every night, and we walked along the Olas Altas with the permission of the family, but—" "Oh, you called at the house every night? "That's the worst thing you could have done, my boys. That's considered an avowal down here, especially since the town's full of marriageable daughters with scarcely any men in sight, and it's taken for granted, of course, that all Americans are millionaires. So you're engaged, all right. Now, what are you going to do about it?" "I can't think of any suggestions," said Eustace, "except that we run like the devil for that boat." Werner shook his head. "That means the girls are ruined for life. When a man breaks the engagement, it's assumed that he's learned the girl wasn't chaste, or that he succeeded himself and doesn't want her any more. No one else would marry them after that, and it's hell to be an old maid in Mexico." We were somewhat appalled. They were really very lovely little girls, but a Gringo couldn't pay compliments night after night for the next 50 years. And one thought, too, of Grandma and her ear trumpet, and a solemn circle of relatives, and a table littered with pictures of forbidding-visaged female ancestors. "There's one way out," said Werner. "Say good-bye to them as though you were going on a short business trip. From Manzanillo, wire me that you were shot by bandits. That'll clear the girls. Hurry now, or you'll miss another boat. And by the way, when you wire me that you're dead, don't sign your own names." 8. At 7:49 p.m., having recovered the last vestiges of my Anglo-Saxon energy, I drove with Eustace to the house and bade the family farewell. The girls appeared a trifle distressed, but not so much as we felt they ought to be. The family knew intuitively that we were fleeing, but with true Mexican politeness they accepted our explanations as though they believed. At 7:52 we leaped back into the cab and ordered the cochero to drive like fury. At 7:56 we passed the plaza, but paused not in the interests of journalism. At 8 o'clock we sailed out of Mazatlan's attractive harbor, where the moonlight sparkled along the wide expanse of sea, and the tinkle of a guitar came to us from the thatched cottages of the fisher folk, as though it were an accompaniment to the chimes of the old cathedral clock that we knew so well. 8 o'clock. Herminia and Lolita would be strolling in the plaza, where the strains of the band, as though from an orchestra off stage, blended with the ripple of the fountain, with the voices of youths and maidens and the whispering of the palm trees. At 8:01 Eustace discovered 3 peanuts in his pocket, and we solemnly dumped them overboard. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 In the Days of Carranza. 1. The steamer plowed southward through a dazzling blue sea to Manzanillo, the port of disembarkation for Mexico City. Despite its commercial importance, this is one of the several places on the Pacific coast where a traveler, upon leaving his ship, takes one hasty glance at the dirty black beach and the cluster of driftwood shacks, grasps his nose firmly between his thumb and forefinger, and makes a dash for the daily train that will carry him somewhere else. As soon as a boatman had rowed us ashore, Eustace and I hastened to the telegraph office and dispatched our message to Werner: "Foster and Eustace slain by bandits." Then we ran for the train. But although an excited crowd surrounded the station, there was no train in sight. "There will be none today," explained the agent. "Zamora stopped it just outside of town, wrecked it, and shot most of the passengers." 2. By sheer coincidence, our message to Werner had been seemingly confirmed. Following the news dispatch of this hold-up, which undoubtedly would reach Mazatlan, the notice of our murder would carry conviction. For the moment we were delighted. Then the agent added, "There may be no train for several weeks." And we found ourselves stranded in the filthiest hole in Mexico. Manzanillo streets were of thick sand, inadequately paved in spots with refuse or garbage, over which hovered millions of flies, and about which a host of black buzzards were picking and quarreling. The whole town was perched upon a narrow landspit between the murky bay and a still murkier lagoon, and backed by low hills whose scraggly jungle growth the tropic sun had burned to a crisp. A few buildings of wood or plaster rose to the majesty of a second story. The others were low and of ramshackle structure, their driftwood composition varied occasionally by patches of flattened tin that had once done service as standard oil cans. The roofs were mainly of thatch. Interior decoration, as glimpsed through doorless doorways, was limited to pages from the local equivalents of the Police Gazette. Over the whole unsightly place there hung an odor of rotted fish, emanating from neighboring lagoons, which had evaporated throughout the long dry season to nothing more than a crust of reddish scum. The principal virtue of the leading hotel, a wobbly two-story edifice operated by a Chinaman, was that it possessed enough odors of its own to neutralize the fishy breezes from the lagoon. The food was nauseous and the water poisonous. The natives of the town quenched their thirst at the stagnant jungle pools by rolling up a leaf into the semblance of a funnel, poking it through the inch of scum that covered the water, and drinking the fluid beneath with ecstatic sucks. Cautious foreigners were forced to patronize the hotel bar, where the beer ascended in temperature from lukewarm in the morning to some degree near boiling point in mid-afternoon. Determined to make the best of our indefinite residence, we looked about for amusement. There was always the beach. Its sand was black, and the rollers assumed the shade of molasses. The women of the town, since Mexican women are too modest to wear short-skirted bathing suits, always took their bath in a clumsy white linen gown, which reached to the ankles, but which, as soon as it was wet, became completely diaphanous. They were as dark usually as the beach, and the silhouette effect was highly educational. When the sights of the waterfront had received due attention, we retired to the lagoons to hunt alligators. In the larger pools, which had not completely evaporated, we could see the corrugated tails of the big caimans tracing a leisurely path across the surface, and occasionally, by making our way silently along the brush-grown shore, we could surprise a greenish-gray monster asleep on the mudflats. Our diminutive pistols seemed to have little effect on their tough hide. Our shots brought only a splash as the quarry plunged into the lagoon. A few bubbles would rise, and a muddy discoloration of the water would indicate that the alligator was safely embedded in the loamy bottom of the pool. We tried to lasso one of them with a loop of rope on the end of a pole, but the monster vanished, as usual, carrying with him the stoutest cord to be purchased in Manzanillo. From alligator hunting we turned to a study of natural history in general. The town and its environs offered plenty of material. One could scarcely walk the streets without shooting buzzards out of the way. Sooty black in color, with ashen-gray neck curved to suggest hunched shoulders, they hopped about with rocketing step, pouncing with hoggish squeals upon rotted carrion, and squabbling among themselves over its possession. One was tempted always to try the pistols on them, but they were protected by law, for without their services in disposing of the mess which Latin American servants are accustomed to toss from the kitchen window, cities like Manzanillo would be altogether uninhabitable. Of insects there was an infinite variety. We did not have to seek them; they sought us. One could not push through the jungle without being bitten by ants on the bushes. In the town itself, half the population seemed to find constant occupation in picking something out of the other half's hair. The peon women would form a small circle, back to back, and perform this friendly little operation with 100% efficiency. In the hotel room, the scratchy noise of cockroaches scrambling up and down the wall lulled us to sleep at night. Eustace, not content with this material for study, looked up snakes in a serious fashion. He had once earned his way through college by feeding the reptiles in a neighboring zoo, and had formed a strange affection for them. He maintained that they recognized him as a friend, and refused to bite. In Manzanillo he discovered a family of young serpents, squirmy green fellows which we could not identify, but which the natives regarded as extremely venomous, whereupon he brought a handful of them to our room and dumped his other possessions out of his suitcase to make a home for them. Later, when I absent-mindedly opened the same suitcase in search of cigars, and fled precipitately, our Chinese proprietor was greatly incensed because for days afterward the snakes would appear at the most unexpected moments in various parts of the establishment, to the terror of servants and guests. It not only worried his regular boarders, he said, but ruined trade at the bar. After a drink of hot beer, when a patron saw these things writhing across the counter, well, just yesterday the mayor himself had overturned a whole tray of glasses, smashed 2 chairs in his haste to reach the open air, and had not returned since. And the mayor was one of his best customers. 3. The bandit attack upon the train had occurred so close to the city that the Carranzista garrison threw up temporary barricades on the approaches to town. Instead of sallying forth to pursue the bandits, however, the soldiers contented themselves with a daily parade across the plaza, led by a wheezy band of 4 pieces, intended presumably to reassure the civilian population. The local commandante had suddenly assumed an air of great importance. He was a tall man, with broad but extremely thin shoulders, with a wasp-like waist, and with legs that tapered toward the ground until one marveled that he could maintain his equilibrium in a stiff breeze. As though to accentuate the top-heavy effect, he wore the largest brimmed sombrero in Mexico, a pair of mustachios that curled in several spiral twists, a flowing red necktie, 6 kilometers of cartridge belt, and a massive old rifle, while he clad his slender ankles in skin-tight Spanish trousers of a type seldom seen today except upon the stage. Seeing him alone, one felt that the rank of general was too little for him. Seeing him with his 20 valiant soldiers, one felt that the grade of corporal was too much. The first qualification for a Federal soldier in Mexico appears to be that he shall not exceed 4 feet in height. He comes invariably from the very lowest rank of society, which in Mexico is extremely low. He represents the poorest, and frequently the worst, specimen of humanity in the Republic. In the days of Carranza he was ununiformed, except in the capital, and usually barefoot. He was generally dirty and unshaven, and his principal occupation seemed to be that of lounging on street corners, insulting passing servant maids. No motive of patriotism had prompted his enlistment. In some cases he was a mere boy, attracted by the privilege of carrying a rifle. In others he was a peon, drafted against his will. In others he was some old devil who could earn a living in no other fashion. Having been issued his arms, he became a full-fledged soldier. No one drilled him. He was allowed to wear whatever clothes he already possessed, although a faded pair of overalls was considered especially de rigueur. Sometimes he received a peso a day, sometimes nothing. When I was in Mazatlán, a Federal paymaster, newly arrived with a satchel full of gold for the local garrison, was giving such an elaborate series of booze parties to his friends that one wondered how much the troops did receive. Such discipline as the soldiers possessed was due solely to fear of their particular commander. Under a strong man they made pretty fair soldiers. Under a weak man they were quite apt temporarily to turn bandits themselves. Every train in Mexico in those days was accompanied by a guard of them, but they seldom offered resistance in case of a hold-up. "Why should they?" said an old-timer in Manzanillo. "The bandits don't attack unless they outnumber the guard. The soldiers haven't much chance. If the bandits win, they make a lot of money. If the soldiers win, they get nothing. So they usually cut and run." "I suppose that's what they did when Zamora held up this train?" "No. According to reports, they pitched in and helped Zamora rob the passengers." Even though our commandante marched across the plaza each day behind his wheezy band, Manzanillo was expecting an attack, and there was considerable speculation as to what part the garrison would play. But the gunboat Guerrero, one half of the Mexican Navy, finally came down the coast from Guaymas and landed a force of sailors. Under their escort, a party of workmen marched out to the scene of the disaster, and we followed them. It was a jolly little picture. Pedro Zamora, the local bandito, had twisted the rails and removed a few ties at a point where the train came around a bend. All that remained of the cars was a mess of twisted iron and a pile of splintered boards. 1,000 ashen-gray buzzards were picking and quarreling about the wreckage. 1,000 more, sleek and content, roosted upon the surrounding hillsides. From the tangled debris the workmen extracted the few remaining bodies of the passengers, very nonchalantly and unconcernedly, as though this were an accustomed task, and heaped them into a gruesome pyramid. A few cans of oil, a match, a bonfire. The buzzards glared in silent indignation at this interruption of their holiday, and the workmen commenced the labor of reconstruction. 4. This was a common enough spectacle in those days to the residents of Mexico. For years the Republic had been in the throes of civil war, ever since the downfall of the great dictator Porfirio Diaz. Diaz had built up his country by encouraging the foreign capitalist and the foreign promoter. It had become one of the leading nations of the world. But Mexican pride had been wounded at the admission that foreigners were essential to Mexico's development and prosperity. Mexican jealousy had resented the fortunes which the foreigners were reaping. Mexico had risen to cast out Diaz, and no other man had proved capable of filling his place. Conditions had grown steadily worse until a dozen revolutionary leaders were squabbling for the presidency, each of them ruling a portion of the republic and claiming to rule the whole. In an effort to bring order out of chaos, the American government, under Wilson and Bryan, had recognized Venustiano Carranza as first chief. With American arms and ammunition, which proved even more useful than the American moral support, Carranza took Mexico City and elected himself president. In the estimation of most old-timers in the country, the American government might much better have recognized Pancho Villa or any other bandit. For Carranza, of all the contenders for power, was the leading exponent of the doctrine, Mexico for the Mexicans. His first move was to promulgate a new constitution, in many ways a splendid document, but one that gave every right to the workman and none to the capitalist. The foreigner promptly withdrew, and Mexico, in the hands of the Mexicans, enjoyed a complete economic collapse. Without employment, the peon everywhere turned to banditry as the only profitable occupation. Rebel leaders continued to dominate many sections of the Republic: Villa in Chihuahua, Pérez in the oil fields, Felix Diaz in Veracruz, Mesurio in Oaxaca, and others elsewhere. And even in the territory nominally under Carranza control, gentlemen like Pedro Zamora were popping up from time to spread a few rails, remove a few ties, pitch a railway train over a cliff, and provide another holiday for the buzzards. 5. Each evening in Manzanillo, when the beer had lost its midday warmth, 2 or 3 old-timers, stranded like ourselves, would gather at the bar to discuss conditions. The old-timer in Mexico is very much of a type. He is usually a quiet, unassuming man with grizzly gray hair and friendly blue eyes. He came from somewhere in the West or Middle West, so long ago that he has forgotten just when. He owns a mine that has ceased operation pending the arrival of better times. He is easy-going and fatalistic, a trifle careless about dress, blunt in manner, yet with a natural kindliness, slow of movement from long residence in the tropics, and very fond of talking about "these people," by which he means the Mexicans. During the last revolution, they took all his money away from him and smashed up his mine, but he still cherishes an affection for them. He is waiting hopefully for another Diaz to bring prosperity back to Mexico. He is a trifle reticent at first about talking. He is surprised that the itinerant writer regards him as an interesting character, but he is secretly very much pleased. Gradually he commences a yarn. It suggests another, and that one suggests another, until they follow in rapid succession. Quoth one, "I always used to carry a gun. Nowadays I'm afraid to. It's getting too dangerous. You can't tell who's a bandit. Someone comes riding up to you looking like any other peon, and just as he reaches you, his blanket slides off his shoulder, and you're looking into the muzzle of a six-shooter. Like as not, too, he's got some pal covering you from the brush. If you're armed, they're likely to make it a sure thing by shooting you first and robbing you afterward. So when I hit the interior nowadays, I just take a bottle of tequila. When I meet a bandit, I show him I haven't anything worth taking, and offer him a drink, and that ends it." Quoth another, a mining man from Durango, "You see, there's good bandits and bad bandits. Lots of 'em are chaps as can't make a living no other way, and some's just kids that think it's smart and do it because it's so easy. Take Trinidad down below Rosario. Just a youngster, but he's got the police buffaloed. Rides into town in broad daylight and covers the barber with a colt while he gets shaved. Shoots up a dance hall now and then, but don't do much real harm. Only trouble with Trini is that he likes women. He come down from the hills one day with 5 of his gang, going to Rosario for something or other, and on the way he's seen a 15-year-old girl, daughter of some rancher. Says he to the father, 'I'll stop tomorrow and take her along home with me.' Well, the father wasn't thrilled at having Trini for a son-in-law, especially so informal-like, so he sent to town for protection, and got a couple of dozen soldiers. They was all asleep in the shade next afternoon when Trini gallops up, swings the girl onto his saddle — most of these country kids think it's kind of romantic to be taken away like that — and off he goes with her. The soldiers chased him, of course, but he held them off on a mountain pass till dark and got away with her. That's the way things are these days. I'm still trying to run my mine up in Durango, and I'm paying taxes to Carranza for protection, but I have to pay 4 different bandits to leave me alone. Even then, I got to ship my ore unsmelted for 100 miles. If I sent out pure bullion, some other bandit would probably grab it." Quoth a third, "There's worse than Trini just north of here, up in Tepic. They were capturing people so often that a prominent banker up in Mazatlan was making a regular business of ransoning them. He went down one time with 5,000 pesos to buy another fellow's liberty, and the bandits grabbed him and held him until his friends sent down 5,000 pesos more. So anybody who gets caught now is out of luck. Those fellows have a nasty habit of cutting off your finger each week, and sending it up, all nicely preserved in a bottle of alcohol, so it can be recognized, with a little reminder that unless the cash comes pretty soon, they'll send the head." 6. So worthless were the Federal troops that many Americans whom I met during my trip professed a preference for bandits. One, operating a mine in Hidalgo, in a town that had never contained a Carranza garrison, had experienced no difficulty at all. Twice he had been visited by members of Pelea's gang, and on both occasions the rebels had paid for whatever they took from the company's stores. When the governor of Hidalgo announced that he was sending troops to guard the mine, for which courtesy the mining company was supposed to pay, the American protested that he needed no troops. The soldiers were sent, despite the protest. On the night of their arrival, the company's stores were looted by bandits. While I was in Manzanillo, thieves raided the ranch of Tom Johnson, an American living a few miles south of the port. Among other plunder, they took away 5 mules. A few days later, a Carranzista lieutenant rode up to the ranch house with the animals, announcing that he had recaptured them and demanding a reward. "Reward!" exclaimed Johnson. "Why, you're being paid by your government to recapture stolen property. I won't pay you a damn centavo." The lieutenant laughed. "Very well, senor," and he rode away, taking the mules with him. In recognizing Carranza, our State Department had merely created trouble for Americans living in the territory controlled by other leaders. Several weeks later, in Veracruz, I was to meet Dr. Charles D. Sturgis and his wife, who had been held prisoners for many months by Zapatistas in Chiapas. Dr. Sturgis, a retired dentist, had lived a quiet life for many years upon his farm in southern Mexico, practicing his profession gratis among the peons of his neighborhood. One day, a party of rebels kidnapped him and his wife and brought him to the bandit camp on the Rio de la Venta, where they set the doctor to work on the bandits' teeth, while Mrs. Sturgis was assigned to labor with the native women. Mrs. Sturgis' mother, who also had been kidnapped, died after a few weeks. Neither the doctor nor his wife were young or robust, yet Cali Mayor, the Zapatista chieftain, constantly added insult and injury to their toil and privation. "Why do you go out of your way to hurt us?" Mrs. Sturgis asked him. "Because your Gringo president has recognized my enemy," he answered. For months they remained prisoners. The chieftain used Mrs. Sturgis as a messenger to other bandits on missions which he considered unsafe for his own men, always holding her husband as hostage for her return. At last, when illness had rendered the doctor unfit for further work, they were released, with one horse for the two of them, and with only 5 tortillas as food for their journey of 60 miles through a tropical jungle. When, after 6 days, they reached their farm, they found that the Carranza government had declared them rebel sympathizers and had confiscated their property. Strange natives were gathering the crops they had sowed. Friends provided funds for their journey to Veracruz, where they were to embark for New Orleans. When I met the frail, gray-haired couple in the Veracruz consulate, they were on the verge of nervous breakdown. Yet, compared with some Americans, they were fortunate. Many of the stories one picked up at that time were unprintable, particularly those of young girls who fell into bandit hands. "We went up to Washington," said one old-timer, "with actual photographs of 2 American women after the rebels were through with them. And those fellows in the State Department just raised both hands and shook their heads and told us, 'But such things can't possibly be true.'" 7. Everywhere in those days Carrancista generals could be seen disporting themselves in the plaza. "If they get busy, couldn't they clean up the bandits?" I asked an old-timer in Manzanillo. "Quite likely, but that's hard work, and they don't really want to. If they licked all the bandits, the need for so many generals would cease. A general has a pretty good job, you know. Even though he doesn't get so much salary, he pads his expense account with fodder that the horses never smell, and his payroll with the names of several hundred soldiers that don't exist." He showed me the newspaper account of a battle wherein General Somebody or other, with a force of 4,000 men, had just defeated Villa in a bloody engagement. Now, I happened to see the general start on that campaign. He had only 200 men, and if my suspicion is correct, he never met Villa. It was a lot easier to sit down and write a telegram describing an imaginary victory. The president cited him for distinguished service, and he came home a hero. Carranza does the same thing. Instead of cleaning up the country, he just sends out reports telling the rest of the world that Mexico is now at perfect peace. 8. Eustace and I occupied our enforced sojourn at Manzanillo by writing up the many stories we had gleaned from the old-timers and mailing them home to newspaper editors. If the American government still insisted most stubbornly in giving Carranza a chance to make good, the American public was waking up. Newspapers were beginning to publish accounts of Mexican outrages upon American citizens and their property. The American press was commencing to expose the Carranza regime. So many were the stories coming up from Mexico that readers were prepared to believe anything. In fact, they were ready to believe too much, for the news contained in the message we had dispatched upon our arrival in Manzanillo, Foster and Eustace slain by bandits, when disseminated by the worthy Mr. Werner, traveled rapidly to the border and brought back to Manzanillo from a former associate of mine in Nogales a telegram inquiring about the details of our death. Eustace and I regarded the whole affair as a joke. We wrote my friend a joint letter explaining that we had merely been captured by Zamora and had made our escape from his camp, after having thrashed him and his fellow cutthroats with our bare fists. And when at length the railway resumed operation, and we could resume our journey to Mexico City, we rode away, blissfully ignorant of the future consequences of that absurd letter, rejoicing that Manzanillo was a horror of the past. Having attacked President Carranza consistently in all our newspaper articles, we were eager to visit his capital to learn whether he were really so bad as we had pictured him. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Mexican Capital, Part 1. 1. It was another 4 days' journey to Mexico City, a journey directly eastward and a trifle skyward. Mexico is a mountainous country, so loftily mountainous that one has only to travel upward to pass in turn through every variety of climate and every type of landscape. The road led from Manzanillo through the hot coastal plain, through palm land and swamp land, where sweating, semi-naked peons waded knee-deep in pools formed overnight by the first downpour of a tropic rainy season, to Colima, a conventional little city at the base of a snow-tipped volcano, into the highlands through tortuous defiles where the cane gave way to maize and the jungle growth to cactus, past tiny villages of adobe huts clustering about a huge white church that dwarfed the rugged gullies, into a climate of eternal spring, to Guadalajara, the second largest and most delightful city of the Republic, where orange trees were golden throughout the year, and beyond, to the wide expanses of Mexico's high plateau, to a land of vast, gloomy spaces and lonely grandeur, the grandeur of rolling yellow plains stretching to a distant horizon rimmed with jagged peaks, where at twilight the purple shadows crept upward toward an azure sky, to a country desolate and superb, and a trifle wintry. To the stay-at-home American, Mexico is only a sun-scorched desert. In reality, it is a land of everything, of sandy wastes, of rugged mountains, of rank tropical jungles, of temperate valleys, of lowlands bathed in moist tropic heat, of midlands where strawberries are always ripe, even of highlands swept eternally by chilling winds. Yet always there is some intangible spirit about it that makes it unmistakably Mexico, especially upon the bleak plateau. 2. The haunting melancholy of the high altitude seemed to have affected the natives. Below, on the coast, the poverty-stricken Indians had appeared contented and happy. On the tableland they were very solemn. A peon, marching behind his little burro, wore the same stolid, pack-animal expression as the beast himself. There was no animation in the faces. The greater part of the masculine population sat upon the station platforms, wrapped in blankets and meditation, waiting only for another day to pass. The women, more energetic than the men, still besieged the car windows, offering for sale the local products, not in the cheery manner of the lowland women, but hopelessly and mournfully, as though they expected that no one would buy. Unimaginative as the men-folks, they all sold the same article, whatever article some more energetic ancestor many years before had sold in their particular village. At Irapuato it was strawberries, at Celaya a species of fudge in tiny wooden boxes, at Querétaro opals from the neighboring mines, at San Juan del Rio lariats and ropes. They waited in a bedraggled group as the train pulled in. They all advanced toward the same window. When the first customer did not buy, they shrugged their shoulders and turned away. Gradually it would dawn upon them that there were other passengers, and they would drift out along the sides of the other cars, holding up their baskets in mute appeal. "It is pulque! exclaimed a Mexican fellow-passenger. "They are all sodden with it here. Que borrachos! What drunkards!" Pulque, the cheap liquor of the plateau, grows only in the highlands, and sours too quickly to be transported elsewhere. As we ascended toward the 7,500-foot altitude of the capital, fields of maguey, the source of the beverage, became more and more frequent until they lined the railway in long, even rows that covered the rolling plains to the distant mountain rim, each cactus resembling a huge blue artichoke, and adding another touch of color to the landscape. In blossoming, the plant sends up a tall stalk from which, if it be tapped, there flows a milky fluid locally known as aguamiel, or honey water, which ferments very rapidly. Within a few hours it becomes a mild intoxicant with a taste like that of sour buttermilk. Within a few hours more it becomes a murder-inspiring poison with a taste which the most profane of mortals could never adequately describe. In the fields, peons could be seen, each with a pigskin receptacle slung over his back, trotting from plant to plant, climbing upon the pulpy leaves of the big cactus as though he were some little bug crawling into a flower, bending over the central pool to suck the liquid into a hollow gourd and discharging it into the pigskin sack. When the bag was filled, he would trot away to the hacienda with it. A little stale pulque would start it fermenting. On the morrow, a series of early trains, the equivalent of the milk trains elsewhere, would carry it to all the neighboring cities to befuddle the population there. Drunkenness is extremely common in Mexico. Although pulque cannot be widely distributed, the Mexicans boil the lower leaves of their cactus and distill therefrom their mezcal and tequila, two fiery alcoholic stimulants condemned both by moralists and by connoisseurs of good liquor, which are responsible for most of the acts of violence which transpire in the Republic. Yet drunkenness is most prevalent in the highlands, for pulque, while comparatively mild, is the cheapest thing in Mexico, and one can buy a quart or two for a few pennies. On each station platform the men sat patiently, waiting while the women offered their wares. The old girl probably would not make a sale, but quien sabe? If she did, there would be more money for pulque. Already sodden with it, they wrapped their tattered blankets about them, and watched fatalistically inhabitants of the world's richest country, resigned to an empty life, oblivious to the charm of the most fascinating country on all the earth. For despite its gloom, I know of no country more fascinating than the Mexican plateau. In the clear mountain air, each picturesque detail of the vast landscape stood out distinctly. The peaked hat of a little Indian plodding solemnly behind his burro, a herd of cattle grazing leisurely upon the coarse bunch grass, mere brown specks against the yellow hills, a lonely white chapel with two slender towers and a massive dome, standing by itself without the suggestion of a possible worshipper within miles and miles. An infrequent hacienda, with a host of tiny laborer shacks grouped about a crumbling ranch house that once had been a palace. Yet the indefinable charm of the scene lay not in the details, but in the immensity of the canvas. Against the majestic sweep of the wasteland itself, the details appeared dwarfed and isolated. They gave one a feeling of utter loneliness, even of sadness, a strangely delicious sadness. A bleak, gloomy place was this plateau, yet many years hence, whenever one heard Mexico, one would think not of the desert or the jungle, but of these vast stretches of yellow wasteland and this horizon of purple mountains, and one would sense a haunting desire to see them again. 3. After 2 days upon that plateau, Mexico City was a shock. The train roared into a crowded station. Vociferous hotel runners burst into the car and fought up and down the aisles. Cajadores clamored outside the windows. Mexican friends met Mexican friends with loud cries of joy. All screamed noisily to make themselves heard above the din of klaxons from riotous streets outside. Some runner, having driven rivals away from Eustace and myself, handed our suitcases through the window to a waiting desperado, and we chased him frantically through the mob. Some chauffeur, having driven rivals away from the suitcases, packed them inside a taxi, shoved us in after them, and shot away at full speed the moment his assistant cranked the car, leaving the assistant to dodge aside and jump aboard as best he could, zigzagging madly through a fleet of other taxis, all of which were shrieking their klaxons and roaring past with wide-open cut-out, avoiding a dozen clanging trolley cars and scraping along the side of a 13th, pausing momentarily while a rabid policeman waved his arms and screamed abuse in voluble Spanish, then tearing onward as wildly as before through a world of leaping pedestrians. We drew up with a grinding of brakes before a modern hotel. The chauffeur collected a modern fare, a hotel clerk grunted at us with modern incivility, a bellhop conducted us with modern condescension to a modern room, and left us to spend a night of modern wakefulness, listening to the nerve-wracking din of a thoroughly modern city outside. After the plateau, it seemed profane. One had the illusion that in the midst of a grand cathedral service the bishop had given a college yell, the organ had burst into jazz, and the choir had danced an Irish jig. 4. In the morning, Eustace and I wrote President Carranza a friendly little note, requesting an interview. Then we set out to see the town. It proved surprisingly attractive by daylight, one of the most ornate in the Western Hemisphere outside of Argentina or Brazil. If it lacked the impressive solidity of an American city, and failed to startle with giant skyscrapers, it undoubtedly surpassed New York or any other Yankee metropolis, including Washington, in the beauty of its parks and boulevards. Superficially, it suggested Paris. Along the streets of its business section, the buildings, all of the same height, of 3 or 4 stories, were of European architecture. Its avenues and gardens, with their numerous statues and monuments, were distinctly French. There was a suggestion also of other lands. There were German beer halls and Rathskellers, dignified English banks, Italian restaurants, and Japanese curio shops. There was even the American quick lunch counter, where a darky from Alabama asked abruptly, "What's yours, boss?" and shouted, "Want ham sandwich?" through a wall opening to a white-capped cook. But French window displays of modes and perfumery predominated, and combining with the architecture, gave the city the general aspect of Paris. 5. It proved a cool city, however, both in climate and manners. Of the two, the former seemed the more kindly. If the air were chilly at morning or evening, either in summer or winter, wherein there is little variation, it was hot enough at midday to bring out the perspiration. But the manners remained constantly those of all large cities, even in Mexico. There was no reason that they should be otherwise. After traveling, nevertheless, through smaller towns, where natives looked upon a newcomer with interest, and other Americans immediately introduced themselves, we found that we were regarding the entire population of the capital as downright discourteous. Americans upon the street were not merely indifferent, but suspicious. When we attempted to stop one to inquire the way to the National Museum, he would duck aside and hurry away before we could speak. We had about decided to punch the next fellow countryman we met, and were looking for a small one, when we discovered the reason for American distrust. Every 4th Gringo in town seemed to be broke and in need of alms. 2 clean-cut youngsters, lured here evidently by the illusion that anyone could make his fortune in Latin America, came into an American restaurant where we lunched, and begged the proprietor for a job washing dishes. "For God's sake, man, we're hungry, and we're willing to work. All we ask is our meals, and 5 pesos a week to cover room rent. Not a penny more." The proprietor shook his head. "I'm sorry for them," he said, as the youths went out, "but there's too many. They use up all your sympathy." Another youth stopped us in the park. "I'm not a regular bum," he pleaded. "I came down here because a fellow I knew invited me. He was a Mexican, and he worked beside me in the auto factory up at Detroit. He was always telling me what a fine country this was. After he went home, he kept writing to me about how when I came to Mexico, his house would be my house. I thought he meant it. And he kept saying there were lots of jobs. I didn't know it was their habit to say nice things like that just to please you. I came down here 3 weeks ago, and there were no jobs, or else Mexicans took them on a salary that wouldn't support an American. And when I looked up my friend, he kept saying that his house was my house, but I've never seen the inside of it, and since the first day, I haven't seen him. I've spent my last cent, and I'm up against it." But among the down and out were many less deserving with stories just as good. Some were draft evaders that had come to Mexico during the war, and had been unable to return. Others were professional vagabonds who had gravitated southward to enjoy the privileges of a country that recognized vagrancy as a legitimate profession. At first, like most new arrivals touched by the pitiful sight of a fellow countryman in misfortune in a foreign land, we gave liberally. But within a few days we grew hardened, and like the old-timers, we ducked away at the very approach of a strange American, even though he merely wished to ask his way to the National Museum. For companionship, we confined ourselves to old Barlow, who occupied the hotel room next to ours, and who drifted into our quarters now and then to gratify an old resident's love of spinning yarns. He was somewhat of a pessimist. He liked Mexico, but he always carried a gun. A gray-haired man, walking with a slight limp, he claimed to have been present at every earthquake, revolution, and dogfight that had ever transpired in Mexico or Central America, and when once started on a recital, each murder suggested another. "Best thing I ever did see was the duel Cash Bradley fought. Cash didn't know anything about swords, so when this geezer challenged him, he went up to ask General Agramonte for advice. Great old warhorse was Agramonte. Says he, you don't need to know anything about swords, except one little trick of swordsmanship I'm going to teach you. When you first start, the seconds will count 3, and at each count you bring down your sword and clash it politely with the other guy's sword by way of salute. Well, on the count of 3, you just accidentally miss the other fellow's sword and salute him politely in the neck." And believe me, boys, that little feat of swordsmanship just saved Cash Bradley's life. Then he would puff on his pipe and muse a while. "Great old warhorse, Agramonte. I remember when he had a run-in with President Huerta, the bird Carranza chased out. Huerta invited him up to the palace for tea, and when Agramonte was about to leave, he says to him, 'I've got 40 soldiers on the staircase waiting to shoot you on your way home.' Agramonte didn't blink an eyelash. He just shoved his own gun into Huerta's ribs and answered, 'Then you'll come with me, and if one soldier raises a gun, you'll die first.' They walked down the staircase arm in arm and kissed each other goodbye at the door, and not a soldier fired a shot. Then he would muse again, rapturously, as though recalling pleasant memories. Huerta was some warhorse himself. He used to be a general in Madero's army, until he suddenly walked into the palace with his army behind him and told Madero to quit. Huerta was always a great stickler for constitutionality, so he wanted Madero to sign a proper resignation. And Madero wouldn't resign. Huerta heated the poker and started to tickle him with it. You could see the blood running out of Madero's eyes, but he was stubborn as a mule, and he just kept saying, 'I'm the rightful president of Mexico.' Finally, Huerta had to shoot him. But he was a great stickler for constitutionality, so he put Madero's body in a coach and took it out for a ride, and had his troops fire a volley on the coach. Then he told the world that Madero was shot by his own men while fleeing the country. Someone had to take the presidency then, so Huerta took it. Great stickler for constitutionality was Huerta." Another puff on his pipe. "Carranza don't do his own shooting, but he's got plenty of generals to do it for him. If I was you boys and had written some nasty things about the old gent, like you say you have, I wouldn't wait for no interview. I'd take the next train to Vera Cruz and catch a boat. 6. We waited for the interview. The chances were that nothing we had written would ever be published. If it were, Carranza would never know it, and there was more of Mexico City to be seen. If it bore a superficial resemblance to Paris, its population remained distinctly Mexican. In the early morning, upon the Avenida Francisco y Madero, the Mexican Fifth Avenue, the boulevardiers were mostly Indians in blankets, and shop girls hurrying to work with black shawls over their heads. Gradually they gave way to people in European dress, yet here and there in the crowd there passed an hacendado, just in from his country estate, and still wearing riding boots and sombrero, and a huge revolver pendant from a heavy leather belt encircling his ample girth. Then came the shoppers, stout, over-powdered matrons with a flock of senoritas in tow, all in Parisian garb, but unmistakably Mexican. They came in handsome private cars, alighting with the assistance of uniformed attendants, and disappearing into the fashionable modistas' establishments with the grand aristocratic air of the newly rich, for most of the city's real aristocracy had fled the country during the long series of revolutions, and these were largely the wives and daughters of the successful generals. At noon the streets became almost deserted, for here, as everywhere, the siesta was a ritual. But later the crowd reappeared, and now, for a brief hour, the Avenida did bear some true resemblance to Paris. The womenfolk came out in their new finery and rolled up and down in their handsome cars to display themselves. The men, having finished the day's work, loitered along the sidewalks, chattering merrily, twiddling their canes, puffing at their cigarettes, and keeping an attentive eye on passing femininity. But at twilight the womenfolk disappeared, and the chill of evening brought an end to the atmosphere of gaiety. The men still loitered, but the attentive eye was fixed now upon the shop girls that hurried homeward. "Why hasten, Chiquita?" they called after each mantilla-muffled figure. "Come with me instead." Sometimes the male voices were serious. Usually they were casual, as though merely performing the rite, considered a sacred duty by the men of all Latin America, of insulting the unchaperoned women. The girls were accustomed to it, and paid no attention either to the words or to the nudges and pinches that followed. Now and then there passed a street walker, an institution seldom seen in the smaller Mexican cities, where vice is more carefully segregated, and she invited with a concentrated flash of eyes, but she did not speak, as might her counterpart in Paris. Over the crowded streets there hung an air of gravity, of Mexican gravity, the gravity of the high plateau. Darkness came, the men pulled up their coat collars, pulled in their necks, and discussed the advisability of a cocktail. Lights appeared in thick clusters of glowing bulbs, as in the French capital, but they shed a radiance that inspired no gaiety. The taxis still roared and rattled and shot zigzag through the streets like so many skating bugs on a millpond. The trolleys passed at 30-foot intervals, incessantly clanging their gongs. The policemen at each corner turned their alto adelante, or go-stop signs, first one way, then another, blowing their shrill whistles first with one toot, then two toots, and sending the traffic scurrying first in one direction, then another. Above the Avenida there rose the grand discord of a busy metropolis. Yet Mexico City became merely noisy rather than lively. Acquaintances embraced acquaintances demonstratively, yet with an air of conventionality. The loitering throngs before the blazing doorways of theaters or cinemas were subdued and solemn. The street-walkers invited with unsmiling eyes. The boulevardiers withdrew, group by group, for their cocktails, not to pleasant sidewalk cafés like those of Paris, but to formal Spanish bar-rooms. By 10 o'clock the sidewalks were almost as empty as those of Hermosillo. Only the flying taxis remained, dashing about with screeching klaxons, as though crying vainly, "This is Paris!" It looked like Paris, and from a distance it sounded like Paris, but the Parisian insouciance was missing. This was still Mexico, the Mexico of the high plateau. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Mexican Capital, Part 2. 7. Carranza not proving very prompt in answering his correspondence, we amused ourselves with a visit to the ancient pyramids of San Juan Teotihuacan, remnants of what had been a mighty empire before the conquest, distant some 28 miles from the capital. A leisurely train carried us there in something over an hour and a half. We descended at the station, expecting to be pounced upon by a dozen professional guides, but none molested us. Little barefoot children with spurious relics were our only assailants. We looked about for a conveyance and discovered the Toonerville trolley. An individual asleep inside acknowledged that he was the conductor. He proved also to be the motorman, for having collected our fare, he aroused the mule, and the car jogged slowly away with swaying gait through lanes of cactus, toward the squatty figures of two pyramids deceitfully small with distance and dwarfed by the mountains behind them. But at length the cactus hedge ceased, and upon our right appeared the ruins of a temple, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, a big square surrounded by heavy ramparts of earth and stone, wherein a group of workmen were restoring a wall lined with monster demon heads and gargoyles carved of solid rock. And a few minutes later we were at the foot of the pyramids, no longer small and dwarfed, but looming skyward above us, pyramids which, if less imposing in stature than those of Egypt, excelled them in the dimensions of their base, and may even antedate them, according to the estimates of some archaeologists, by possibly 1,000 or 2,000 years. Speculation as to just how old they really are has kept many a scientist out of worse mischief, but seems to have accomplished little else. Thanks to the demolition by the fanatical Spaniards of the heathen writings they found in the Americas, practically nothing is known of their origin. It is believed that they antedate the Toltecs, and that they testify to the existence of an ancient race in Mexico, long since vanished to who knows where, that once surpassed in engineering skill and presumably in civilization the early peoples of the other hemisphere. So little had we read of them, and so free did they appear from exploitation as a tourist site, that Eustace and I experienced almost the joy of personal discovery, but it was soon rudely shattered. For up drove an automobile from Mexico City's leading hotel, and out stepped two other Americans. They were recognizable immediately as Rotarians. They were both good fellows. They had met at the Regis, and in talking over business had discovered that both by profession were realtors. They had found a mutual bond of interest in the fact that Mexico City, although it was a better burg than they had anticipated, had a less up-to-date garbage disposal system than Long Branch, New Jersey, or Newburyport, Massachusetts. They were now having a whale of a time kidding the guide good-naturedly about the shortcomings of his country, and were getting to like each other better every minute. Next week, upon their return home, each would tell his friends about the good scout he bumped into down in Mexico, and would exclaim, "It beats all how you meet people. The world's a pretty small place after all." And at Christmas each would send the other a card, playfully addressed Senor. "So that's what you brought us out here to see," said the man from Long Branch. The other drew out a guidebook and read, "The Pyramid of the Sun, Tonatiuh Ezekiel," damn this language anyhow, a truncated artificial mound 216 feet high by about 721 and 761 feet at the base, divided into 5 pyramidal sections or terraces, which narrow as they ascend. Now that we've seen that, where do we eat? We left them below while we started up the long flight of stone steps that led up the 5 terraces of the larger pyramid, the sun. It had been partially restored, and its surface of many-colored rocks, each the size of a domesticated cobblestone, originally held together with adobe, now gleamed white with Portland cement. Upon its lofty top, covered today by a flat rock, there had once been a gigantic statue of the sun, cut from a block of porphyry and ornamented with gold. And here the Aztec priests had probably plunged their arms into many a victim's breast to draw out a beating heart, and toss the body of the sacrifice down the steep, rocky sides to the wasteland beneath. It was very quiet now, with the restful calm that one finds only upon a mountain top. One could look down upon miles and miles of rolling plain dotted with cactus of many shades of green, clustering sometimes in prickly forest, stretching away in 2 parallel lines to mark a trail, arranging themselves in military rows to indicate a pulque hacienda, gathering in a hedge about the low flat roof of an adobe homestead. Here or there rose the unfailing spires and dome of another lonely church. In the fields, a yoke of oxen ploughing a cornfield seemed scarcely to move. The sky above was a vivid blue, with puffy white clouds along the horizon. Sounds drifted up from the world below: the mooing of a cow, the cackle of a hen, the tap of a hammer, each very distinct, yet so softened by distance that it seemed not to interrupt the silence, as though it merely came from a faraway land wherewith one had severed connection. Then the 2 tourists came panting up the steps. "Damn those stairs, anyway. They ought to have a railing on each side." Eustace blandly suggested an elevator, but the sarcasm was lost. "We'd have one if this was in Newburyport. We'd have a regular train service out here, and we'd put in a modern cafeteria. Boy, but you could make money out of this thing, if you had it in the United States. You could hire a bunch of Irishmen and dress them up like Aztecs, have a couple of girls doing an Indian dance on top, charge a 50-cent admission. Why, man, you'd clean up a fortune." As we started down to catch the evening train back to the taxi-screeching city of Mexico, Babbitt and Kennicott were carving their initials on the flat rock atop the pyramid of the sun. 8. A week drifted past and Sunday arrived. On that, of all days, Mexico City was most typically Mexican. The aristocrats paraded themselves in the parks, the middle classes went picnicking, the peons went to church. We strolled out along the Avenida Madero, past the National Opera House, said to be the handsomest building of its kind on the continent, but still with an unfinished dome, because one administration had started it, and others had neglected to provide funds for its completion. Beyond it lay the Alameda, the Mexican Central Park. It was a European park, quite unlike the palm-grown plazas of the smaller cities, but there was the usual Mexican band concert, and the people were renting camp chairs along the shady walks to enjoy the national pastime of seeing and being seen. Beyond the Alameda commenced a wide boulevard, the Paseo de la Reforma, typically Parisian in its wealth of monuments, and lined with handsome embassies and residences, leading out to Chapultepec, a larger and even more charming park, with wide expanses of lawn and woodland and lake and meadow surrounding the National Palace, a squatty, fortress-like structure, pleasing in its effect of strength and beauty, perched upon high cliffs and glimpsed through the tree-tops as though it hung suspended in the sky. The policemen here were clad in Mexico's charro costume, the costume of the old grandees, with short buff jacket, skin-tight blue trousers lined with rows of silver buttons, flowing red tie, huge velvet sombrero, and a big gleaming sword. An orchestra in similar costume held forth beneath an awning near the lake, playing sweetly upon a marvelous combination of guitars, mandolins, marimbas, harps, cellos, oboes, and what not. Automobiles rolled past, along the winding driveway, each filled with a bevy of senoritas. Horsemen rode grandly past, dressed also in charro costume, and mounted upon the finest steeds in Mexico. Pedestrians idled beside the lake, watching the procession and listening to the orchestra, with that rare enjoyment of really good music that characterizes peon and aristocrat alike. Here, as in the small-town plaza, the Mexicans were finding a pleasure in their park, such as no American ever finds in the parks of the United States. Here, as everywhere in Mexico, a public garden was not merely a place for the perambulation of baby carriages by nursemaids, but an institution of which even society took full advantage. Having seen the aristocrats in action, we caught a trolley out to the floating gardens of Xochimilco to discover the middle-class picnickers. It was a profanely modern trolley with a "no spitting" sign, and rimmed with lurid posters from which Wrigley and Colgate peeped out from a conglomeration of Spanish, and it carried us through streets whose buildings were defaced either by countless advertisements or countless warnings not to post advertisements. But presently it left the city behind and raced out through maize fields and maguey fields and dropped us at a quaint little town, complete even to cathedral-fronted plaza. Tiny children, their arms laden with flowers, surrounded us, sticking bouquets into our buttonholes and pockets, and pleading for a little centavito. They were irresistible. Dressed exactly like their elders in long skirts and mantillas, and with the mature air characteristic of Mexican children, they seemed like little dwarfed adults. Their voices were caressing, and they would retreat whenever we tried to return their bouquets without purchasing. "Oh, no, senor, buy them from me, a little centavito, no more." Looking rather like floating gardens ourselves, we drifted toward the canals. There were the remnants of the great network of waterways that the Spanish conquistadores saw when first they entered the Valley of Mexico. In those days, before modern progress decreed that the valley should be drained, Mexico City was a Venice, upon whose lakes there floated rafts of interlaced twigs, covered with rich soil and blossoming with flowers. Xochimilco was the last survival of the Aztec floral paradise, and it proved distinctly disappointing. A barefoot boatman met us, holding up a piece of paper upon which was written in English, "Do you want one boat? I have a fine boat." He led us to a dugout canoe, with an awning supported by vine-laced framework, and paddled us out through a canal where native women were washing clothes or cleaning chickens, under a bridge emblazoned with "Drink Montezuma Beer," and along a waterway lined with decaying rafts, covered with a luxuriant growth of carnations, cane, eucalyptus, and cabbages, of which only the last named seemed to be in bloom. Parties of picnickers drifted past us in large boats, each with a table in the center, at which every one was busily eating. Along the way were restaurants and refreshment rooms, each with an orchestra of one fiddle, one guitar, and one bass drum, which started to play at our approach and quit as soon as we passed, the bass drummer invariably outspeeding and outdrowning his collaborators. The final exhibit at the far end of the canal was the city waterworks. We came back to the churches to see the peons. At the Centro Zocalo, or main plaza, a rather dusty square, with a few bedraggled palm trees, where once had stood an Aztec pyramid, there now stands the famous Cathedral of Mexico. Mexicans will inform one that it is the largest and handsomest cathedral in the hemisphere, although it is much smaller than the Peruvian cathedral, and one of the least handsome churches in Mexico itself. There are really two edifices joined together like the Siamese twins, each with a facade of elaborately carved gray sandstone, against a background of cracked red basalt, pierced by many little windows, in which repose mildewed green bells. This, essentially, is the Church of the Common People. Society attends a more exclusive church on the Avenida Madero, where the women, always devout, go inside to Mass, and the men, usually agnostic, remain at the gate to ogle them as they make their exit. There one finds the dim light, the subdued air, and the solemnity of churches in other lands. There is none of it in the cathedral. Everything in the huge edifice was bright and gaudy and noisy. Many windows flooded it with light. Glittering gilt ornamentation was everywhere. The priests wore green and yellow robes. The choir sang enthusiastically and loudly, without evidence of training, as though each would outsing his fellows both in volume and speed. Services were proceeding simultaneously in both halves of the institution, and each seemed trying frantically to drown out the other. Yet this, offensive even to one of mediocre taste, impressed the peons for whom it was intended. They knelt at the door and lighted their candles. Then they crept forward upon their knees, ragged little brown devils, unwashed, unshaven, and unlaundered, many of them still a trifle pulque-sodden from a fiesta of the night before. This noise and display thrilled them as no solemn service could thrill them. As they crept forward, with arms extended, expressions of rapt ecstasy almost ennobled their villainous faces. Their sins were forgiven. Tomorrow, with that odd mixture of idealism and materialism so characteristic of their race, they would start sinning again with a clean conscience. These ragged little devils were the pawns of a long series of revolutions. Today, while the successful generals rode grandly through Chapultepec, the peons who had won their battles and gained nothing turned to the cathedral for solace. One might not believe in their religion, but one was forced to admit that they found comfort, and certainly they needed it. 9. To avoid religion as a delicate subject, as most writers do, is to ignore a most important phase of Mexican life. In Mexico, even more than in most parts of Latin America, the Church has been obliged, to the regret of many of its own clergymen, to sacrifice much of its dignity. It came originally to a land which already possessed a religion consisting solely of barbaric rites. It was adopted by a people whose conception of things ecclesiastic was limited to the meaningless observance of pagan ceremonials. And these people, as a whole, today attend Mass and march about in procession without any very definite idea of what the Church means, in much the same fashion as in days of old they followed their Aztec priests. Even in more intelligent circles, the Church must cater to a racial mind which concerns itself not with substance, but with form, and cares little about creed or doctrine so long as it can maintain outward appearances by elaborate ceremony. And since the rank and file of the clergy come from the same sort of people, the Church in Mexico has become largely theatrical. Religion, in short, caters here to a primitive mind. It has many difficulties wherewith to contend. Because its earliest leaders were gaining such authority among the peons, the government placed severe restrictions upon them. Today no foreign priest is allowed to conduct services. No native priest may appear upon the street in clerical garb. No collections may be taken at Mass. No church may own its property, which the government holds and permits it to use. And church bells may ring but 1 minute out of every hour. Yet the clergy still has a tremendous hold upon the people. It abides by the letter of the law. The bells ring for 1 minute only, but they ring loudly and with rapid strokes. The churches, although no collections are taken, are filled with boxes for offerings. Mexico is covered with chapels and shrines, religious holidays number about 365 a year, and the custom of pilgrimage is well established. Practically the entire population professes the Catholic faith. Of all the many shrines, that of Guadalupe, the patron saint of Mexico, is the most popular. According to legend, a poor Indian on his way to Mass met the Virgin Mary at this spot, and was sent to the bishop with the command that a church should be erected here. When the bishop was incredulous, the peon brought him a bunch of roses plucked from a barren hillside. Convinced that a miracle had transpired, the bishop erected the church, and it became at once so popular that a deluge of miracles swept all over Mexico, and every other good friar erected a chapel. But none has ever rivaled that of Guadalupe. It is situated only a brief distance from the capital, A trolley took Eustace and myself there, stopping at a small square filled with rude stands under improvised awnings where Indians sold soft drinks, beads, edibles, and candles. Before the square stood a church and a merry-go-round. Above it, reached by a long flight of winding stone steps, there stood a small white chapel. On each step sat a crippled beggar, seemingly a poor advertisement for a shrine that purports to heal all ailments. Yet the Mexicans saw no inconsistency in this, and no irreverence in the merry-go-round, nor in the host of tintype photographers who had set up their stands upon the vestibule of the church. Many of the Indians who pilgrimaged here had come from the farthest ends of the Republic, making the journey on foot, and supporting themselves by plying along the way whatever trade they possessed. Most of them sold trinkets, and were now selling them at the shrine itself. The flight of steps was long and steep. On certain holidays the faithful were accustomed to ascend it slowly upon their knees. In the high altitude it was sufficiently arduous to walk up, but the little chapel on the hilltop was white and clean and simple. Behind it lay a very peaceful, fragrant cemetery, neatly kept with many flowers. One wall was honeycombed with tiny little alcoves, where one might rent nichos para restos perpetuidad, $100. Permanent niches for corpses at 100 pesos, or niches to be paid for by the year or month, with the penalty, in case of non-payment, of seeing the ancestral bones consigned to the scrap heap. But there were graves and tombs as well, many of them so handsome as to suggest that even while Guadalupe, like the cathedral, was mainly a peon institution, the aristocrats sometimes came here after death. Descending by another long flight of steps, we came to the Chapel of the Well, another small chapel under a big dome of glittering tiles, containing a well of curative waters. Ecstatic peons, their faces shining with joy, were lowering a bucket and drinking, seizing the receptacle from one another's hands in their eagerness. At a nearby counter, where crosses were sold and ribbons marked with the measure of the Virgin's head or feet, one might also obtain empty bottles, some of them still bearing unhallowed labels, and these the natives filled at the well for their fellow villagers at home. Turning around the corner, we came back to the larger church. In its cellar was the evidence of the cures effected. There was the usual pile of crutches to be seen in all healing shrines. The wall was covered with letters of thanks, letters accompanied invariably with pictures, as though their authors, who, in their inability to read or write, had been forced to dictate their messages to a professional scribe, assumed that their benefactor was equally illiterate. Many of them were from supplicants who could not reach the shrine, describing their troubles and begging assistance. The illustration showed them being run over by a trolley car, shot in battle, caught between two colliding steam engines, massacred in other startling fashions, or confined to a gloomy sick-bed. There was one of Papa looking out from between prison bars, with a note from the family asking the Virgin to soften the heart of the magistrate. And there was one from a very pretty young girl, enclosing her photograph and thanking the Virgin, with an absence of detail that piqued one's curiosity, for having given her what she most desired. The writing was frequently illegible, the words misspelled, and the paintings execrably done by the very worst of artists. Yet groups of peons surveying them murmured their admiration of the bright coloring, and exclaimed aloud with astonishment at the marvelous cures. No other church could so satisfy the Mexican peon. 10. We came back from Guadalupe to find a uniformed staff officer awaiting us. Old Barlow was entertaining him in our absence. The officer was a young man in neat-fitting blue uniform, and he had keen, sharp features. He wore a little black mustache, like that of the villain from a melodrama. He was suavely polite. "Mario Sanchez, aide to His Excellency Venustiano Carranza, President of the Republic of Mexico, at your service, senors." We bowed. There was a cool reserve about him that told us he did not expect to be kissed. "You are the Senores Foster and Eustace, I believe, the author of these newspaper articles that I here display?" We stared in amazement at a sheaf of clippings which he held before us. Our writings had been published. The news of our death, followed by a letter describing our heroic escape from Pedro Zamora, had brought us fame. We were headlined on front pages, and our articles about Mexico had all found a market. We were successful freelance newspaper correspondents. "But where on earth did you get them?" demanded Eustace incredulously. The officer smiled. "My government keeps a careful check upon writers who discuss our administration in the United States, and you have honored us with a request for an interview. It is customary, of course, that such requests come through the American Embassy, but in this case we are very pleased that it has not. President Carranza will grant the interview on one condition, that you will tell not the Embassy you are coming. Tomorrow evening I shall call for you, but you must come with me very quietly to the palace, telling no one. I cannot now explain, but it is very important that you tell no one. Until tomorrow evening at the 8 o'clock. Adios, senores. I am your humble servant." With another deep bow he withdrew. We turned, mystified, to old Barlow. He was strangely nervous. "Pack your suitcases and beat it," he advised. "I know these devils, polite as they can be and damned likable, but don't you trust them. You heard him say, 'Tell no one'? He'll take you away in a car, and not a soul on earth will ever see you again or learn what's happened to you. So beat it just as fast as you can." We packed our suitcases. We bade each other farewell. Eustace was determined to go back to Manzanillo and catch a boat to San Francisco. I was determined to go to Vera Cruz, catch a boat for Cuba, and see something more of Latin America before I returned home. Only one thing was certain: the expedition had reached a temporary halt. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Intermission. 1. There was nothing thrilling about my escape from Mexico. I simply rode down the railway to Vera Cruz, boarded a steamer without molestation, and sailed away. The reflection that I was now a fugitive gave me a sense of international importance. It did seem a trifle uncomplimentary on the part of the Mexican government that no one sought to interfere with my departure. Still, there were some little slights that one is willing to overlook, especially if one be a fugitive. 2. Fellow travelers were always interested in my story. Occasionally I ran across persons who had heard of my thrilling escape from the bandit camp of Pedro Zamora. They demanded details. They were so insistent that it would have been a shame to disappoint them. I licked bandit after bandit for their benefit until completely fatigued. Then, having begun to lose my original pride at the fictitious exploit, I adopted a policy of modest silence. Or I admitted that was all bunk. This seemed to make it the more convincing. "He's reticent," they said, "like all great heroes." 3. Inspired by this success, I decided to quit freelancing and become a fiction writer. I set out to roam the world in search of material. Since editors seldom bought the fiction I wrote, I roamed mostly on foot. In various odd corners of the globe I found other people who once had lived in Mexico. Most of them had fled the country during the long series of revolutions. Their property had been destroyed. In some cases their loved ones had been murdered. Yet I discovered, at first to my amazement, that they were all dreaming of the day when conditions would become settled and permit them to return. "Why?" I asked. "Oh, I don't know. There's something about that country. You can't explain it." I wandered through the West Indies, to South America, to the Orient. I found many lands more colorful than Mexico, where native customs were more interesting, where foreigners were more welcome. Yet I found none that I liked so well, except Costa Rica, its Central American neighbor. There gradually came to me a haunting desire to return, and when Carranza gave place to Obregon, and Obregon proceeded to restore peace and order, I packed my suitcase for another trip to Mexico, and to the other little republics to the southward. "Why?" asked everyone at home. "Oh, I don't know. There's something about that country. You can't explain it." 4. My return was as uneventful as my flight. I rather expected each Mexican I met to exclaim, "So you're the fellow that wrote all those dastardly things about my country." Apparently a few had forgotten my articles. The others had not heard of them. I landed at Vera Cruz and went up to the capital over the same railway, up through gorges luxuriant with forests of banana, past the snow-capped peak of Orizaba, looming mistily out of the crowd, through tunnels and over bridges, along mountain-sides where one looked down upon checkerboard farms as though one glimpsed them from an aeroplane, across the magnificent plateau where yellow wasteland stretched away to a purple horizon, and into the roar and bustle of Mexico City. The capital had changed but little. If anything, it was noisier than before. Advertising posters defaced every wall. The taxis had multiplied like guinea pigs. Radios added a new note to the discord of modern progress. The Senoritas had bobbed their hair. Old Barlow alone remained the same. I stopped just long enough to make inquiries about Eustace. Since our parting, over 4 years ago, I had never heard a word from him. "No one has," said old Barlow. "You were the lucky one that time. The other lad just disappeared, like I predicted both of you would. Just vanished, God knows where." I went back down the railway to Córdoba to continue southward, alone through Mexico and Central America. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Land of the Indian Vamps. 1. The railway southward into the Isthmus of Chapultepec was the worst in Mexico. It had been constructed back in the days of Diaz, and apparently had not been repaired since that time. A rusty engine that wheezed with asthma dragged behind it a long succession of splintered freight cars, followed by an aged wooden passenger coach, whose walls groaned and protested at every jolt, and swayed sidewise until the roof threatened to fall. From Córdoba, on the main line, the track squirmed away with snake-like course into the tropical jungles of the coastal plain. At times it passed a pineapple farm or a banana plantation. Usually it ran through unbroken forest. The vegetation was riotous. Moss covered the trees, plants sprouted from the moss, vines crept upward among the plants and dropped their creepers from the limbs, and 1,000 other varieties of parasitic growths twined upward along the creepers. The rampageous wilderness encroached upon the track so aggressively that a passenger could not lean from the car windows. It grew up between the tracks and sprouted from holes in the rotting ties. Our progress was leisurely. First, a freight car jumped the rail. We waited 3 hours while the engine left us and sought a wrecking crew. Then, as soon as the wrecking crew had corrected the difficulty and departed, the same car did the same thing, and continued to repeat until we reached a siding where the trainman left it with all its contents, presumably to rot in the jungle. Then there was more delay. Another train was expected from the opposite direction, but no one seemed to know just where we might meet it, so the engineer proceeded cautiously. We met it head-on at a dangerous curve, both engines stopping with a shriek of brakes and bumping gently. The two train crews then engaged in heated argument as to which should back up 10 miles to the nearest station to let the other pass. There was speculation among the passengers as to whether the debate would be settled with knives or by a pushing match between the two engines. The conductors finally tapped a telegraph wire and consulted headquarters, and received a decision in favor of our own train. Thereupon the other backed very slowly, as though to maintain its dignity and give us as little satisfaction as possible, and ours followed a few feet behind, both engineers hurling Mexican curses at each other from the car windows. As always, the native passengers took things with fatalistic unconcern. They expected to miss connections at Rio Blanco, and be another day or two upon their journey, but they merely shrugged their shoulders. One must take things as they come in travel, senor. So far, this had been an unusually good trip. Cars always jumped the rail on this line. It was not extraordinary to be stranded 18 hours or so in the jungle here, without food and water, unless one took the precaution, observed by the more experienced travelers, of bringing provisions. They shrugged their shoulders again, lighted their cigarettes, and amused themselves at each delay by setting up a beer bottle in the jungle and shooting at it with their big revolvers, which seemed to be quite as essential a part of a Mexican's equipment today as in the more turbulent times of Carranza. And as always in Mexico, everything turned out all right. Although we crawled into Rio Blanco 5 hours late, it developed that the connecting train had been similarly delayed. There was a hurried lunch at a railway restaurant, where the waitresses had been blondes before the local supply of peroxide gave out, but now wore the Princeton colors. Then the journey proceeded upon another line, which, if possible, was worse than the one before. 2. In the days of Diaz, the Mexican railways had been built by Americans, and were under American management. They had now become a political football, however, operated by the government, not because they were thus more profitable or efficient, but because they thus offered employment to deserving voters. The railway men, of course, knew something of railroading, and the Veracruz-Mexico City road, as well as the other more important roads, was kept in repair. But the Obregon government, although an improvement over its predecessors, was still maintaining itself by force, and after paying its generals, had little money left for keeping in order such railways as those that meandered through its southern jungles. President Obregon's term was drawing to a close. There was soon to be an election. There had never been an election in Mexico without a revolution. In view of the forthcoming excitement, work of any kind was practically at a standstill. An escort of troops was still to be seen on every train, better uniformed and equipped than in the days of Carranza, but with the same villainous faces. And a garrison was lined up at the platform of each hamlet through which we passed, a small garrison, so that towns could be classified as 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 soldier towns, a mere handful of men, but always present. Conditions had improved during my 4 years' absence from the country, but the land was by no means so pacific and prosperous as Obregon's propaganda, circulated widely through the United States at the moment when Obregon was seeking recognition by our State Department, had led Americans to believe. Mexico was still Mexico. 3. It was quiet and peaceful and sunny, however, as always. This southern Mexico was a paradise of tropic luxuriance. On the infrequent banana plantations, the foliage was so thick that the tunnels beneath the trees were black as night. The jungle not only slapped the face of any passenger who poked his head from the window, it even scratched along the sides of the car, seeking an opportunity to reach inside and stick a thorn into the passenger's eye. The air was hot and moist. Inhabitants had reduced clothing to a minimum. Naked children ran races with the engine. The ox drivers, leading their patient yokes with a barbed pole, wore only a straw hat, a pair of pants, and a machete, a big two-bladed knife, wherewith to hack their way through the undergrowth. The women were garbed in what appeared to be a thin, loose-flowing nightgown. The houses were of cane and thatch, festering usually in pools of filth. Swarms of pigs came out at each stopping-place to nose about in search of the melon rinds or fruit skins that passengers might contribute to their welfare. The people, lolling usually in hammocks of grass rope, surveyed us with interest, but made little effort to sell us anything. Here was the true languor of the tropics, and the train conformed. We were supposed to reach Santa Lucrecia, the next transfer point, at 8:30 in the evening, but in this country a railway schedule is much like a party platform in the United States. Night descended. Dew saturated the jungle, and the branches swishing past the windows sprinkled everyone inside the car. A golden moon peeped out from a rank mass of silver clouds, and flitted through the palm fronds for hour after hour. There was a brief halt at another railway restaurant, where a sleepy proprietor had given up all hope of the train's arrival. He brought out cold rice and heated coffee. "Milk, senor?" "Aye, but although there were cows, the people here did not bother to milk them. If one wished to buy a can of condensed milk, yes, but it was expensive in this country." We finally crawled into Santa Lucrecia at 2:40 the next morning. A boy led me upstairs to a room in the station hotel. There was a canvas cot there with a sheet badly soiled. "But, senor, it had been washed only last week." And its occupants since that time had all been white persons, except one. The boy's tone implied, "What more do you want?" So I turned in, and fell promptly asleep, lulled by the scratching of cockroaches upon the wall. And here, alone of all the station stops I found in Mexico, one could sleep late the next morning, for the train, instead of starting at sunup, did not leave for Chapultepec until noon. Santa Lucrecia was a straggling village of tin and thatch, perched upon stilts, as a precaution against the floods of the rainy season, its several houses connected by ramshackle board walks. Although in the center of the isthmus, it had an altitude of only 26 meters above the sea. Its air was dank and humid and depressing. Its inhabitants lived on the porch, usually in hammocks, which, although not completely bug-proof, gave the insects the trouble of scaling a wall and finding their way across a hook before they could reap their harvest. All intimate daily functions were performed in public, preferably on some conspicuous knoll or hilltop, as though the town were eager to proclaim itself a formidable rival in filth and vileness to Manzanillo. But my fellow passengers were cheerful. "It is a frightful place," they agreed, "but wait, senor, wait. Tonight you shall be at Tehuantepec, in the land of marvelous women. So big, so strong, so beautiful. They do all the work, while a man has but to lie in the shade and rest. You will like Tehuantepec, senor." 4. The noon train carried me over a better road, across a range of mountains, and down the sandy slopes of the Pacific coast into an oasis of waving cocoa palms, and dropped me in the city of the far-famed Indian Vamps. The entire female population was lined up at the station, each with a basket of cocoanuts. I had already heard much about their attractiveness, for every travel writer makes it a point to rave about them. They are described always as slow-eyed queens of the tropics, with the figures of a golden bronze Venus, clad in oriental garments of vivid color that do not quite meet at the waist. They are said to be of passionate and jealous nature, but for several years I had been hearing throughout my travels of women somewhere just ahead who were like that, wherefore I was not surprised, upon descending to the station platform at Tehuantepec, to discover that the far-famed beauties were smoking 8-inch cigars. A few of the younger ones were handsome. Their skin was a light brown, their eyes large and dark, their hair long and jet black, their teeth white and regular, their lips red and sensual. They were a trifle larger than most tropical Indians, with magnificent, sturdy figures, but at least 2/3 of them were pock-marked, and although they wore the costume described, a little jacket of brilliant color, and a short skirt, also of brilliant hue, most of the garments did meet at the waist, and those that showed a brief strip of Tehuana lady were worn by extremely aged Tehuana lady, and were not at all romantic. For what was sturdiness in the younger maidens became monstrous bulk in their elders. They were majestically fat, solidly fat, with a weight that must have amounted to 300 pounds each. The writers had told the truth about their figures. They had all the truck-horse characteristics of the Venus de Milo herself. I looked upon them with awe. I stood for a moment upon the platform, reviewing the stories I had heard of their passionate nature and their aggressiveness toward the males who fell into their clutches. And even as I reviewed these stories, the women, having seen me, made a concerted rush. But having surrounded me, they merely removed their 8-inch cigars from their far-famed lips and chorused, "Buy my coconut, senor, 2 coconuts for 5 cents." 5. A barefoot youth came to my rescue, shouldered my suitcase, and led the way to Tehuantepec's one hotel. Tehuantepec, although the largest city in population on the isthmus, is merely a big Indian village. Its streets are sometimes rudely cobbled, but usually of sand. It lies in a wide fertile valley straddling a shallow river. In the center, its buildings are of heavy white stucco, roofed with red tile. Elsewhere, its dwellings are of thatch, and straggle up the surrounding mountain cliffs or out among the vast groves of waving cocoa palms. None of the merchants have bothered to advertise on their shops the nature of their business, for travelers seldom come there, and the natives all know one another and one another's occupation, which is usually that of selling coconuts to one another. There is a plaza, but it is a very inferior plaza, fronted by a ramshackle church. In towns where there is an element of Spanish blood, this would be the center of all activity. But Tehuantepec is of almost pure Indian population, and its interests are in the native market. When Cortez first came to Mexico, he and his followers were amazed at the size of the Indian markets. Today, no village is so tiny but that it has a public square devoted to bartering, even though it may have nothing else. Usually it is a stone-paved courtyard beneath a sheet-iron roof. From the rafters hang rawhide thongs, lassos, saddles, gaudy blankets, bunches of bananas, and miscellaneous dry goods. The entire floor is covered with great heaps of Indian pottery, jugs and pots, and kettles of earthenware. Tables, arranged in long rows, are laden with piles of big round cakes resembling maple sugar, with gravelly hills of flour, salt, spaghetti, beans, and corn, with strings of red or green peppers, slabs of meat, bleary-eyed fish, and everything else imaginable. Flies swarm everywhere. Turkeys are tied to the posts that support the roof. Ducks and chickens, their legs hobbled or broken, lurch from side to side in a futile effort to gain their feet. Dogs slink through the crowd. Buzzards hop about the floor. The whole effect is of confusion and bedlam. The Mexican loves the noise and excitement of such a place. So ingrained is his fondness for it that a native on his way to market will sometimes refuse to sell his goods for any price along the road. In the few shops outside the square, the clerks are listless. In the market, everyone is animated. People selling the same articles group themselves together, for it stimulates competition. Let a potential purchaser stop before one woman to glance at tortillas, and a dozen other tortilla vendors hiss to attract attention. Here rules the great game of cheat as cheat can. There is no credit. There is no mutual confidence. The merchant tests each coin, the purchaser tests each purchase. Women buying hens ruffle up the feathers and examine the bird carefully. Everyone watches the scales, and everyone enjoys it hugely. But nowhere in Mexico is there a market more animated than that of Tehuantepec. It is essentially a feminine market. Years ago, the men of the Isthmus were practically annihilated in local warfare. For a long time, the women outnumbered them by a ratio of 5 to 1. They learned to do their own work. Men became to them a luxury rather than a necessity, and today the position of the sexes, most strangely in Mexico, has become completely reversed. In most markets, women predominate. In Tehuantepec, so few males are evident that a visitor strolling among the counters feels like Al Jolson surrounded by the Winter Garden chorus. It was very clean, as compared with similar bartering places elsewhere. Usually such places were overpowering in their odor of sweaty femininity. In Tehuantepec, however, the ladies were addicted to a daily bath, the prettier and younger ones taking it after dark, the elder ones in broad daylight, when they were to be seen disporting their massive bulks in the river that intersected the town, quite untroubled by the attention they received from the military garrison on the neighboring railway bridge. Despite the comparative scarcity of males, the usual number of babies were in evidence. Each market woman had an infant slung over her shoulder in a gaily colored rebozo, the invaluable Mexican shawl, which serves as towel, handkerchief, wrap, carry-all for bringing produce home, and also as a crib. While mother bargained, she fed her offspring. The loose vest-like jacket was designed for such an operation, as was the alternative garment, a low-cut, lace-frilled chemise, and she fed her offspring mechanically, without once taking her attention from the business of haggling. A quick jerk of one shoulder, and the rebozo with its infantile contents swung to the front. A heated argument continued uninterruptedly with shoppers who maintained that her goods were inferior to those of the lady squatted cross-legged on her right. Another quick jerk, and the child swung around again to her back. So busy were the women that they paid no attention to the few men, usually soldiers, who strolled about. If these were the vamps that writers have proclaimed throughout the ages, one saw no evidence of the fact in the market. They were the least sex-conscious women that I have seen anywhere in Latin America. The Spanish senoritas of other parts, no matter how modest their deportment, were always supremely aware of the presence of a man. These Indian girls were intent upon their haggling. In their rush to sell their goods, they bumped the lounging men aside, as though quite unaware of their existence. Once in a while, when business lulled, they glanced up to survey me casually, since I looked out of place among gaudily dressed Indians, and I fancied that they discussed me in Indian dialect. But they did not appear fascinated, for their flirtation was limited always to the original remark, "Buy my coconut, senor?" 6. Tehuantepec was hot. One was always thirsty. The water supply was of doubtful quality, so I spent most of my time walking home from market with another armful of coconuts. The saleswomen opened them with one deft chop from a huge machete, cleaving off the heavy rind, and leaving just a tiny round hole covered by a thin peeling of the white coca meat. When one craved a drink, one had only to poke a thumb through the thin white peeling. I consumed coconut milk like a toper, until my room in the Adobe Hotel was littered with the empty shells. Little Guadalupe, my 14-year-old servant maid, never removed them. For some reason known to herself, she would pile them neatly around the walls of my chamber, where they looked strangely like the rows of skulls in a catacomb. Guadalupe was a husky little Indian, rather moon-faced, and very solemn in the presence of guests. There were two other maids of her own age who served us at table, where guests dined with the Spanish proprietor and his native wife, a Tehuana lady of masculine features and Amazonian proportions. The maids would enter very seriously and sedately with their trays of frijoles, but once they were out of sight, we could hear their bare feet scampering across the patio as they chased each other to the kitchen in a game of tag. Sometimes, as I sat in my mud-walled room, writing my notes, little Guadalupe would come and hover about the door, watching me. Then the other two youngsters would sneak up behind her and push her inside, shouting, "Guadalupe likes the Gringo!" Thereupon Guadalupe would exclaim indignantly, "I do not!" and seizing the first available weapon, usually the heavy walking stick that lay upon my table, would chase them over the patio, all three looking like tiny plump butterflies as their vividly colored garments trailed behind them. Presently Madame would appear from the region of the bar, clad also in colors that shamed the rainbow, her massive bare arms as ponderous as hams, her Jack Dempsey jaw set in firm lines of disapproval. Immediately the three little maids would become as solemn as jurists. Seizing brooms, they would sweep the patio with great vim until Madame withdrew. Then would come the taunt, "Guadalupe like the Gringo," and the chase recommenced. The Spanish proprietor always referred to himself as the head of the household, but Madame's word was law in the establishment. This, in Mexico, was a domestic situation which never could be found outside of the Isthmus. Madame sat usually in a large chair at the bar-room door, from which she could see whatever transpired in Tehuantepec. Like the other Tijuana ladies, she carried her weight with impressive dignity. She was grand and majestic. Beneath her, the plain little wooden seat became a royal throne. From it she issued orders to husband and servants with regal authority, and even to the passers-by on the street outside. One day an epileptic threw a fit on the cobbled roadway. Madame sat there in calm unconcern. She was not lacking in pity, she was merely waiting for a pedestrian to pass, in order that she might give directions for the relief of the unfortunate fit-thrower. When one did pass, she called out, "Pick up that fellow and lay him in the sand where he'll be more comfortable." The pedestrian, a slouching little male person, jumped with alacrity to obey the command. The epileptic had just been placed on softer ground and was throwing his fit in comfort when the daily circus parade came around the corner. Its display consisted of a wheezy band, a horse, a monkey, and one performer. "Step over that fellow," called Madame, and the parade stepped carefully over the recumbent figure. "A very fine woman," commented the Spanish proprietor to me in a moment of confidence, "an asset and an adornment to any hostelry. But there are times, Signor, when she does not comport herself with the dignity befitting an innkeeper's wife. She feels the call of her Tijuana blood, the manifestation of that strange energy which one finds among these women. Then she slips away from the hotel. She picks a few coconuts and sneaks down to the market to sell them. Caramba! What idiocy! But you cannot stop her. It is the nature of these people." 7. The more I saw of the Tijuana women, the more I marveled. Writers had overrated their beauty, but not their character. Beside them, the girls of Spanish ancestry appeared doll-like. The Senoritas were pretty, sweet, shy, modest creatures, but devoid of personality. These Indian maidens had never been sheltered behind Moorish walls. From infancy they had faced the world, and met their own problems. They had developed character, and their faces were clean-cut, with individuality in every feature. The Senoritas, accustomed to no exercise more violent than a leisurely stroll in the plaza, were frequently stoop-shouldered, and walked with a debutante slouch. These Indian maidens were as straight as the shortest distance between 2 points, and their step was the lithe, springy step of the athlete. They were tremendous workers. They would meet the morning train from Salina Cruz at daybreak. They would haggle in the market throughout the day. They would be back at the railway in the evening to meet the train from the other direction, and thereafter until midnight they would sit outside the circus tent, still selling their coconuts. Despite their devotion to business, there was always an air of play about their work. They laughed and chattered in their Indian dialect. They joshed one another. They brandished their big machetes in mock anger, and slapped one another with the flat of the blade, each slap against a massive buttocks, resulting in a loud "bam" that resounded even above the riotous hubbub of the marketplace. But let a stranger appear, and all fooling ceased. The welkin rang only with cries of "Buy my coconut, Signor!" Among such self-sufficient creatures, a man felt insignificant. These women owned the town. The shops and most of the houses were feminine property, as were the big cocoa groves surrounding the city. Men were mere appendages in Tehuantepec, a somewhat desirable comfort in a tropical climate, but not at all necessary. The soldiers stationed here looked peculiarly contented, and the older women all wore strings of $20 gold pieces as mementos of the day when the gold rush to California led across this isthmus, yet to the casual observer these Indian maidens were the least flirtatious to be seen in Mexico. If they could find a man, a fairly permanent, dependable man, who could be counted on to remain at home and keep house, well and good. They did not bother to vamp the passing tourist. They were too much interested in bartering. Their careers as wage earners and heads of family had made the older women quite masculine. If they had lost the grace of the younger maidens, they had acquired dignity. They strode along the street with a ponderous aggressiveness, cigars cocked skyward as among Tammany Hall politicians, arms swinging massively as though in readiness to floor for the count any mere male who did not step aside. Many of these older women were followed by troops of servants, ready to carry home purchases from the market. This was a common practice in upper-class circles elsewhere, for no Latin American aristocrat can ever bear to carry home his own purchases, even if they consist of a single tube of toothpaste. I was accustomed to the sight, but it was odd to see an Indian woman in the gaudy, picturesque costume of Chewentepec marching before a retinue of retainers. Before I realized that these were the local Hetty Greens, I had the temerity to stop one on the street with a request that she pose for a photograph. It was Sunday, and she had supplemented her already astonishing regalia with a huipil grande, the old headdress of the Isthmus, an elaborate creation of white lace that rose from her head like a lion's mane and fell to her heels like a peacock's tail. 10 cents, I said, holding up the coin in an appeal which had proved successful in other regions. 10 cents if you'll stop for a picture? She gave me one indignant look. 10 cents to one who owned 30 acres of coconut grove, 6 houses, and a gin mill? She never paused for a moment. She came on, full speed ahead, along the narrow sidewalk, swinging her massive arms. Like the other mere males in Tehuantepec, I stepped hastily aside. These Tehuana women might not be so beautiful as writers had pictured them, but they undoubtedly were the reigning queens of the tropics. 8. Romance was not altogether lacking in Tehuantepec, even for the casual traveler. As I was about to depart, the little hotel proprietor stopped me. "You really should stay longer, senor. In time, I believe you could win Guadalupe, my little servant. Young men are scarce here, and she has taken quite a fancy to you. These girls do not throw themselves away upon one who flits from flower to flower, as does the tourist. If you were to wait, quien sabe, senor? She is small, of course, but eventually she will become a fine big woman like my own wife." But I chose to flit, and one couldn't take Guadalupe along. What would a Tehuana lady do if the traveler were to visit a country that grew no coconuts? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Those Chronic Insurrections. 1. It was another long day's journey to the southern border, through a warm, sunny country of jungle and blue lagoon. An air of peace and tranquility pervaded the land. The engineer, as though infected with the lethargy of the tropics, loafed along from one tiny village to another, stopping at every high-peaked hut of thatch that arose from the low forests of wild cane. Indians came aboard in merry, chattering groups. They were clad in brilliant rags, invariably tattered to shreds, yet blazing with scarlets and greens, and rivaling the plumage of the parrots and cockatoos that screamed at us from the bamboo thickets. They wore narrow-brimmed straw hats of Guatemalan type that seemed diminutive after the immense sombreros of central Mexico. Each had a hollow rod of cane slung over the shoulder, the local style of thermos bottle, and each was laden with an armful of infants. The engineer waited patiently while babies were loaded and unloaded. Some of the Indians, embarking, would clamber aboard and receive the children passed up by friends through the windows. Others, disembarking, would clamber down and catch the children tossed to them by friends inside the cars. The confusion was astounding. Everyone jabbered in a babble of native dialects, but the good humor of the warm countries always prevailed. Everyone seemed eventually to find the right infant, and we would loaf onward through the wilderness, among rolling hills red with coffee berries, past the blue lagoons where schools of tiny fish leaped in silver showers, and wildfowl rose in flocks to skim across the placid waters. Looking upon the quiet landscape, one would never have suspected that Mexico was on the eve of another chronic insurrection. 2. This railway was a link in the much-discussed Pan-American Road, which dreamers hope may some day carry passengers from New York to Buenos Aires in a week. How soon the vision will ever become a reality is problematical. The existing links are few. European merchants, resenting the commercial advantages it would offer to Americans, are uniformly opposed to the project, and native governments, always suspicious of one another, particularly in Central America, fear its military possibilities. 3. Nightfall brought us to Tapachula, a pleasant little city in a rich plantation district. A diminutive trolley, operated by a Ford engine, awaited us at the station. The motorman climbed out to crank it. The passengers crowded aboard. A host of hotel runners and porters attached themselves to roof, sides, and platform until the car itself was invisible beneath its coating of humanity. It rattled away upon wobbly tracks through a low-built plaster city, a city almost overpowering in its scent of coffee from the warehouses and drying floors, and landed us eventually at one of the most picturesque plazas in Mexico. It fairly blazed with color. Amid its green were masses of flowering purple bougainvillea. All about it were red-tiled roofs. Above it towered a grove of royal palms, tall and stately, and bursting far aloft into dark olive plumage, through which the facade of the inevitable aged cathedral gleamed white against a flaming tropic sunset. The streets, bordered by high, narrow sidewalks, were rudely cobbled and sloped to a central gutter. Horsemen with gay ponchos trailing behind them clattered over the rough stones. Long trains of burros plodded beneath sacks of coffee, driven by peons in scarlet rags. Tijuana girls, homeward bound from market, passed in their quaint costume, balancing earthenware jars above their turbaned heads. Before the comandancia, which faced the plaza, 6 musicians were playing upon a marimba, the sweet-toned Central American xylophone, standing shoulder to shoulder, all tattered and barefoot, playing so swiftly that their sticks were but streaks of light, yet playing with perfect rhythm, with beautiful harmonies, and with a verve that would have delighted the most blasé jazz lover on Broadway. The horsemen paused to listen. The Tijuana girls lingered at the curb. Army officers in the bright uniforms of peacetime were strolling through the plaza, flirting with the Senoritas. Mexico was quiet and charming, even on the verge of revolution. 4. The De la Huerta revolt of 1924 was but a comparatively small incident in Mexican history. It will probably be forgotten by the time this book appears in print. Yet it is fairly typical of such affairs, and it is rather significant of current political tendencies which are likely to continue long into the future. To understand it, as to understand everything that happens in Mexico today, one must glance into the past. This originally was the land of an empire which combined savagery with civilization. The Aztecs normally were peaceful tillers of the soil, cultivators of flowers, and builders of monuments, yet they could fight courageously upon occasion, and were addicted to human sacrifices. To this empire came a handful of Spanish adventurers bent upon conquest. They were great warriors, these Spaniards, but they conquered mainly through their cleverness in playing one group of Indians against another. During the 3 centuries of their rule, there was much progress in Mexico, as the world of today judges progress, which means the growth of European institutions. But the Spaniard held the Indian in subjection, which in many cases became slavery. Into the soul of the Indian crept a spirit of rebellion. He rose and cast out the Spaniard. He chose his own leaders, usually from the mestizo or mixed breed population, only to discover that they were as ready to exploit him as the Spaniard had been. Blinded by the eloquent promises of one politician after another, he marched in every revolution. The Spaniard had brought to Mexico the political doctrine that a governor is not the servant but the master of his people. Whoever gained office promptly forgot his promises. To the foreigner, the one bright spot in Mexican history is the reign of the dictator Porfirio Diaz. He pacified a disorderly country. He built 15,000 miles of railway, established telegraphic communication throughout the Republic, placed Mexico upon a firm financial basis, and raised it to a foremost rank among nations. He gave the Indian prosperity, but failed to educate him. He kept him in subjection as stern as that of the Spaniard. And rival politicians, whispering to the Indian that Diaz had sold his country to the foreign promoter, found him ready for more revolution. Then commenced the old story of one president after another. In the blood of each was that strain of the Spanish adventurer who had come to Mexico to reap a fortune at the expense of the native. The first to keep his promises to the Indian was Carranza. Under his new constitution, previously mentioned, the peon enjoyed so many rights, and the capitalist so few, that foreigners ceased to invest. The Indian, theoretically, now owned Mexico. But he was penniless and ignorant, and he didn't know what to do with it. Its riches were the sort that required money and engineering brains. Its varied climes would produce any crop grown elsewhere in the world, but in most regions they required extensive irrigation. Its rugged mountains possessed a vast store of mineral wealth: iron, onyx, opals, topazes, emeralds, jade, marble, mercury, lead, zinc, antimony, asphaltum, coal, copper, silver, and gold, but they needed machinery and transportation. Its eastern sands, with their fortune in oil, had already made this the third petroleum-producing country in the world, when only a tenth of the possible fields had been prospected, but they were of no value to the untrained Mexican peon. He found himself poorer than ever. When, in 1920, Obregón raised his revolutionary standard, the Indian turned against Carranza. Obregón proved the most capable president since Diaz. He was adept at compromise. He quickly pacified the country, hanging the smaller bandits and conciliating the larger bandits, like Villa, with the promise of forgiveness. He pleased the Indian with agrarian reforms, splitting up the larger estates into small land holdings. He brought back the foreign capitalist with new concessions. Mexico did not become the heaven which Obregón's American propaganda would have had us believe, but it gave much promise. Its one dark cloud was a rising tide of Bolshevism. Obregón, with all his compromise, still favored the Indian, and the Indian, sensing his new strength, gloried in it. In Vera Cruz, where the new movement was strongest, workmen were striking constantly on trivial excuse or no excuse at all. Tenants had formed a habit of hanging out red flags as a sign that they were tired of paying rent, and stevedores were refusing to unload steamers until the principal port of Mexico was so constantly tied up as to depress seriously all Mexican business. The native landholders and property owners, not to mention many of the foreign promoters, were becoming seriously alarmed at the menace of this Bolshevism. When it became evident that Obregón was favoring as his successor at the 1924 elections a man who favored the Indian even more stoutly than he himself, General Calles, the moneyed interest promptly started a new revolution, headed by Adolfo de la Huerta. The significant point about this revolution is that the Indians, or a part of the Indian population, promptly rose to follow the de la Huerta standard, deserting his own shibboleths to die for principles which throughout all earlier Mexican history he had striven to overthrow. Among the 15 million people of Mexico, only 1 million are of pure white ancestry. 6 million are full-blooded Indians. Among the other 8 million mestizos, aboriginal strains predominate. With employment and fair treatment, the natives are peaceable. But like their Aztec ancestors, they are potential fighters. When discontent awakens the old spirit of rebellion, first aroused by the Spaniard, they rise blindly to follow some new leader, believing that at last they have discovered a friend, when they have merely discovered another self-seeking politician bent upon their exploitation. When they do find a friend, they are too ignorant to appreciate the fact. They are the ready dupes of ambitious generals. 5. In Tapajula, the insurrection was marked principally by much blowing of bugles on the part of the Obregon garrison. The civilian population remained unperturbed. The soldiery hailed the affair as another good excuse for drinking. Possibly their officers had paid them as a first step toward ensuring their loyalty in the campaign to follow. They promptly filled the local bar-rooms and swaggered about the streets with the air of increased importance which comes to a military man in time of war. As always in Mexico, the martial spirit brought to the surface the anti-foreign sentiment. The peon, whatever his opinion of gringos, is usually polite, but inspired by thoughts of battle and a few swigs of rum, he occasionally tells the foreigner what he thinks of him. A fat sergeant careening wildly by on a little burro, so drunk that he threatened at every lurch to overturn his diminutive mount, reviled my ancestry as he galloped past. A group of soldiers making merry in a saloon near the plaza set down their bottle of mezcal to damn all Americans. One of them staggered out with the evident intention of picking a quarrel, but his attention was distracted at the sight of a Tijuana girl lingering at the curb. Seizing her arm, he grinned in an effort at blandishment. She broke loose with an angry "Vaya! Run along! Andale!" and hurried down the street, while a policeman on the corner chuckled and twirled his own mustachios. The soldier turned to me again, muttering something about tearing a gringo's heart from the breast. He started toward me, wavered unsteadily, collided with a house wall, and collapsed in the gutter. For a day the soldiery swaggered all over town, but the next morning their generals, now in businesslike khaki, rounded them up and marched them to the railway station, where all passenger traffic had ceased and all cars had been commandeered for transport. They passed beneath my hotel balcony, a motley crew of evil-visaged little fellows, with cartridges glistening from many bandoliers, cheering and singing. Behind them came a nondescript mob of slatternly women, old and young and middle-aged, the solderatas, or camp followers, who transport the baggage, cook the food, perform whatever other services a soldier may require, and sometimes assist in the actual fighting, occasionally with a rifle, but usually with sticks or stones, wherewith they engage in combat the solderatas of the enemy. Barefoot, bedraggled, unwashed, they were bent under loads of fruit baskets, blankets, saddlebags, water jars, and even live chickens. A few of the marchers glanced up at my balcony to hurl a last curse at the gringo. Then they vanished around the corner, bound northward to the scene of battle. Tapajula assumed its atmosphere of peace, quite as though Mexico were untroubled by one of its chronic insurrections. 6. One must not assume that a Mexican revolution is a comic opera affair. The least conspicuous uprising sows something of death, destruction, and a loss of feminine virtue in its wake. But Mexico is large and sparsely populated, and can stage a dozen revolutions at once without disturbance of its general calm. The De la Huerta revolt raged principally in central Mexico. For a few months the Republic was aflame from Vera Cruz to Manzanillo. But Obregon had the best generals. The United States, taking the quickest means to bring about order, allowed him to buy arms denied the revolutionists. The Huertistas, beaten and dispersed, fled southward into the jungles of Tehuantepec, fighting sporadically along the railway I had just traversed, until completely disbanded. American newspaper readers settled back in their easy chairs with a self-congratulatory comment, "There's another revolution over. Those Mexicans must be a cutthroat lot." 7. When one travels through Mexico, one is amazed to discover that the Mexicans do not appear a cutthroat lot. The great masses of Indian and semi-Indian population appear quiet, simple, peaceable folk. Now and then, after the tequila has flowed freely, some of them may beat their wives or cut their neighbors' throats, but this is not their regular pastime. In fact, most old-timers in the country deny that crime is any more frequent there than at home. Why, then, the traveler always asks himself, can these people not elect a president without bloodshed? One finds the answer by observing their politeness. This politeness is extremely personal. The man who talked for half an hour to the ticket agent, keeping 40 other persons waiting while he asked after all the members of the other man's family, is a case in point. So are the two acquaintances, familiar to everyone who has lived in Mexico, who meet upon a narrow sidewalk, embrace demonstratively, and stand there for another half hour enjoying one another's professions of love and admiration to such an extent that they force all other pedestrians to step out into the gutter. It is a personal politeness which must be rigidly observed, no matter how much inconvenience it may cause the general public. One finds it everywhere in Mexican life, and this discussion might be extended to apply to the life of the neighboring countries given to revolution. It permeates business, where salesmanship follows the methods, now comparatively obsolete at home, of concentrating upon favorably impressing the buyer rather than demonstrating the superior merits of one's goods. And when applied to politics, it becomes the good old principle of "what's the Constitution among friends?" Mexican loyalty is an extremely personal loyalty. The Mexican may love his home and the immediate land upon which he resides, but he has no conception of patriotism. He uses the phrase for oratorical purposes, but the idea is vague. He would rally to his country's flag to fight a foreign invader, but beyond that he has no devotion to his republic or to the ideals and principles, whatever they may be, for which Mexico stands. He knows only loyalty to certain leaders. His political parties do not go by the name of Liberal or Conservative, Republican or Democrat, but by the name of the candidate. The Mexican is always an Obregonista, or a Villista, or a Carranzista, or a Huertista. Once in office, the successful politician practices the spoils system, which is not unknown in our own republic, but which reaches a far higher point of efficiency in Mexico. Into office come all his personal friends. They have spent their money to elect him. Now they must reimburse themselves. Graft, fairly common in other lands, is an art in these countries. Scarcely a sum of money ever changes hands in the course of government operations without shrinking at least slightly. Political office is the quick, sure road to financial success. No one knows how soon a term may end, wherefore everyone makes hay while the sun shines, for tomorrow it may rain bullets. Should one administration reach the end of its term, and Mexico's latest constitution limits a president to one term, the old principle of personal courtesy to a friend continues. The retiring president names his own successor, whose election, since his troops control the polls, he can definitely guarantee. The Mexican believes in this loyalty to friends. He expects the successful politician to give all the plums to his supporters, regardless of their abilities for the several posts. Not placing a high value upon honesty, except verbally, he takes it for granted that most of them will rob the people. He understands that they are loath to relinquish office, and in his heart he would condemn the president as disloyal if he did not stuff the ballot boxes in favor of a chosen successor. His indignation is not aroused at such proceedings. He would do the same things himself if he were in power. But if he happens to be a rival politician, without power, and with no prospect of gaining it except by forcibly dislodging the other fellow, he affects great indignation. He whispers to the peon his horror at the prevailing misgovernment. "These villains," he says, "are robbing you," and he rises in arms, followed by the peon, to save Mexico from its unpatriotic despoilers. As a matter of fact, it is only a comparatively small part of the population that follows. The great bulk of the Mexican people are peaceable. They are tired of revolution. They have lost faith in new leaders. They prefer to remain neutral, and to cheer diplomatically for whoever proves the victor. The Revolutionary Army is recruited, like the Federal Army, from the unemployed, from those who have tired of working and hope to obtain political office themselves, from young boys who are thrilled by the prospect of carrying a gun, and from a certain lawless element that welcomes the possibility of loot and rape. Should the revolution prove abortive, the government generals quickly suppress it. A few of its leaders are hanged, a few soldiers executed. The rest of the rebels slip away quietly, hide their weapons, and return innocently to their work. Should the revolution prove successful, the government generals forget their loyalty to the president. They jump quickly to the other side, taking with them their ignorant troops, who are never quite sure whom they are fighting anyway, and fight valiantly, as always, to save Mexico. The president flees. The revolutionists hold a banquet at the palace, where they make flowery speeches about their patriotism. They conduct an election, make one of their number president, and accept his appointments to office. And there they remain until another revolution throws them out, or until a squabble starts among themselves as to which shall next succeed to the presidency. The American reading public always condemns the revolutionists. It cannot seem to grasp the fact that elections are never honest in Mexico, that whoever controls the polls is the man elected, that Mexico has never had a constitutional president who did not first capture the palace by force of arms, that revolution consequently is the only course whereby there can be a change of parties. Usually the revolution is justifiable, but invariably it brings to office another man who, like the man at the ticket window, is more considerate of his personal friends than of the general public. The Mexicans are not a cutthroat lot. They are merely too courteous. 8. Yet Mexico always weathers her storms. Even in revolution, unless one chances to be caught at the particular scene of the disturbance, this land is supremely tranquil. In Tapachula, the only evidence of the turmoil was an ever-lengthening line of brown-faced prisoners sitting cross-legged on the street before the comandancia, picking with their machetes at the rank weeds that grew up among the cobblestones. As in Hermosillo, a moon smiled down over the low, flat roofs. The lilting song of the marimba echoed hauntingly through the dim streets, and the plaintive notes of a gendarme's whistle assured the world that all was well. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Up and Down Guatemala, Part 1. 1. From Tapachula to the Guatemalan border, there was a train every 2 or 3 days, provided traffic warranted so much service. It took me through a bamboo forest and dropped me at Suchiate, a straggling village of thatched huts beside a muddy river, where I had my first experience with the formalities attendant upon the crossing of a Central American frontier. First, one had to secure permission from the Mexican authorities to leave their country. In a whitewashed shed, 3 leisurely gentlemen in their shirt-sleeves were visying passports. Before they would proceed, one had to obtain stamps, procurable only at another shack, located as always in these countries at the opposite end of town, and reached by trudging through deep sand beneath the broiling sun. And when, after half an hour or more, one returned with the stamps, there were questions. Why were we leaving Mexico? When? Where were we going? Why? What had we done in Mexico? Why the devil did we come there anyway? What was our profession? Married or single? How many children? Why? Where were they? And how? And when one had convinced the officials of his respectability, there was another long hike across an endless sunny grass plain to a palm-thatched shelter at the river bank, where other officials ransacked the baggage. A boatman poled the few immigrants across the swirling waters to Guatemala, and the entire proceeding recommenced on the other side. The Guatemalan officials had no office. They stood in the shade of a pepper tree, flanked on one side by a squad of barefooted soldiers, on the other by an ox cart, and backed by the town's juvenile population. They pretended very solemnly to read every word in the passports, although one traveller's was in Russian and another in Syrian. They paused now and then to shake their heads doubtfully and exchange suspicious glances. But at length, when everyone had proved his solvency by displaying $35 in American currency, Guatemalan bills not being considered sufficient proof of solvency, they passed us all. Baggage was loaded upon the ox cart, and we started for the custom house, led by the soldiers and followed by the juvenile population. There was another wait of more than an hour while the custom inspector finished his lunch, took his siesta, and smoked his cigarette. At last, however, he made his appearance, scribbled in chalk all over the outside of trunks and suitcases, filled out several printed reports, and collected from each of us 10 Guatemalan dollars, or 14 cents in American money, and the formalities were concluded. We were officially admitted to the Republic of Guatemala. 2. From Ayutla, the Guatemalan frontier station, to Guatemala City was another day's ride. The railway coaches, if possible, were just a trifle more dilapidated than those of Mexico, but the train made better time. The way led through a continuation of the bamboo forests, but it soon rose to the cooler highlands, where volcanic cones towered into the clouds. One or two of the craters were smoking, filling the sky with dense masses of white vapor, and sprinkling the earth with a fine lava dust. To all Central America these volcanoes are blessings. Occasionally the attendant earthquakes may shake down a city, but the lava dust enriches the soil, and a good coffee crop provides the wherewithal for reconstruction. The Pacific slopes of Guatemala are exceedingly fertile. Coming from Mexico, where revolution had brought a sensation of work, one noticed the air of prosperity in this little Central American country. The hills everywhere were red with coffee berries, the plantations were neatly kept, and the peons all seemed busy. They were very small, these Guatemalan Indians, so small that they suggested Lilliputians, but remarkably sturdy. They appeared to earn their living principally by carrying bundles. Every woman on the road was galloping along with swift, flat-footed stride, swinging her arms as though paddling her way, balancing on her head a basket of produce or a great cluster of earthenware jars. Every man had a load upon his back, sometimes so much larger than himself that he resembled a tiny ant struggling beneath a huge beetle. He supported his burden with straps over his shoulders and with a band about his forehead, so that by inclining his neck forward or back he could shift the weight. These people showed no bulging muscle. Theirs was the smooth modeling of the Indian physique that concealed tremendous strength. They seemed never to pause for rest, but trotted untiringly, serving as pack animals in the more remote regions for 14 cents a day, and carrying 150 pounds for 12 hours or more. They were the most colorful types to be seen south of Tehuantepec. Each village had its own distinctive costume, particularly among the women. At one station they were wearing short purple jackets that disclosed 6 inches of bronze stomach. At another they were clad in tight blue skirts, a waist of print cloth, and a wide sash of blazing scarlet wrapped tightly about the hips. At another they were draped in zarapes, with a design picturing such confusion as might occur if a bolt of lightning were to become entangled in a rainbow. Guatemala is essentially an Indian republic. Among its 2,250,000 people, who incidentally comprise 40% of the total population of Central America, there are 1 million of pure aboriginal ancestry. The whites are comparatively scarce. Yet this is the least democratic of the local nations, and the whites dominate it completely. The greater part of the country belongs to a few wealthy landlords, either native or German, and the peon, although not mistreated, has little to say about his government. But the peon always has employment, and Guatemala is prosperous. One noticed that the train did not stop long for Indians who wished to board it, as did trains in Mexico. If a wealthy hacendado were seen advancing down the road, the conductor waited for him. If 24 barefoot passengers were at the station, the engineer tooted his whistle peremptorily, paused only for a moment, allowed them to scramble aboard as best they could, and was off again. After Mexico, this speed was startling. Considering the size of Central American republics, one feared lest the train overrun the boundary lines and trespass upon the sovereignty of Salvador or Honduras. But it stayed within its own domain, turning eastward, and climbed out of the coffee-covered Pacific slopes to the pine-clad heights of central Guatemala, landing us in the evening at Guatemala City, 4,870 feet above the sea. 3. To the American at home, all Central America is a heat-stricken jungle. He invariably greets the returned traveler with, "I'll bet you're glad to get back to God's country." As a matter of fact, Guatemala City, like Tegucigalpa in Honduras and San Jose in Costa Rica, and some several other cities in all these countries, has a climate which no city in the United States can equal. It is pleasantly warm at midday and delightfully cool at night. The traveler in these parts always pities the American at home, who freezes for 6 months and sweats for 6 months. He never can understand why the poor fellow doesn't let the farm go to seed and move down to a decent climate. 4. The Guatemalan capital is a pleasant city, but not handsome. Built low and massively, it gives one the impression that it is patiently waiting another earthquake. In its past, it has been moved about from time to time in the hope that it might find a resting place free from nature's assaults. But another tremor always finds it and shakes it to pieces. It was destroyed in 1917 and again in 1918. A writer never dares use the phrase, "the last earthquake," since another one is apt to occur before his book reaches print. At the time of my visit in 1924, its builders had apparently become discouraged. Many of the buildings were still but a heap of crumbled ruins. The streets were rough, paved with cobbles partially dislodged, and marked with crazy trails which traffic had worn out in years of zigzagging from curb to curb in an effort to find passage. The drivers of the little old cabs worked their way along these streets like sailors tacking through a tortuous channel, and only large automobiles were in evidence, for the smaller variety, so popular in Mexico, would have shaken passengers to death. At the main plaza, the cathedral was surrounded by piles of debris. Since Guatemala keeps the church in the same restraint as does Mexico, the bishop could not afford to rebuild every year or two. The edifice now stood with columns seamed and cracked, with dome and towers completely gone, and with its greenish-silver bells protected by improvised board shelters. The interior also presented a patched effect, and a ruined altar was replaced by a less ornate substitute, but business was proceeding as usual. Guatemala, however, is the largest city in Central America. Its population, estimated as accurately as anything is estimated in these parts, numbers something between 100 and 200,000. If a trifle crumbled, it is the most complete city hereabouts. There are many shops, several banks, a number of theaters, and a host of excellent hotels. There is local color in abundance, for Indians in picturesque garb walk the streets, lounge in the plaza, and congregate in the native market behind the cathedral, quite as primitive as in the rural districts. There is electric light, a system of mailboxes set into the house walls at every corner, and even a café with an orchestra at every half block, for those who crave modernity. These cafés are really a distinguishing feature of Guatemala City. Elsewhere in Central America, waitresses are usually waiters. Here the waiters are usually waitresses, rather coquettish little senoritas, whose smiles are served gratis with every order. The coffee kings gather there nightly to keep their wealth in circulation, and to bask in the smiles. They drink somewhat immoderately, as in Mexico, and wait patiently to the closing hour, only to learn that the girls' own parents called to take them straight home. But the Coffee Kings are ever hopeful. They come back night after night, and the cafes possess a gaiety that adds to the city's attractiveness. Neither revolution, nor earthquake, nor disappointment in love can dampen the good humor of these countries. 5. By chance, on my first evening in Guatemala City, I was held up by a highwayman. I was rambling about unaccustomed streets when a polite little brown gentleman stepped out of a doorway, poked a revolver into my ribs, and said courteously, "Pardon, signor, please to raise both the hands above the head, and to tell me in which pocket I shall find your watch and your money." My watch was one of those cheap things which the traveler always carries for such an emergency. My money formed a large wad, but it was all in Guatemalan currency, and I had my doubts as to whether my assailant would accept it. Back in Tapachula, the Guatemalan consul, having visaed my passport, had refused the moth-eaten bills of his own country, demanding American greenbacks, but finally compromising upon Mexican gold. The highwayman, however, was too polite to refuse. "I thank you greatly, signor," he said. "Again I beg your pardon, and bid you adios." Covering me with the revolver, he stepped back around a corner. When I looked to see where he had gone, he was running furiously down the dark street. He had taken 114 Guatemalan dollars, or about 90 cents in American coinage. 6. In any Central American republic one notices a homey quality lacking in the larger territory of Mexico. In these smaller nations, every one of any prominence knows every one else. The capital is something of a Latinized main street. This is more true of the little countries to the south, but Guatemala is not completely an exception. Its provincialism manifests itself particularly in the newspaper, which savors always of the local country weekly, although a flowery verbosity gives it a unique distinction. In Mexico City one finds a press quite the equal of the American, with a several-page daily edition that shows an appreciation of news values, and a Sunday edition complete even to rotogravure picture section and comic supplement. In Guatemala City one finds a little 4-page sheet, published apparently by some gentleman who desires an organ for the glorification of his friends and the vilification of his enemies. On its first page is the feature story of a party given last night by the editor's brother-in-law, Don Guillermo Pan y Queso Escobar, whose palatial mansion was graced by a felicitous gathering of our most illustrious men and our most charming women, truly representative of the very cream of our distinguished society, and so on with an ever-swelling multitude of flattering adjectives. Beside it is an account of the commencement exercises of the local stenographic college, of which the editor's uncle is the principal, an event which seems to have been a complete success, for it was celebrated with an éclat, both artistic and educational, unsurpassed in the history of our city, and every number of the delightful and uplifting program was greeted by rapturous applause, the audience sitting spellbound as the estimable, virtuous, and pulchritudinous senoritas of the student body demonstrated their efficiency by taking down in shorthand, almost word for word, the speech of the director, our sympathetic and greatly admired fellow-countryman, Don Ricardo Cantando y Bailando Chavez, to whom great credit is due for the distinction and finesse with which the entire entertainment, and thus, until the article closes with a list of the persons present, the illustrious and distinguished everybody in the audience who wore shoes. On the last inside page, hidden among the advertisements, are the brief cablegrams from the rest of the world, announcing the death of Lenin, the invasion by France of the German Ruhr, and such other unimportant events as the destruction of Tokyo by earthquake, and the election of a new American president, or a war in Europe. 7. Guatemala contained a large colony of foreigners. There were many Germans engaged in the coffee business on the Pacific slopes, many Americans from the banana plantations of the Caribbean coast, a few exiled European noblemen who had come with the remnants of their former fortunes to live as long as possible without working in a country where living was cheap, and several old-timers, all with the rank of general, who had fought in the various past revolutions of Central America, and were now resting upon their laurels. These countries have long been the happy hunting ground of the soldier of fortune, of whom the greatest since William Walker was General Lee Christmas, who died at New Orleans while I was at the scene of his exploits. Christmas came to Central America as a locomotive engineer. It had been his profession in Mississippi until a wreck, followed by an investigation, brought out the fact that he was colorblind and could not distinguish signals. Central America was less strict about such things in those days. In fact, most of the old-time engineers are said to have driven their trains with a whiskey flask handy and with few worries about such things as signals. Christmas found employment, but he became accidentally entangled in an insurrection and formed the habit. On one occasion, when he was driving an engine in Guatemala, he is said to have received news of an outbreak in Honduras, and to have left his train with all its freight and passengers standing on the track while he hopped out of the cab window and hiked overland through the jungles to join the fray. His greatest exploit was that of repulsing an entire army with a machine gun, assisted only by one other Gringo, a Colonel Guy Maloney, now Superintendent of Police in New Orleans. He drifted from one country to another, wherever a fight seemed most promising, followed by troops that varied in number from 2 men to 14,000. He was a good scout, too, agreed most of the old-timers in Guatemala City. He'd give you his last cent if you needed it. He'd have been a millionaire if he'd saved half the money he got from the governments he helped, but he blew it all in on parties. He'd get drunk with you, or he'd go down the line with you, or he'd fight you, anything to please his friends. He was pretty square, usually, when he held office. When he was chief of police up in Tegucigalpa, if his best pals raised the devil, he'd stick them right in jail, and when their term was over, he'd give them a whale of a good party. His revolutionary habits finally became so annoying to Washington that his citizenship was canceled. Broken-hearted about it, he came home, assisted the Secret Service throughout the European War, and was reinstated. When he fell ill from old wounds and fevers contracted in Central American jungles, many old-timers cabled offers of assistance, and his old lieutenant, Colonel Guy Maloney, gave him a blood transfusion, but it was too late. When the news of his death reached Central America, more than one president probably heaved a sigh of relief. Guatemala City was filled with other ex-adventurers, all a little jealous of Christmas's fame, and all inclined to belittle one another. They sat about the hotel lobbies, spinning yarns about "that little affair down in Nicaragua," or "that little scrap up in Honduras," and if I mentioned to one the story of some other, he would snort loudly with derision. "Don't you believe it. He's a damned windbag. Next time he mentions getting that sword stuck through his lung, you just ask him if he remembers the mule that got him up against the corral wall and kicked hell out of him." End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Up and Down Guatemala, Part 2. 8. Guatemala has had its revolutions from time to time, yet its history, as compared with that of its immediate neighbors, has been fairly peaceful. If it has not had a succession of good rulers, it has at least had a succession of strong rulers. Its Indians are a docile race, a race much more easily conquered by the Spaniards than were the Indians of Mexico, and much more easily dominated by the white landlords of today. And the army, if not impressive when on dress parade, is one of the most dependable armies in Central America. In recruiting its soldiers, the government resorts to the selective draft. The jefe politico, the all-powerful local official, visits each coffee planter and secures a list of the pickers who have picked the least coffee during the past year. These, provided his soldiers can catch them, are enlisted in the army. Once enrolled, the little peons are equipped with uniform, not very elaborately or neatly, but sufficiently to distinguish them from civilians. In the capital they are also equipped with shoes, not for efficiency, but for the sake of appearances. Unaccustomed to footwear, they have to be trained to its use, and nothing is more amusing than the sight of a new battalion thus shod and stumbling awkwardly over the rough streets. They look uncomfortable and self-conscious, and at each halt will pick up their feet and glare at the shoes, much as milady's poodle glares at a pink ribbon tied around its tail. Yet these little Indians, stupid and illiterate, make better soldiers than the more intelligent mestizos, or mixed bloods. They are more susceptible to discipline. In most of these countries, virtue goes with ignorance, to such an extent that the mixed bloods are called ladinos in Guatemala, a word that originally meant tricksters. The little Indians are far more loyal to the President in office than are the mestizo soldiers of the neighboring republics, and are less apt to desert the existing government when an insurrection threatens. Guatemala's several dictators also have been artists at the business of discouraging opposition. Of them all, Estrada Cabrera stands out head and shoulders above other despots, not only of Guatemala, but of all Latin America. Until a very few years ago, he reigned for term after term, proclaiming himself re-elected when necessary, and quietly murdering any politician who gave the slightest indication of opposing him. Why he clung to the presidency is a mystery. He was so fearful of assassination that he scarcely ever showed himself outside the palace. He slept usually in a house across the street, reached by a secret passageway. He ate nothing except what his own mother prepared for him. He would have a dozen beds made up each night, and only one or two of his most trusted guardians knew which one he occupied. He seriously handicapped the country's mining interest by placing a ban on the importation of blasting powder, lest it be used to blow him up. On the one occasion when he attended a public ceremony, a bomb killed his carriage driver and the horses, barely missing the dictator himself. Since it was exploded by an electrical device, he thereafter placed a ban on all electric contrivances, and visitors to the country were relieved even of such things as pocket flashlights. But from his isolation within the palace, he manipulated all the strings of government, and all Guatemala felt his power. He personally blue-penciled every foreign news dispatch that left the country, and sometimes even the personal cablegrams. He maintained an elaborate spy system, with one agent watching another agent, until every man in the republic was under survey. He permitted no public gatherings where people might discuss politics. He forbade the organization of any kind of society, and once suppressed a chess club. Quite possibly he believed that these measures were justified. It is affirmed by many that Guatemala made more progress under his rule than at any period of brief presidencies. Certainly he did not follow the course of enriching himself sufficiently in one term to spend the rest of his life in Paris, a course extremely popular among Central American executives. And many an old-timer will say, the old devil was never so bad as they pictured him. But those who opposed his will used to die quite silently and suddenly, and his enemies affirm that Cabrera used poison. One hears strange stories about his political methods. He is said on one occasion to have decreed the death of an American who had incurred his enmity. To avoid international complications, he dispatched a second American to do the dirty work. The second American went to the first, warned him, and advised him to leave the country. Then he returned to inform Cabrera that the other man had escaped. He did not know that a native spy, having followed him, had already reported the meeting. Cabrera smiled. "That is too bad, but you could not help it, so have a cocktail with me and forget all about it." 3 hours later the American did forget all about it. He dropped dead. One hesitates to believe all the stories, for old-timers love to shock the itinerant journalist, but certain it is that he kept all Guatemala in terror of his authority, until many of the more ignorant believed him gifted with supernatural powers. In his later days, as in the history of most despots, he lost his grip upon the country. He had made too many enemies. Everyone hated him, yet hesitated through fear of spies to be the first to proclaim opposition. But the inevitable revolution finally materialized, and Cabrera fled the capital. He surrendered on condition that his life and property be respected. It is to the credit of the Guatemalans that they observed their agreement, although lynch law might have been more justifiable. One Carlos Herrera, a wealthy landlord, took his place, but he did not relish the job as did Cabrera. After a few months, when someone else started a revolution, he made no objection. It was comparatively bloodless. A few policemen were the only casualties. They had not been informed that a revolution was scheduled, and when they saw the mobs surging up the street, undertook to quell what they considered a disorderly scene. One completely organized government went out overnight, and another completely organized government came in. Shooting was by way of celebration. An American who had an engagement with Herrera the next day went to the palace and inquired, "Is Herrera in?" and received the answer, "Herrera's out, Orellana's in." Only one man was arrested. He landed in Puerto Barrios, the north coast port, with a cheerful jag, and called Herrera. "On arriving in your beautiful country, I hasten to salute you, and to wish you a long life and a merry one." The new government arrested him for treason, but released him as soon as he proved his ignorance that a revolution had transpired. Orellana, who held office at the time of my visit, was a former lieutenant of Cabrera's. He had occupied the seat beside Cabrera when the bomb blew up coachmen and horses. There were rumors afloat that Cabrera's brains still directed the government, but they received little credence. Another story, purely humorous, was that on the night when Orellana overthrew Herrera, the ex-dictator started to pile all his furniture against the door of his room. "But, sir," protested a servant, "these are your own friends coming back into power." "That's why I'm doing this," said Cabrera. "I know those fellows." Cabrera's house was a fortress-like structure of unassuming exterior. An old man now, he was still following his lifelong policy of retirement from the public gaze, and a guard of soldiers was present to see that he remained in retirement. The family came and went freely, but the ex-dictator never showed his face. If he had done so, someone might have taken a shot at it. He probably welcomed the guard for its protection. Orellana, despite his former connection with Cabrera, was proving a more lenient president. Clubs were now thriving, and the people might congregate where they pleased. Poison had been abolished as a function of government, and men might discuss politics without being shot. Few, however, publicly suggested a change of president. With all its comparative liberality, the new regime was ruling with an iron hand characteristic of Guatemalan governments. Shortly before my visit, Orellana had chased home a party of Mexican Bolshevik agitators, attempting to spread their propaganda among the Indians of his republic. A few years earlier, when his railway employees threatened to strike unless permitted to select their own officials and to discharge all foreigners from the service, the American superintendent had told them to go to Hades, and Orellana had sent them back to work by threatening to draft them all into the army. These countries always thrive best under a stern dictator. Even under the tyrannical Cabrera, Guatemala enjoyed more prosperity than it would have enjoyed under a rapidly changing series of get-rich-quick presidents. For a land of illiterate peons, a dictatorship, if exercised with justice, is always the most satisfactory form of government, except to politicians out of office. 9. The two principal products of Central America are coffee and bananas. The Central American remains in the cool highlands of the Pacific coast and raises the coffee. To the invading foreigner, he cedes the lowlands of the Caribbean for the culture of the bananas. In Guatemala, it was a day's railway journey from coffee country to banana country, first through a stretch of magnificent scenery, of forested mountains, and of rugged gorges spanned by several of the world's highest railway bridges, then through a tedious expanse of desert, where the woodland gave way to scraggly cactus, and the mountains, although still majestic and piled one atop another until they reached the clouds, were swept by a fitful wind that blew gustily, transferring the sand from the landscape to the eye, and finally down among the swampy, jungle-grown lowlands of the coastal plains, into the empire of the United Fruit Company. The stucco dwellings of Moorish design gradually gave way to wooden shanties, and Guatemalan natives to West Indian blacks. Years ago, before sanitary engineering made the tropics livable, the inhabitants of this region had retired to the cooler highlands, where snakes and fever were less abundant. Today, the greater part of the East Coast, all the way from Guatemala to Panama, is in the hands of the United Fruit Company or its several minor competitors. Except in Guatemala or Costa Rica, which have rail connection from ocean to ocean, Banana-Land is closer to New Orleans than to the capital of its own country. It is peopled with a few American or English bosses and a host of imported negroes. Its prevailing language is English, and it bears more resemblance to Africa than to the Central America of which it is part. A young English superintendent met me at Quirigua, one of the United Fruit Company's plantations, and conducted me to a cottage with screened verandas, where one might have fancied himself in the Americanized canal zone. The camp was neatly laid out, with well-trimmed grass plots and cement walks lined by rows of yellow croton and red hibiscus, and shaded by cocoa palms or breadfruit trees. Each superintendent had his own cottage. There was a large hotel for the lesser Gringo employees. The local hospital was the largest and best appointed in Central America. Everywhere one observed that orderliness and modernity wherewith the Anglo-Saxon is constantly abolishing the local color of all foreign lands. On all sides of the camp the banana groves extended as far as the eye could follow them, like a rank, uncut lawn of brilliant green. Narrow-gauge tracks wandered out in all directions through the lanes of trees, and many gringo bosses, all clean-cut young fellows, neatly dressed in khaki, who did their bit to destroy the fictional romance of the tropics by shaving each morning and donning a white collar, were spinning along the rails upon motor cars on their way to work. Many years ago, one Miner C. Keith, while building a railway in Costa Rica, hit upon the idea of planting bananas along the line in order to provide freight for his own road. When, during a financial panic, he was unable to pay his laborers, he performed the miracle of persuading them to work for 9 months without salary. He and his assistants drained swamps and practically eliminated malaria long before our canal zone doctors learned to combat the fever-carrying mosquito. He formed a partnership with one Andrew W. Preston, the first man to transport bananas in any quantity to the United States, and out of that combination grew the United Fruit Company, which today has plantations in Jamaica, Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, and British Honduras, and controls the banana industry of the world. It owns railways throughout Central America, and operates its own line of ships. It is said to make and unmake governments, although no one ever proves the accusation. It escapes prosecution in American courts as a monopoly because its properties are mostly located in foreign countries. But it has developed a large section of jungle land that once was considered worthless and uninhabitable. The money it pays in taxes for its concessions is the mainstay of more than one Central American nation's finances, and it supplies the world with bananas on a policy of small profits on a tremendous scale. Guatemala is one of its smallest production sources, and Quirigua is one of its smallest Guatemalan plantations. Yet I spent an entire day riding through the banana groves on a motor car with a superintendent, and saw but a small part of them. "The banana's the easiest thing on earth to grow," explained my guide, as the little car hummed over the endless tracks. "You just select the right land, the silt of some river bottom, and burn off the jungle. Then you plant them, using the suckers or bulbs that spring up around an old tree. Set them out in rows. and there's nothing more to do except keep them clear of brush. In 8 months you've got bananas. The main problem is to pick them just green enough so they'll ripen by the time they reach the States, a little bit greener for England, and get them there when the home fruits are not in season. From time to time we passed a row of laborers' shacks. Some of the Jamaicans had brought their own kinky-haired women with them. Others had found Guatemalan girls. A host of pickaninnies were tumbling about each cottage. Now and then one heard the rattle of dice and a snatch of music from a mouth organ. "Most of the men are working today," said the superintendent. "We pay them by the job and not by the week. It brings more satisfactory results in a warm climate. They like it, too, because they can work when they please. But this is a boat day, and we've taught them to work on boat days." Negroes with machetes were cutting down the bananas. A banana tree is only a soft, spongy thing, like the stem of a huge lily. A blow of the machete would half sever the trunk, and the tree would bend, bringing the bunch of fruit within reach. The negroes would hack away the leaves and remove the banana stalk carefully. When you cut down the tree, a lot of new ones grow up around it. Most people don't know that. They tell about a new superintendent here that got all excited because the men were chopping down the grove, and we always kid new men by sending them for a ladder on their first boat day. One bruised banana will rot and contaminate an entire shipload, wherefore they were handled with great care. They were piled along the track on a prepared bed of leaves. When the pickup train passed, other negroes shouldered each bunch gently. They might toss it aboard, but other negroes caught it by each stem, without touching the fruit, and laid it upon another bed of leaves. We shipped out 3.5 million bunches last year, and when we say bunch, we mean the whole bunch, and not just a hand with a dozen bananas on it," explained the superintendent. "No, that popular song that everybody sang at home was never heard down here. We'd have killed anybody that dared to sing it. You should have been here one day last week, just to see how sore everybody was when the cook had the nerve to offer us sliced bananas for breakfast. Nobody would eat them." 10. Every visitor to Guatemala makes the trip to Quirigua, not to see the plantation, but to observe the famous Maya ruins hidden in the neighboring jungles. Like most famous sights, which everyone travels far to see, they prove extremely disappointing. Their only beauty is that one has to ride horseback through a swamp to reach them, and that they are so completely surrounded with tropical forest, which forms an ideal setting. The ruins themselves, although interesting, are not impressive. There are some 4 straight columns about 30 feet high, covered with intricate carving, somewhat obscured by mildew and moss. Each visiting archaeologist scrapes off the fungus in order to obtain a clearer view of the carving, and with it scrapes off part of the carving. Near the columns are a few other queer rocks, fantastically cut to represent a frog or a turtle or some other creature, whose significance no one has been able to explain. These are the work of the Mayas, who peopled Yucatan and southern Mexico, while the Aztecs occupied the Mexican tableland. While the earlier people of the north built pyramids, these people built temples and monuments of lesser stature, but with more elaborate ornamentation. They possessed a system of hieroglyphics which have never been deciphered. Supposedly, the ruins of Quirigua were erected to commemorate events in local history, but they are small, as ruins go, and lack imposing grandeur. Few ruins in the world can equal the marvelously carved Maya ruins of Yucatan, but these of Quirigua fail to astound the observer. Near them, however, has recently been unearthed a fortress upon a hilltop, a very rude fortress of small stones, and scientists believe that marvelous discoveries may yet be made by excavation, possibly of a great Maya city buried long ago by the rotting jungles. Guatemala has only very recently taken an interest in her past. In the capital I had met a Dr. T. T. Waterman, now the official archaeologist of the Guatemalan government, who had just brought to light on the Pacific coast some ancient carvings, more impressive to me than those of Quirigua. "I wouldn't say I discovered them," he explained as he showed me photographs of statuary wherein faces and figures were not the fantastic work usually performed by primitive artists, but extremely real and lifelike, altogether quite the best sculpture that I had seen in these countries. "In fact, I didn't discover them," Dr. Waterman continued. "Ex-President Herrera did. They were on his coffee finca at Pantaleon. They happened to be on good farming land, so he dumped them all on his rubbish heap. That's where I found them." When the bosses at Huigua heard this story, they looked at their own monuments, which tourists came miles to see, and shook their heads sadly. "Those damned things are on our best Banana-Land, too." 11. On the train that carried me back from Curahba, through swamp and desert and mountain, from Banana-Land to coffee country, I met an old-timer. He had been so long in the tropics that the mosquitoes refused to bite him. Like many another, he had the rank of general, earned in some long-past revolution. "These countries are changing," he said regretfully. "I can remember the time when there was nothing down here but thatched huts. All the white men in those days were tropical tramps, drifting from one place to another, but they've mostly disappeared. This fruit company won't give you a job these days unless you come down on contract, with a white collar round your neck and a testimonial from your clergyman. The tramp's gone south, and now the soldier of fortune is passing. You no sooner get a revolution started than the United States sends down a gunboat to protect American property. Things are getting so civilized around here, I sometimes think of going home and joining the Ku Klux Klan for a little excitement." End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, In Sunny Salvador, Part 1. 1. A mule trail leads overland from Guatemala to Salvador, a rugged, boulder-strewn path that curls along mountain-sides and fords rivers, and scales precipitous cliffs, a road such as only a mule could travel with security and comfort. I crossed it in an automobile. The chauffeur, evidently a revolutionist keeping in practice at risking his life, drove out of Guatemala City with myself and another Gringo passenger at 4 a.m. and raced through the black night with the shrieking klaxon characteristic of all Latin American motor traffic, past the sleeping suburbs and up the heights to the first narrow ledge. There, while the car still raced at full speed above a sheer drop of several hundred feet, he removed both hands from the wheel to light a cigarette. This was merely the beginning. A protest from his American passengers would have delighted him, and furnished barroom anecdotes for the next 10 years. Wherefore Shields, a lean, lank Yankee salesman from the Middle West, smiled cheerfully as though he were having the time of his life, and I followed his example. The trail was not merely narrow, but it squirmed and twisted, following the scalloped contour of the mountainside. The driver took the curves without use of a brake. As a matter of fact, he explained later, the brakes did not work. So we sped unchecked around and around the many bends until, making a particularly abrupt turn, we collided with an ox cart. This stopped us with a crash. The ox cart overturned. A load of melons, bound for the Guatemalan market, rolled down the slopes, starting a small landslide. The oxen, bumped off the road, pawed frantically for a foothold on the brush-grown decline. The peon marketer glowered in sullen resentment. Our chauffeur lighted another cigarette, climbed out to survey his twisted fender and his awry lamps, produced a flask of cognac, and took a comforting swig, climbed back again to discover that his car would still run, and drove away as fast as before. The road grew steadily worse. Our seat springs were in the same condition as the brakes. This scarcely mattered, since we so seldom touched them, but spent most of the journey somewhere midway between the seat and the awning, contriving as a rule to miss the steel framework of the top, but clinging to the sides lest we puncture the canvas above us. Our most difficult task was to maintain a cheerful, dignified expression of countenance, for the benefit of observers along the road. Dawn brought the entire population out to see us. Barefooted peons, men, women, and children, came racing across the fields at the shriek of our klaxon to obtain a closer view. It was now 3 years since the first automobile had crossed this trail, an achievement hailed at the time by marveling editorials in the local Central American press, and motor traffic was becoming a fairly regular thing, but not so regular that the novelty had diminished. In fact, the chickens of the region had not yet learned to jump across the road in front of the car. The other species of livestock were more apt, however, in acquiring the customs of civilization. The dogs chased us with outraged yelps. The cows, always lying in the center of the road, lurched to their feet directly in our path. Horses and donkeys, convinced that we were after them, and were as apt to catch them in the woods as on the trail, stuck to the trail, and galloped ahead of us for mile after mile without turning aside, while their indignant owners trotted behind us, hurling imprecations and describing us as cattle rustlers. Boys, and occasionally grown men, took delight in standing loutishly in the center of the street at each village, making faces at us to amuse their admiring friends, and leaping aside at our approach. If we stopped at one of the infrequent towns, as we usually did, in order that the chauffeur might again produce his cognac flask, the whole population surrounded us to stare. On such occasions, Shields would reach out and remove 5-cent pieces from the ears of the natives within reach of his arm, a diversion practiced with much amusement by Richard Harding Davis on his travels in Central America, with the result that the local police were frequently called upon for the return of the money discovered in local ears. These policemen took our names at each stopping place, a custom in vogue throughout both Guatemala and Salvador whenever strangers make their appearance, but they allowed us to inscribe our own nomenclature, wherefore, should any list of distinguished tourists ever be published in these countries, the public will be amazed at the many world-famous notables who have made the overland journey. The policemen, unable to read, always bowed profoundly, and if we inquired of them where gasoline might be purchased, they would hop upon the running board and show us the way, bowing again for a 2-cent tip. The road, having scaled the first mountain range, crossed a wide plateau. This was a cattle country. From time to time a cloud of dust appeared before us, indicating another drove of steers, and the chauffeur headed always for the exact center of it, sometimes plowing through without missing a steer, but usually dispersing the herd in all directions, whereupon native cowpunchers waved their arms and screamed curses and rode frantically away to round up their galloping protégés. Having crossed the plateau, we came upon the worst roads of all. The chauffeur gave his wheel a twist, and we started up a riverbed, where a frothing stream tumbled down over a succession of huge boulders. No one but a Latin American, fortified with cognac, could have driven a car up those rapids. The water sprinkled us and blinded us, but up we went, the auto climbing from rock to rock, much as a man might pull himself hand over hand up a steep embankment. One wheel would catch, down would jolt the other 3 wheels, the motor would roar, another wheel would catch, another roar. A lurch that made the teeth chatter, another roar. A few feet of progress, a few feet of sliding backward. Somehow we made it. Leaving Guatemala behind, we raced through Salvador, around another series of cliffs, where the chauffeur kept looking backward to see whether we flinched, and at last down into the valleys of another fertile coffee country, just as night descended, and the askewness of our damaged lamps made driving still more difficult. Long trains of ox carts, returning from the Salvadorian markets, loomed out of the blackness before us. But still we charged ahead, missing most of them, and arrived at 8 o'clock, still breathing, though very much bruised, in Santa Ana, the second city of the Republic. 2. Salvador is the smallest nation in Central America, but with the exception of Costa Rica, the most progressive. The railway train which carried me to the capital the next day was neat and clean, and the coaches freshly painted by an artist who had covered the interior with bright colors, and had traced designs of lilies and tulips wherever there was sufficient woodwork to permit of ornamentation. As in Guatemala, the way led through a land of volcanoes, wherewith Salvador is so abundantly supplied that for some years she did not bother to construct lighthouses on her coast. At a distance from the railway train one could count several of them, some in mild eruption. For miles we rode through a congealed river of metal, a great stream that traced its way downward through the green of Mount San Salvador, a tumbled river of black rock that had hardened into fantastic shapes while still foaming and boiling. But already it had decomposed in places, and islands of green jungle were appearing along its surface. Salvador, like Guatemala, is mainly a coffee country. It is not, however, a country of large estates, but of small holdings. Patches of farmland cover every available space. This is the most thickly populated republic, not only in Central America, but in the entire hemisphere. Into its 7,225 square miles were packed some 1,500,000 people. As everywhere, overcrowding, by intensifying the struggle for existence, had developed among the Salvadorians an energy and industry greater than that of their neighbors. Hillsides that would have gone to waste in Guatemala were plowed here to the very summit. Villages, ruined by the last volcanic eruption, were springing up in all the valleys. One looked upon the heavily populated landscape and wondered why some of the natives did not gravitate over into the next republic. But the people of all these nations are like those of the Balkans in their hatred of one another. When I mentioned the subject to a Salvadorian who shared my seat, he muttered, "Go to Guatemala? Never! People there are scoundrels." Which reminded me that Guatemalans had already warned me against the Salvadorians, all of whom were said to be cutthroats and purse-snatchers. It is this spirit of mutual distrust that has kept Central America divided into 5 diminutive states. There has been talk of union ever since they first gained independence from Spain and Mexico back in 1821 and 1823, but it has resulted only in a series of temporary combinations of 2 or 3 republics opposed by the other 3 or 2, and brought to an end through internal bickerings. Politicians in all the countries favor the present multiplicity of offices. Wherefore each little nation staggers under the burden of supporting a president and a Congress and a complete diplomatic corps, although the whole 5 could be lost in Texas. Salvador, the smallest, is so tiny that from its center one could sometimes look westward to the Pacific Ocean and eastward to the mountains of Honduras. 3. If Salvador sometimes indulges in what the people of larger nations describe as comic opera, it is normally peaceful. It appeared so tranquil at the time of my visit that I was surprised to learn of its being under martial law. "Oh, that's easily explained," said the gentleman who shared my seat. "Our president, Alfonso Quiñones Melina, is a very excellent man, but he has his enemies. Under martial law he can draft anyone into the army. As soon as an opponent criticizes him, he makes him a general. Thus the critic becomes susceptible to military discipline and ventures no further criticism." 4. A few hours of leisurely travel brought me to San Salvador, the capital of El Salvador. It was a warm, sunny capital, only a trifle over 2,000 feet in altitude, extremely low for a Central American city. Its population numbered only some 50 or 60,000. Its people, being of mestizo composition, did not affect the barbaric raiment of the Guatemalan Indians. The half-breed maidens wrapped themselves in filmy shawls of pink or blue, but after the blazing zarapes of the previous country, these garments seemed colorless. The city itself was somewhat drab. A few of its structures were of the heavy masonry found elsewhere in Central America, and its governmental palace was imposing in its wealth of marble columns. Yet the city as a whole, being another favorite objective of the local earthquakes, was constructed mainly of wood and corrugated iron, even to the cathedral, which, although painted to suggest stone, was convincing only at a distance. But it was a decidedly pleasant city, with many parks and tinkling fountains. Pretty senoritas were abundant. Priests in black robes, unrestricted by law in this country, were to be seen everywhere. Men walked through the marketplaces ringing dinner bells and carrying little boxes containing a tiny image of the Virgin, to whom one might bow for a penny. Horse cars rattled through the streets with much crackling of the drivers' whips. There was music each night in the plaza, and flirtation beneath the palm trees. The tropic air was balmy and soothing. About the whole city there was an atmosphere of contentment, and a touch of that fictional romance which the traveler craves. 5. Deciding to stay for a while, I took lodgings at a cheap hotel opposite the presidential palace. In all of these countries, the homes of the wealthy and influential citizens, even of the president, are quite apt to be located between business offices or stores, or even among slums. Because of the local habit, which wealth frequently manifests, of shrinking into concealment behind a plain exterior, the magnificent homes are apt to be no more striking in outward appearance than their inglorious surroundings. The palace, a plain, one-story building, was recognizable as such only from the large guard of colonels and generals who lined its sidewalk, and from the presence just across the way of the principal military barracks, with protruding towers from which machine guns could sweep the surrounding streets in case of insurrection. My room had doors opening directly upon the avenue. If I chanced to open them in the evening, I caught a flash of eyes from one feminine stroller after another, for this region, despite its distinction, was a favorite haunt of street walkers, somewhat numerous in Salvador as a result of a preponderance of females, a tropical climate, and the difficulty of earning a living which always accompanies an excess of population. From the opposite sidewalk, the colonels and generals would smile and twirl their mustachios, and the policeman on the corner would offer advice. "That's a good one. I know her myself." For variety, there was an occasional religious procession, the Passe de la Virgen. In certain times in the year, the priests at the many churches would send out the image of the Virgin to make a tour of the city, spending a night at the home of each parishioner who chose to receive her. Every evening a long parade of women would pass my hotel, marching very slowly, each holding aloft a lighted candle, and chanting in a shrill, strained voice. One night, out of curiosity, I followed them. It was strangely impressive. The winding procession of solemn women, intent upon the image before them, singing a weird hymn that rose and fell and echoed through the silent streets, the candles flaming aloft as though this were all a great stream of fire, creeping very slowly through the heart of the city. The family that was to receive the image came to meet us, also bearing candles, and led us to the house where, in one corner of the parlor, a great stage had been constructed and decked with palms. The head of the family, seeing a foreigner in the crowd, hastened to welcome me. "You honor my household, Signor. Come early tomorrow night, and I shall let you carry the Virgin." They bore her reverently into the house, and placed her upon the improvised altar. For several minutes they stood before her, and the chant reverberated throughout the room, vastly impressive. Then, as though to shatter the whole effect, some woman shrieked in a loud voice, "Who's the cause of such great joy and happiness?" From the crowd the answer came in a mighty roar, profanely like a college yell, "The Virgin Mary!" They trooped noisily into the street. All was over. The solemnity was gone. As I came out, several of the girls, so intent before upon their hymn, favored me with a flash of eyes. I recognized them as those who regularly passed my hotel door. 6. The Central American, like the Mexican, is both an idealist and a materialist. He sees no inconsistency in being both devoutly religious and frankly immoral. He is quite apt to use the name of his favorite saint as a fitting title for his gin mill. He employs it as a harmless ejaculation. He may even resort to it for emphasis, as in the case of an advertisement I recall, which endorsed a Charlie Chaplin moving picture with the phrases, "Is it funny? Jesus, Joseph, and Mary." And among the lower classes he is quite apt to regard any religious holiday as a fitting excuse for overindulgence in liquor. It is frequently charged throughout these countries that the great waves of illegitimacy follow the principal church processionals, which fact is not a reflection upon the church, but upon the inability of the peons to associate the ideas of religion and personal behavior. In fact, the common people see nothing essentially wrong, or even unusual, in illegitimacy itself. In Nicaragua, the newspapers, in publishing a list of births, distinguish each new citizen with the candid legitimo or illegitimo, and the latter outnumber the former by 2 or 3 to 1, a ratio which holds good for all these countries. It must not be assumed from these statements, however, that all Central America is a hotbed of immorality. In discussing any moral question, a writer must indicate which social class he has in mind. In any of these countries there is a distinct division between the aristocrat and the peon. In aristocratic circles a man has every privilege and a woman none. It is assumed, in Latin fashion, that boys will be boys. Lest girls be girls, their virtue is assured by a close chaperonage. A man of wealth may keep several establishments in town besides his regular home. If bound upon a journey, he may take with him some other lady, in order that his wife may be spared the discomforts of travel. The wife remains a model of propriety. Here prevails the double standard. In peon circles, both sexes share something more of equality. They mate usually without the formality of marriage. Should they prefer to change partners from time to time, they do it casually, yet this is the exception rather than the rule. In some cases, a woman objects to any ceremony, preferring to remain free of ties, so that in case her new spouse proves a drunkard or a wife-beater, she can leave him, for there is no divorce in most of these countries. In some cases they would prefer the marriage ritual, but cannot afford it, and in most cases, although free to change partners, they remain faithful throughout life. Women in this class, so long as they have a consort, are apt to be as loyal as the women of the upper classes. Illegitimate children, consequently, are more a result of these informal unions than of a general promiscuity. Yet promiscuity is not unknown. The peon girl without a partner is the daughter of a rather sensuous race, and of a race that is not inclined to work when an easier living is to be obtained. In this land of tolerance, little stigma attaches itself to her, or to her children, if she takes up prostitution as a career. In most Latin American countries she is restricted to a certain segregated district, but she is recognized by the police as a legal and useful member of the community. The gente decente, or decent people, as the aristocrats describe themselves, may not invite her to their homes, but the gentlemen may sometimes call at hers. If in San Salvador she chooses to ply her trade before the presidential palace, what matters it? She does not molest the president. And if she chooses also to join a religious procession, and return immediately to her profession, the Central American sees nothing inconsistent therein. What has religion to do with one's personal affairs? End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, In Sunny Salvador, Part 2. 7. These people, of whatever class, are naturally tolerant toward one another. A man may be strictly moral, and many of them are, even in aristocratic circles, yet he never takes it upon himself to enforce a similar morality on his neighbor. There are no organizations in Mexico or Central America for minding other people's business. The only society engaged in uplifting the fellow of different viewpoint in these parts is one with offices at Albany, New York, which sends out propaganda to combat the evil of bullfighting. Whether one wishes to raise the devil or not, one has a comfortable sense of liberty here, which is lacking in Anglo-Saxon lands. If one chooses to drink, and to become disgracefully drunk, to such an extent that we at home would remark the next day, "You certainly were a mess last night," there is no such comment forthcoming from a Latin American. Like the little general at Culiacan, the native of any of these countries will say, "You were very lively last evening." Perhaps the wife of his hotel proprietor will even compliment him. "After 16 copitas of Scotch whiskey, you did not molest a single one of my servant girls," she will say. "You have a remarkably fine character, Senor." And he sobers up, feeling that he has been a paragon of virtue. 8. If these people seldom criticize harshly, however, they are very fond of gossip. The women especially have few interests to discuss, and infinite leisure for the discussion. There were some 15 senoras and senoritas at my hotel in San Salvador, the wives or daughters of guests, all of them built to resist earthquake, who spent the entire day sitting in a chair upon the patio veranda without amusement or occupation. Anglo-Saxon girls, with nothing to do except to wait for a husband to come home from work, would have gone insane, but these of Salvador were passively content. None of them ever read anything. In fact, only a very few people of either sex ever seemed to read anything in these countries. Few of them ever sewed or knitted. All of them were quite satisfied with their peaceful existence. During the absence of their husbands, they were extremely circumspect. When spouses were present, they might greet me with a pleasant "good morning." When alone, they affected not to see me. Since the Latin American gentleman, unless patently snubbed, fancies always that a lady must be encouraging amorous advances, they had learned to be extremely cautious. But they all had a great curiosity about the United States, which newspapers had taught them to regard as a country whose population spent most of its time in a divorce court, and they were eager to ask me questions. Wherefore they would gather in a body, and, reassured by the security of numbers, would occasionally surround me for purposes of conversation. Since the feminine mind runs mainly to romance, their questions were rather personal. The women here always wish to know whether the man they meet is married or single, and, if single, whether he has a sweetheart. On the theory that the lack of a sweetheart would interest them most, I had always answered questions in the negative, but in San Salvador I discovered that by inventing one I merely interested them the more. The news spread rapidly, and within 2 minutes every woman in the hotel was present to ask further questions about her. "Is she beautiful?" "No, she's about as ugly as they make them." That provoked much discussion. These strange gringos did not care for beauty. Had one not seen many an American bringing with him a wife that no Latin would have wed? "But what does she look like? 6 feet tall, Dios, and wears number 10 shoes. Ah, caramba! Do you really love her?" Night after night they asked questions about her, until I regretted her invention. If friends or relatives came to see my inquisitors, the entire story had to be repeated again. I finally decided to let her marry another. But this merely invited further inquiries. "Are you not disconsolate?" "No." "Ay, what unfeeling creatures are the Americans! And she married a man of 90 years for his millions? How commercial the gringos!" Sympathy and comfort were offered in abundance. Each of the ladies seemed to have a friend or relative who was suggested as a substitute. I was forced to decline the suggestions. "We are merely waiting, my sweetheart and I, until the old millionaire dies. Then we shall inherit his wealth and live happily ever after." There was a moment of shocked silence. Someone suggested that I was joking, but was immediately overruled by the others. This, they insisted, was a common practice in the United States. Anything was possible among Americans. And was I not even jealous that I must wait while my beloved lived with another? Not at all. I've cabled a second girl, and she'll be my wife until the first one is free. We do that regularly. My love affairs became the sensation of the community, and the story did not reach the breaking point until the first girl, in the furor of her love for me, announced in an imaginary cable that she had poisoned her husband and that the millions were ours. Even then there were several doubtful inquiries as to whether I really meant it, and when I confessed that the whole story was fictitious, they were vastly disappointed. It was all so in keeping with their visions of the United States that they wished to believe it. 9. In all of these women one observed a strangely childlike quality. When better conversational subjects were exhausted, several of them requested that I guess their ages. Oddly enough, in this land where frankness is seldom encountered, women make no effort to hide the number of their years. Perhaps it is because their personal vanity, so very manifest in younger girls, practically ceases after marriage has been achieved. One of them I judged to be 50. To please her, I guessed 40. She proved in reality to be 32. They grow old so quickly here, yet in their manner they retain toward men that air of a child toward a parent. Should a husband see fit to discuss with them any serious subject, they listen in awed admiration to his opinions, exclaiming occasionally, "I see! I understand!" It would probably offend the average Latin American to discover that his spouse knew as much about anything as he did himself. He likes the role of the patient mentor. He prefers that his wife be a gentle pet rather than a comrade. I dined one day with a Salvadorian gentleman and his wife. The lady, who came from one of the leading families, had been educated abroad and had traveled extensively, yet the gentleman, although he conversed quite brilliantly with the men at the table, chattered only playful nonsense to his wife. In consideration of his pride, she artfully concealed the fact that she was his intellectual equal. Now and then one reads in our newspapers or magazines about the equal suffrage movement in Mexico or the organization of a new women's club in Chile. But such innovations have yet to gain an extensive following. With the same conflict of idealism and materialism that distinguishes Latin American men, the women may verbally deplore their lack of liberty, but are in reality quite satisfied with it. They are of a race which is inclined to follow the easiest course, and the easiest course is to attach themselves to some convenient man and allow him to worry about life's problems. In these pleasant tropical countries, no girl of the lower classes escapes maternity. Most girls of the middle classes, not being overcritical about whom they marry, can land someone. Even in the more particular aristocratic circles, the spinster is a rarity. The wife usually has her own way when questions arise about the household or the children. Beyond that, she is quite content with complete male dominance, and she is passively happy. So accustomed are the Latin Americans to the timid, gently shrinking type of woman, that they usually misunderstand the visiting American girl. When the native gentlemen observe her chatting with masculine acquaintances upon the street in her frankly carefree manner, they leap immediately to the conclusion that she is of the demi-monde. And when a Gringo informs them that her smiles mean nothing, they shake their heads in wonderment. "Ay," they exclaim, "your Anglo-Saxon females are so cold, so unsentimental, altogether sexless." They shake their heads again, in pity, reflecting that the poor girl is missing all the most delicious of life's sensations. But since they are ever hopeful, they linger a while to make sure that the Gringo did not err in stating that her smiles mean nothing. 10. Salvador has the smallest foreign colony of any Central American country. Since it is entirely a coffee country, and since Central Americans are essentially coffee planters, it has little need for outsiders. It judges the Gringo largely by the occasional deluges of tourists who make the brief automobile journey up from the port of La Libertad during their go from New York to Frisco through the Panama Canal trip. As this is the only capital hereabouts that can be reached within a couple of hours from the seacoast, they all rush up the mountains to laugh at one of those ridiculous little countries that O. Henry used to write about. One group came up during my sojourn. They came in 5 automobiles, pausing at the central plaza to exclaim, "So this is Paris!" They looked at the leading hotel, an unimpressive but comfortable establishment, and roared, "There's the Ritz!" They stopped for dinner and demanded frijoles, having learned the name of that dish from Latin American fiction, and being anxious to tell their friends at home about a real native dinner. They waited with much trepidation, having heard that all native dishes were peppery, and when the waiter brought frijoles, they screamed with laughter. "We tried in every way to explain to that little brown fellow that we wanted a native dinner," each would later tell the people at home, "and what do you think he brought us? Beans! Just think of it! Beans!" After lunch they rode about town again. The monument in the Central Plaza interested them. The suspender manufacturer from Buffalo called it Napoleon crossing the Delaware. Great applause greeted the sally. Thereafter, pleased with his success, the wit rode through town standing up in the front seat and shouting through megaphoned hands his descriptions of the other sights. Old-timers damned him as they always damned the tourist. "He's the sort," they said, "that brings us all into disrepute." But the natives merely smiled. They were accustomed to this oft-repeated phenomenon. When asked their opinion of the tourist, they merely replied, "All of them seemed very jolly, senor." 11. The sort of American who brings us all into disrepute is, in reality, a much over-damned specimen. He is a comparative rarity. Most travelers, and most permanent residents in Latin America, go out of their way to show themselves congenial and sympathetic to the natives. We travel writers love to picture the gruff, impolite American because he shows the reading public by contrast that we are cultured, considerate persons with an international breadth of mind that enables us to appreciate foreign countries and foreign customs. But the offensive fellow countryman does exist. It is not so much that he is a low-class American, explained a Salvadorian gentleman with unusual frankness. Usually he is one who behaves very decently at home. Here he feels at liberty, in his disrespect for a small country, to do as he pleases. One of your diplomatic representatives a few years ago was expelled from the social club at Tegucigalpa because, when drunk, he would go out upon the balcony to whoop and cheer and cast things at the pedestrians below. Our diplomatic and consular corps has sobered up since the days of O. Henry, and the typical representative of our State Department no longer sits in his hammock with a gin bottle, throwing banana peelings at the parrot. But this incident I was able later to verify, and there was one incident more. Not long ago, senor, 2 Americans came over the trail from Guatemala in an automobile, and when asked for their names by our police, they inscribed everything from the Prince of Wales to Jack Johnson. The authorities are tracing them now, and if we catch them, they shall learn what it means to show such insult to El Salvador. Salvador was a very pleasant place, but I decided to drift along. Anyhow, news had just arrived that a revolution was threatening in Honduras, the next republic on my itinerary. So I started in haste for Honduras. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 14 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Revolution in Honduras, Part 1. 1. I started in haste for Honduras, but haste achieved nothing in these lands. One of the eccentricities of the average Central American republic is that the traveler has little difficulty in entering the country, yet having entered, finds his departure balked by countless formalities. Apparently the government is eager to welcome anyone, but if it can discover that the visitor is a rapscallion, is determined to add him to the permanent population. Slipping into Salvador through the backyard, I was not required even to display a passport. On the day preceding my intended departure from the capital, I learned that I must call upon the Secretary of Foreign Relations and convince His Excellency of my respectability before I should be permitted to leave. A pretty senorita in the outer office of the State Department ceased powdering her nose to listen to my plea. "Como no? Why not, senor? If you will kindly return the day after tomorrow." She smiled sweetly, in dismissal, and having settled the matter in the favorite Latin American fashion, reopened her vanity case, upon the mirror of which was pasted the photograph of her sweetheart, who seemed even more important than this affair of state. Gringo-like, I persisted. "How about today?" "Impossible, senor. The secretary is in conference, and the sub-secretary's gone home." "Where does he live?" "Quien sabe? Who knows, senor?" Evidently annoyed at my insistence, she finally discovered a clerk who professed that he did know. He wrote out the address for me, Numero Blanc, Calle 10, Poniente. It was only the middle of the morning, but it was already fairly hot in San Salvador. I hiked through sun-blanched streets, only a few of which were numbered. At length I asked a policeman for directions. He glanced at my perspiring forehead and assured me that I was now at the 10th Street, Poniente. So I knocked at the proper number and inquired of a servant whether His Excellency were at home. I learned that he was. A colored gentleman in pajamas rose from a hammock in the patio and shook hands very cordially. Not to be outdone in politeness, I made an elaborate speech, emphasizing my regret at having to leave his delightful country, and begging that he would do me the favor to grant permission. "The permission is yours, senor." "Do I not require your visé on my passport?" "Not mine, senor, but that of the Sub-Secretary of Foreign Relations. I am only an humble employee of the street cleaning department, but muchas gracias for your visit. Always my house is your house at Numero Blanc, 7th Street, Poniente." When I did reach the 10th Street, Poniente, it was to discover that the address given me at the State Department was wrong. His Excellency lived somewhere else. But at last, after 4 hours of a house-to-house canvass, I found him. Having obtained the necessary visé, I caught the first train to La Union on the Gulf of Fonseca, from which one could look across a strip of blue water and see the hills of Honduras itself. "How soon can I catch a boat?" I inquired. The citizens of La Union shrugged their shoulders. "Perhaps the day after tomorrow, senor, or the day after that. But quien sabe? In the meantime, you had better visit the local commandante to secure permission." 2. As a matter of fact, the boat did not leave for several days. La Union was the usual type of Central American port town, a colorless, uninteresting little city, with numerous buzzards hopping about its mud-flats, as hot as blazes and devoid of entertainment. I was welcomed at a small hotel with an inquiry as to whether I possessed a watch. No one knew the time. But since it was growing dark, the proprietor assumed that it was nearing the hour for supper. A slatternly maid brought out some tableware that had barely survived the last earthquake, and served the usual Central American meal of beans, rice, beans, chicken, beans, coffee, and more beans. On the hotel wall a notice proclaimed that this establishment was preferred not only by tourists, but by people of good taste. Its principal attraction seemed to be Berta, its beautiful barmaid. Berta, although a rather dark-complexioned young person, had a pleasant smile that revealed the whitest of teeth. She took great care of those teeth. At 5-minute intervals she rinsed them with a glass of water and expectorated upon the bar-room floor. The town bachelors spent most of their idle hours, about 16 each day, whispering sweet nothings to Berta, to which she smiled roguishly, but shook her head. Such was her popularity that she had never learned to open a beer bottle. Whenever a patron wished a drink, Berta had only to glance toward the group of idlers, and some energetic young man would step forward to open the bottle by chewing off the top. Berta was studying English. She would sit on the counter with a book before her, reciting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. The proprietor's wife sat beside her in a large armchair, examining my photographs with untiring interest. She was rather stout, and inclined either to headache or stomach-ache, or both. She fanned herself with a palm-leaf fan, and groaned and exclaimed from time to time, "Ah, what heat it is making to-day!" She would hold up each photograph and inquire, "What is this?" The inscription was written on the back of each, but the Senora did not read Spanish, much less English. Berta always interpreted for her with fantastic results. "E tipical criti sini ini Guatemala." Then she would smile again, and the scowls of the local swain would suggest that if the boat did not sail pretty soon for Honduras, the village buzzards would have a change of diet. 3. When the launch did leave for Honduras, there was further formality. It was scheduled to depart a las 9 en punto, at 9 o'clock sharp, with much verbal emphasis on the sharp. A squad of Salvadorian soldiers managed the dock and halted me at my approach. My baggage was placed in the office and the door locked, and I was motioned to a bench. Stevedores were loading the diminutive vessel with a set of dilapidated furniture which did not appear worth transporting from one place to another, but which was being appraised by a pompous official and duly taxed, while its owner waved his hands and proclaimed that he was being robbed. Official and owner finally adjourned to the governor's residence to settle the dispute, and did not reappear until nearly noon. Meanwhile the passengers waited. Cargo difficulties having been adjusted, the pompous official called each of us to the office in turn, collected a small fee, and took our names and histories. He then compiled a list, and sent it away to be typewritten, for presentation to the Commandante of Police. After another hour or two, the list reappeared, covered with huge red seals and flowing signatures. There followed next a minute inspection of baggage, which in other lands occurs only when one enters the country. My notes aroused suspicion. The inspector examined each page, pretending to read it. Was I carrying away the country's military secrets? The 8 barefoot soldiers gathered closer and glared suspiciously. These secrets were important. But at last we were permitted to embark, still with formality. The soldiers lined up before the gangway. The official read our names from the list, and we embarked one by one, surveyed by the accusing eyes of authority. The captain of the launch took the wheel and jangled a bell as a signal to the engineer 3 feet behind him. The engineer jangled another bell to let the captain know he had understood the signal correctly, and we were off for Honduras, visible just across the bay, at some hour of mid-afternoon, en punto. 4. It was a brief voyage through island-dotted waters, alive with pelicans and seagulls, to Amapala, the one Honduran port of entry on the Pacific, situated upon a volcanic island. Another official glanced idly at my passport, and waved aside my baggage without examining it. Several weeks later, when I departed, the same official was to raise as much rumpus as the Salvadorian authorities had raised, but today he offered no difficulties. Within a few minutes we were all back in the launch, chugging toward the mainland to San Lorenzo, where commenced the automobile road to the Honduran capital. Arriving too late to catch the daily truck, we settled ourselves for the night. San Lorenzo was merely a ramshackle village of thatched huts in the jungle, a village in keeping with Honduras's reputation as the most backward country in Central America. 2 Chinamen, however, had opened a neat little hotel there and were ready for business, and there was entertainment in plenty, for Hop On and Hop Off, co-proprietors of the establishment, were engaged in discharging their native servant. The Honduranian, a big, niggerish-looking fellow with murder in his eye, in both eyes to be accurate, was objecting to being discharged. He kept slouching from table to table, picking up dishes and smashing them on the floor. Hop On and Hop Off were going frantic with rage at each new act of vandalism, but neither of them was of heroic stature, wherefore they resorted to strategy rather than force. They had taken shelter behind 2 doors at opposite ends of the dining room, and would pop out from concealment, one at a time, to shout curses at their erstwhile employee. No sooner would the Honduranian rush at one with his knife than the door would slam shut in his face, while the other door opened and the other Hop screamed curses from the opposite wall. Finally, tired with the exertion, the big native accepted his discharge as final, and strolled outside to tell his troubles to the rest of the village, which had assembled to watch the excitement. They were all ugly-visaged fellows. They lacked the gentle suavity of the neighboring peoples. They might have been no taller than size B Irishmen, but after one had dwelt among the Lilliputians of Guatemala, they looked like giants. A taint of Negro blood was evident in their features, for Honduras, which has a long strip of coast upon the Caribbean, was in past years a favorite refuge for runaway slaves from the West Indies, and its population today is the most heterogeneous in Central America. Little tufts of goat-like whiskers on chin and cheek did not add to their personal beauty. Altogether, this was the least charming race I had yet discovered on my travels. Having accepted his discharge as final, the servant picked up an axe and seated himself cross-legged on the ground before the hotel, hoping apparently that the Chinamen might venture outside into the gathering dusk. They continued, however, to revile him from the security of their 2 heavy doors, until the audience tired and drifted away, whereupon the quarrel seemed to die from lack of interest, and the Honduranian himself, having tossed the axe away with a gesture of disgust, wandered off down the street. Supper was finally served on such tableware as remained unbroken. The village prostitute, aged 16, then took the center of the stage and recited for our benefit the story of her life. While unfortunates in most lands prefer not to air their sorrows publicly, those of Latin America find a certain dramatic pleasure in so doing. For the next 2 hours the assembled guests heard the tale of her marriage to the handsome Sebastiano, of Sebastiano's sudden death in an earthquake, and of the long succession of gentlemen who had consoled her for Sebastiano's demise. Then someone bought her a drink, and she vanished into the night. Later the Honduranian returned, this time with a shotgun. Thereupon the Chinamen bolted their doors, and everybody retired to bed. 5. I was awakened at 4 a.m. by a great pounding upon my door. Bill, a husky American truck driver, was going up to Tegucigalpa, the Honduran capital, and desired company. The businesslike Chinese were already on the job with breakfast. We ate it in a grouchy early morning silence, and drove off toward the mountains through an inky black fog. "I know every inch of the way," consoled Bill. "There'll be no trouble, unless somebody takes a shot at us, or blows up a bridge. They haven't started yet, but they're likely to any minute. Somebody cut the telegraph wires last night." From time to time, as we raced through the darkness, stern voices called upon us to halt. From the road ahead, a group of hard-faced natives would emerge into the glare of our searchlights, covering us with rifles. They were the Federal soldiers, barefoot and tattered, with nothing to distinguish them from revolutionists. They examined my passport, ransacked the cargo in search of arms or ammunition, and finally permitted us to continue. Eventually the sun made its appearance, revealing the most broken of landscapes. The name Honduras means depths, and the land is well named. A 45-degree slope was considered fairly level here. On such grades the peasants had built their patches of cornfield. Even these patches were infrequent, for the whole tumbled country seemed to go straight up or down. The road itself scaled precipitous heights and twisted around narrow cliffs, where the least mistake of a chauffeur might send a car tumbling over and over into infinity. It was all ruggedly beautiful, particularly as we climbed into the coolness of 6,000 feet above the sea, where the hills were covered with pines, but it was a cruel country, such a country as discourages agriculture and effectually prevents the transportation that might open up its vast store of mineral wealth. A country suited only for warfare and revolution. And from the time of the conquest, revolution has been its principal product. Bill, however, who had lived here for something over a decade, loved both the country and its people. "They're all right if you know how to handle 'em. Take that boy of mine up there on the cargo. Mighty good boy. I got him tied up with rope just now. Came in drunk and kinder ugly last night, but he's coming out of it. I'll buy him a bracer at the next stop, and he'll be all right. Best boy on the road." Bill spoke always with conviction. He finished off each sentence with ejaculations suitable only to the pulpit. And then he spat. "I wouldn't go home for $1,000,000. Can't stand the damn sissies back there. Give me roughnecks. I ain't got much use for them society fellows. I've got a brother in Minneapolis. He was a regular guy when we was kids. Could lick anybody in school. But he made a lot of money and married one of them fiddly-diddlies and went all to pieces. I came home to see him 2 years ago. He met me at the station with a big car, all dressed up in a fur overcoat, and he says, 'Bill, you're just in time for luncheon.' I looked at him. I says, 'I guess you mean lunch, don't you?' He took me to a regular mansion. Out came the fiddly-fiddly. He says, 'Mabel, may I present my long-lost brother from Honduras?' Christ, why couldn't he say, 'Bill, meet the old woman'? She holds out her hand way up in the air like they do in the movies and says, 'Charmed, I'm sure.' God!" He gave the wheel a violent twist, and we shot around a mountain cliff. He drove along a narrow precipice with one wheel almost hanging over the rugged gulch below. "They took me down to luncheon. One of them big English stiffs in a boiled shirt came out and gave us each a little cup of soup and a cracker. I just looked at my brother. 'Joe,' I says, 'ain't this lime juicer going to give us nothing to eat?' He says, 'We'll have dinner in the evening. You'll soon get accustomed to it.' 'Accustomed, hell,' I says. 'Tonight I'll be down at a restaurant getting a regular feed. I'll be eating corned beef and cabbage, same as you used to eat. I ain't sore at you, Joe. I'm disappointed. You was a regular guy before you got them society ideas, but you don't make a sissy out of me. I'm going straight back to Honduras." He drove along the precipice with savage relish. Presently, as we passed a little native farm in a rugged valley, he called my attention to it. "That's where my wife comes from. No fiddly-diddly for me. She's an Indian, pure-blooded Indian, but she's white. Whiter'n you are, and a damned good wife, too. We don't take luncheons in our house. We eat lunch. Luncheon! Christ!" 6. No one having shot at us from the hills or blown up a bridge, we raced into Tegucigalpa in the early afternoon. Everyone in the capital was awaiting the revolution, but the city remained unperturbed. It was an old, weather-beaten town. A river wandered through it, bordered by high cement walls, and spanned by an aged stone bridge of many arches. The streets were hilly, sidewalks might be level, but after one had followed them for a certain distance, one was apt to find himself 10 feet above the driveway, sometimes able to descend by a flight of steps, but usually forced to jump or retrace his way. The houses were aged and bullet-scarred. If any of them had been constructed within the past 40 years, the climate had quickly given it an appearance of venerability. The central plaza was unattractive. There were a few palms and much purple bougainvillea, but they were surrounded by a rickety railing green with mildew and interspersed with unattractive monuments. The buildings facing the plaza were of nondescript architecture. On one side was a yellowed cathedral, with several varieties of weeds sprouting in niches originally intended for images of the saints. On another was a row of arched portales of flimsy wooden structure, housing several courtrooms, a barber shop, a fashionable club, and a number of cheap saloons. On the other two sides were stores. The most imposing edifice in the city was the presidential palace. It stood upon the river bank, towering above massive ramparts like an ancient feudal castle. From its loopholed walls machine guns could sweep the old Spanish bridge, and from its windows the president could maintain a watchful eye upon the national treasury across the street, a dilapidated old building whose contents at the moment consisted principally of a national debt. Why anyone should fight for possession of this city with its depleted finances was a mystery later explained. "The government took in 8 million pesos last year," said a well-posted American resident, "and only spent 5 million, yet it describes itself as penniless, and pays only the soldiers and police, keeping such employees as the school teachers waiting 6 months for their salaries. 3 million pesos, almost half the country's receipts, have disappeared. That's why everybody is constantly squabbling for the presidency of the Republic. That's why Tegucigalpa remains the most ramshackle capital in Central America." 7. The current political controversy was but a typical incident in the history of Honduras. The term of President Rafael Lopez Gutierrez had come to an end. During his 2.5 years of office, he had weathered 33 insurrections. He was ready to retire. But his fellow politicians, although they had already prospered to the extent of 3 million pesos, demanded that he follow the Central American custom of turning over his office to one of their own group in order that their prosperity might continue, and the president gave his support to his personal friend Bonilla. At the elections recently held, there had arisen 2 other candidates, Carillas and Arias. Through some oversight, the president had allowed a few of their supporters to help in the counting of the ballots. As a result, Carillas led with 50,000 votes, Arias followed with 35,000, and Bonilla, the presidential favorite, bringing up the rear with only 20,000. And although Carillas led, he failed to receive the absolute majority required by the Constitution to ensure his election. It therefore devolved upon Congress to choose one of the 3, and Congress favored Arias. To sum up the situation, the people preferred one candidate, Congress another, and the President another. A revolution appeared inevitable. The President had declared martial law. Soldiers were everywhere. One could distinguish them from civilians because they carried rifles, and because, when there were 2 or more of them, they marched one behind the other in the center of the street, sometimes in cadence. A few had blue uniforms, a few had khaki. Most of them wore whatever garments they happened to be wearing when drafted. Many were soldiers of fortune from neighboring countries, professional scrappers called in by a president who knew that his people were against him. They would stop me on the street occasionally to ask that I lend them a peseta, 25 cents, until payday, but they impressed me as a doubtful risk. The city was ablaze with election slogans scribbled with chalk upon every doorway. "Viva Arias, viva Carillas, muerto Bonilla," translated into "Live Arias, live Carillas, and death to Bonilla." They seemed indicative of the earnest nature of Central American political campaigns. All 3 candidates were now in the city. Each had a troop of his followers living at his residence for protection. One, who was stopping at the principal hotel, was surrounded by 20 armed gunmen, who sat about the bar-room and the lobby, scanning everybody who entered and ready to take a precautionary shot at a member of another party. Each had spies watching the others, to see that they did not slip out of town to some assembly point in the mountains. Some day one of them would do it. In the meantime, the President in office kept a close eye on all three. From time to time, a detachment of soldiers would come marching through the town, bringing to prison a party of conspirators caught hatching insurrections in the neighboring villages. The American minister, Franklin Morales, was holding daily conferences at the legation, bringing the candidates together in an effort to reach an agreement. Each took turns making speeches about his love of Honduras, his aversion to bloodshed, and his earnest hope that the muddle might be solved peacefully. When asked for a specific suggestion as to the solution, each seemed to think that it could be most satisfactorily achieved by the withdrawal of the other two candidates. Meanwhile, everyone in Tegucigalpa ripped up the boards of his floor, brought out the rifle and ammunition secreted for such an emergency, and waited for the fireworks. And the time-scarred old capital seemed to be saying to itself, "Another revolution can't do me any harm." But when I inquired as to just when the fireworks would start, it developed that a revolution was as undependable as transportation facilities had been. "Who knows, senor? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Perhaps the day after that. Quien sabe?" End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14 of A Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Revolution in Honduras, Part 2. 8. I settled at a small hotel where one enjoyed the advantage of intimate association with the native family. There were only 2 other guests, but the family was multitudinous. A young man had fallen in love with the landlady's daughter and married her, and had brought so many relatives of his own to live at his mother-in-law's expense that they filled all the rooms until there was space only for 3 boarders. Just how they all managed to exist on the trifling income of the establishment was an unfathomable mystery, but they contrived somehow not only to feed and clothe themselves, but also to keep a servant. She was an anemic little girl in a tattered linen dress. She was always smiling as she raced from one room to another to answer a summons. Everybody seemed to take fiendish delight in calling for her. The cry of "Patrona, Patrona!" echoed across the patio from morning until night. Even the parrot had adopted the slogan, and throughout his waking hours would screech "Patrona!" and Patrona, always cheerful, obeyed each call. One of the other guests was a married lady whose husband had sent her to Tegucigalpa to keep her out of the way of an expected battle elsewhere. With the extreme faithfulness of Latin American wives, she locked herself in her room, to which Patrona brought her meals. She emerged only to wash baby clothes at the hotel pump, or to scream instructions to her numerous progeny in the patio, a noisy little brood of future revolutionists who paid no heed to her many injunctions. The other guest was a Spaniard who had just come up from Nicaragua to bring 24 prize gamecocks for Sunday's rooster fight. He was a tall, horse-faced, loquacious individual who talked continuously at the table, mostly in subtle smut. He was an artist at the use of double entente, and had raised vulgarity above the level of pure nastiness, so that it was now quite suitable for dinner-table conversation in the presence of ladies. He was a jovial person, predisposed toward the singing of love songs, to which he could wave time with his knife and never spill a bean. If his gamecocks won on Sunday, he was planning to hire an airplane and fly home to Nicaragua. He intended to load it with beautiful women and sail as close as possible to the romantic tropical moon. His roosters were tied to stanchions in the patio. They were continually glaring at one another, flapping their wings, crowing challenges, and straining at the cords that held each of them by the foot. Whenever the Spaniard ceased his vigilance, one of the married lady's children was certain to unloose a bird and watch him peck a neighbor to death. But on Saturday the survivors were sent to the arena, packed into individual compartments in a large wooden box, and thereafter the hotel was peaceful. The box disappeared down the street on the shoulders of a peon, accidentally inverted, so that the gamecocks stood on their heads, an indignity which should have made them scrapping mad for the morrow. The revolution not having materialized, I went to the cockfight. It was held in a backyard where a rude board shack had been improvised. There was a dirt-floored ring, surrounded by a 4-foot wall, and overlooked by a rickety grandstand and a still more rickety bleachers. The ring was already thronged with natives, each holding a rooster in his arms, and shoving it at another fellow's rooster in order to provoke the martial spirit. The birds were fluttering, blinking beady eyes at other birds, and clucking loudly to express their irritation. Back against the adobe rampart of the establishment were some 40 other prospective contestants, each in an individual cage, crowing noisily as though he would proclaim himself the father of the largest egg ever laid in Honduras. There was much delay. It seems that the gentlemen in the ring were trying to match their birds, but each desired to pair off his own with one that could be easily licked. There was much argument, much waving of hands, much indignant protest. At length it was settled. A little fat man beside me commenced sawing off the spurs from a rooster's legs, and fitting thereon 2 sharp curved blades of steel. At the money counter, a rough wooden board presided over by a tall, stony-faced man, with heavy black eyebrows and the general air of the professional gambler, there was great excitement. Men crowded about it, shouting, "2 pesos on the red one, 1 peso on the gallina." The umpire, a well-dressed, impressive-looking individual, who had once held office in the Honduran cabinet, inspected the steel gaffs, and the fight commenced. The 2 owners released their birds and withdrew. For a moment both cocks eyed one another. Then, in apparent indifference, they turned away and pecked unconcernedly at the ground, strolling around the ring as though neither saw the other. They walked clumsily, bothered by the long blades they carried. Occasionally they stopped, raising their heads, and crowed. Then they resumed their pecking at the earth, hunting imaginary worms. This, however, was all bluff, designed to throw the adversary off his guard. Quick as a flash, one turned and flew at the other. They met in mid-air with a great flurry of feathers. Back they drew, crouching. Then they were at it again, clawing and pecking, until the world became saturated with flying rooster. The spectators were frantic with joy. They screamed applause. They shouted advice at the contestants. Again the cocks drew back, crouching. A wild yell went up from the stands. I could observe nothing, but these fellows were experts, and they saw the end before it came. For suddenly, without warning, one of the cocks toppled upon its side, gushing blood from its trembling beak. In a flash the other was upon it, pecking triumphantly at its head, and the crowd poured into the ring. There were other combats. The intermissions were long and marked always with much bickering. The fight might end in a minute. The intermission was always at least a half-hour. After the roosters were paired, there was delay for the fixing of the gaffs, delay for the betting, delay while each owner brought in another cock to peck his fighter into the proper rage. But these people could tolerate any delay, especially if it were in the interests of the national sport. When 2 cocks did not appear eager to slaughter themselves to make a Honduran holiday, the wrathful spectators hurled abuse at them. "Cowards! You are worse than hens! Caramba!" But there was only one such pair. The others were game. They might strut about interminably in their effort to secure an advantage, but once they clashed, they fought to the death. Sometimes it came unexpectedly with one quick blow of the knife. Usually one of the birds sank weakly on a severed leg, yet wriggled valiantly toward the other, only to be pecked again and again until the whole back of its neck was a ghastly wound. And 2 of the contestants, big, strong birds with glorious plumage of many shades, and equipped with long, powerful legs, hurled themselves at each other the moment they were released. They met with a crash and tumbled over and over, clawing and biting and rolling the length of the arena in an undistinguishable mess of feathered warrior. The crowd was upon its feet. Men screamed with joy, and after it was all over they hugged one another. The little fat man turned to me. "How do you like it? Muy bonita, verdad? Very nice, what?" "Awfully nice. There will be others. We shall fight until dark." But I strolled back to the comparative quiet of the hotel. The Spaniard's birds had all been defeated, wherefore he was going home by the usual means of travel. 9. A week passed, and nothing happened. Rumors flew thick and fast, however. Everyone discussed the forthcoming revolution as a certainty. Now and then a peon would drop casually into the hotel to inquire in whispers whether the guests had any ammunition to sell. He never used the word ammunition, but resorted to harmless-sounding synonyms, unintelligible except to the born conspirator. One noticed that the men of the upper classes were more democratic than usual. Men of distinguished appearance would stop in the plaza to chat with the barefoot rabble whom they ordinarily passed without recognition. Politicians were now cultivating goodwill. They would soon need this rabble as cannon fodder. It was said that Carias would start his insurrection on Christmas Eve. The government, as a precaution against the assembling of a crowd, forbade the holding of the usual midnight mass at the cathedral. When I spoke English over the telephone the day before, in conversation with a member of the American colony, I was interrupted by the frantic voice of a censor clamoring that I confine myself to Spanish, and shortly thereafter a police official waited upon me and put me through a courteous third degree. A later report stated that the government had taken 500 prisoners and that the revolution was postponed. But an air of expectancy still hung over the capital. Christmas Eve, la Noche Buena, was gloomy. A drizzle of rain fell intermittently. The street lamps, never very bright in Tegucigalpa, seemed unusually dim. The sidewalks were deserted, save for patrols of soldiers who stopped me at each corner to search for weapons. On the night before, all had been gaiety. Over in Camehuala, the suburb across the river, there had been a religious festival, La Fiesta de la Concepción La Parisima, the festival of the purest conception. The cathedral had been surrounded by improvised board shacks, where booze was sold. At tables in the open, lighted by flaring torches, there had been roulette wheels and other gambling devices. There had been music in the plaza and the bells of the town, all with white faces, but with telltale arms and necks, varying in color from a creamy tint to a deep chocolate brown, had paraded around and around the park, while the young dandies fairly impaled themselves on the fence pickets to watch them. But tonight gaiety stayed indoors. Through the open windows I could see an occasional tinsel-decked tree, but more frequently a Navidad, the old Spanish Christmas decoration, a triangular stage in one corner of the parlor, covered with artificial grass, with a little cave at the rear, wherein reposed replicas of Mary and Jesus. Other figures filled the foreground, according to the family's resources. There were the 3 wise men, mounted on toy burros. There were 10 soldiers and paper soldiers, cardboard houses, cardboard trees, toy animals, toy railway trains, everything imaginable, until the humble manger was surrounded by all the creatures of the zoo and all the inventions of modern civilization. The whole display was decked with pine boughs and thatches of banana leaf. Each family was very proud of his Navidad, and if I paused to indulge a traveler's curiosity by staring through the window, an impulse quite irresistible in these countries where windows open directly upon the street and are left unshuttered by a people whose greatest joy in life is to be looked at, the family would invite me inside that I might examine the display at close range. They were quietly happy, these people, yet they seemed listening always for the first boom of the cannon. Nothing happened, however. Nothing ever did happen in Latin America while I was present. From day to day I had heard what sounded like the rattle of musketry, and had rushed out to see the fighting, only to learn that the rattle came from the ungreased wheels of an ox-cart lumbering over the rough cobbles. At the consul's Christmas dinner, attended by a dozen of the leading Americans in town, everyone had had the same experience. "There was a crowd gathering on the hill today," someone remarked. "The police came up in a body and dispersed it." "Did you hear the shooting the night before last?" another inquired. "There were several pistol shots and then the burst of a machine gun. I wonder how soon they will really start." But the American minister from the seat of honor at the right of the host merely smiled. "There will be no revolution," he predicted. "Do you mean the United States will intervene?" He merely smiled again. Still, I felt that there was hope. The ox carts were sounding more and more like musketry every day. 10. Christmas having provided no thrills, Tegucigalpa looked forward to New Year's. On that day Congress was to convene to choose a president. Whoever was chosen would probably be obliged to fight the other two candidates. In the meantime, I hired a mule and rode out to see the American-owned Rosario mines at San Juancito, 40 kilometers from the capital. The trail was rugged, but it led through magnificent scenery among pine-clad mountains, ascending a ridge 7,000 feet high, where the clouds formed a heavy, wet blanket, yet opened occasionally to permit a glimpse of wild, tropical forest below. Most mining properties are situated in barren, desolate regions. That of the Rosario Company, the largest silver mine in Central America, is situated in a glorious valley, and from its neat white buildings one looks down upon a misty wilderness that stretches away through countless lower valleys, with a silver ribbon of water curling through them toward the sea. Despite its isolation and the one rough mule trail that connects the mine with the rest of the world, it roared with industry. There was a reverberating chorus of giant crushers, the rattle of cars on many miles of narrow-gauge track, the crash of ore-bearing rock dumped into the stamp mills, the hum of massive machinery. "We brought everything out in ox-cart or on mule-back," said the young appearing superintendent. "We now have 70 miles of tunnel, and employ 800 men in Rosario, 1,300 indirectly. And less than 30 Gringo bosses run the whole thing. We used to have twice the force, but we've cut it down. There's efficiency nowadays, even 40 kilometers from a town in Honduras. We turned out 2 million ounces of silver this year." The Gringo bosses were quiet, earnest young men, intent upon their work. There were none of the roistering adventurers that one looks for in the wilds of a Honduran jungle. They drank moderately, very moderately it seemed to one who had worked in an Andean mining camp, and never carried revolvers except when visiting the native town in the gulch below, which averaged 2 murders every Sunday. They spent most of their spare time in the clubroom, a comfortable room with a big fireplace, pool tables, piano and victrola, and a complete library. The camp was at an altitude of 5,000 feet. The night was cold. The blazing fire was agreeable. "This is the tropics," said one of them, "and I have to pay double life insurance rates for living here, when it's much more healthy than any place in the United States." The superintendent drew me aside and led me upstairs to hear his radio. The blare of jazz was as clear as though one listened in from New York. "That's Vincent Lopez in the grill room of the Pennsylvania. Wait a minute till I get Schenectady, and we'll have a bedtime story." Out here in the wilderness, 40 kilometers from the nearest town, and many hundred miles from a railway, Gringo energy had produced all the comforts of home, and Gringo industry was furnishing much of the wealth that flowed into the Honduran treasury. 11. The real mainstay of the Honduran treasury is the East Coast, where several American fruit companies own extensive banana plantations. It has little connection with the rest of the country. A newly instituted service by airplane now enables one to reach it from Tegucigalpa in a couple of days, but unless one can afford this method of travel, one must go by mule, and the journey takes about 2 weeks. The several Gringo concerns have so developed the formerly worthless fever-stricken swamps of the Caribbean that today it contains almost half the population of Honduras, and produces 82% of the country's revenue, and both ratios are increasing in favor of the coast. Nearly all the revolutions start in this region, partly because of its isolation from the capital, where the government holds sway, and partly because, in cutting off the revenue, the revolutionists can starve the government into surrender. With every revolution, as in all these countries, come rumors that some American company is back of it, financing a new regime as the cheapest road to new concessions. The rumors are so recurrent that some of them are probably true. But the Hondurans, as a whole, are rather fond of insurrection, whether started by foreigners or by their own countrymen. Living in a country for the most part unfertile and unproductive, whose resources can be developed only by much toil and trouble, they find it easier to leave constructive work to the Gringo, while they squabble among themselves for control of the government. 12. January 1st arrived and Congress met. I went to the Capitol with Mario Rivas, who was the Associated Press correspondent and the editor of Tegucigalpa's leading magazine. He was a Spaniard and a neutral in politics. If anyone starts shooting, he advised, the quickest way out of the building is that of sliding down the shed, running across the patio, and climbing over the roof. The legislators met in a long, narrow room filled with plain wooden benches. On the wall were the pictures of former presidents, almost none of whom had been able to finish his term before succeeded by one of the others. The chamber's only real embellishments were the many flags and draperies of blue and white that hung from the ceiling. At the entrance was a company of boy soldiers from the military school, none of them 20 years of age, but considered the most dependable of the government troops. Their officers scanned everyone who entered the Capitol, but they knew Ribas and passed us without question. The congressmen assembled gradually, each of them appearing a trifle nervous. They wore high hats and Prince Albert coats, but a suspicious bulge at the hip testified that each was ready for a possible emergency, and when a coat swung accidentally open, one caught a glimpse of a well-filled cartridge belt. Still, the first day passed without disturbance. There was a slight row when the august body voted down a motion to make some trifling alteration to the minutes of the last meeting. The deputy, whose motion was defeated, rose indignantly. With the amazing sensitiveness of the Latin American, he felt that he had been personally insulted. Furiously he turned and stamped out of Congress, seizing his hat and cane from the rack outside, and knocking down the hats of several other deputies in his haste. They all rushed out, picked up their hats, wiped off the dust, and hung them up again. Then the meeting resumed, interrupted by other slight rows, as other men took offense because their suggestions were not received enthusiastically, and followed the exit of the first. Finally, the remaining few sent a committee to inform the President that they were ready to listen to his opening message. The cadets formed a double line from the palace to the Capitol, and the President came in person, walking at the head of the Cabinet and the diplomatic corps. He was a worried-looking little man, and he walked with tired step. 4 bands cheered him with the national anthem, all playing in different tempo. A boom of cannon greeted him from the fortress, and his boy soldiers presented arms at 60 different angles. The crowds applauded, and I was reaching into my pocket for a handkerchief to wave at him, when a firm hand closed upon my wrist, and I looked into the hard face of a Honduran Secret Service man. "Pardon, senor," he said, as he saw that I had only a handkerchief. "One cannot be too careful these days." Then the President disappeared into the Capitol to read his message, and the soldiers barred the gates to sightseers. "There'll be nothing happening today," said Rivas. "It takes them a while to get started. Wait until they meet tomorrow." 13. But nothing happened on the morrow, or the day after that. Congress was still indulging in oratory. From time to time someone suggested a vote on the presidential question, but whenever it appeared that Arias might have enough supporters present to elect him, the adherents of Carillas and Bonilla hastily seized their high silk hats, and rushed outside so that there would be no quorum. By this time, most of the deputies were wearing 2 guns. Rumor stated that one congressman had also added to his equipment a machete, a sword cane, and a pair of brass knuckles. It began to look as though he might be able to settle the dispute. Then, by order of the President, the military stopped each congressman at the door and disarmed him, and the indignant legislators were so incensed that they refused to meet. The hall of Congress stood empty. Rumors flew thick and fast again. Carillas had slipped out of the city last night. He had gone to the East Coast to organize his revolution. Oh, no, senor, he had done nothing of the kind. He had gone to the West Coast. Ay, but he had just been seen at his dwelling in Tegucigalpa. He was still in the city. Perhaps the revolution would start right there. There came another night when the outbreak was expected. "Do not go out this evening," urged little Petrona, as she brought my evening beans to the table. "You may be killed in the street if you are not careful." But my experience in Latin America had taught me that it is always someone else who is killed there. Having missed seeing so many insurrections elsewhere, I felt it a duty to witness this one, and I wandered through the dim streets, deserted as on Christmas Eve, and gloomy again with drizzling rain. The soldiery were again on patrol, searching me at every half-block, even though they had seen me searched by their cohorts just a few feet away. No open windows gave me a view tonight of families gathered about a Christmas tree. Doors and windows alike were shut and tightly barred. Not a soul was to be met except the barefoot troops. Not a light was to be seen except the flickering street lamp at each corner. At the leading hotel, the door was unlocked, and I pushed inside. Instead of the usual swarm of native aristocrats, the only occupants of the café were the bartender, a bootblack, and 3 gringos. They were Doc Sparks and Pop. Doc had the little bootblack on his knee, feeding him cheese and teaching him to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Sparks was shaking dice with the bartender to determine which should give the other his hat and go home bareheaded. Pop had 4 bottles of whiskey before him, with which the party was about to adjourn to his room, and he was covering the back of an envelope with figures in his effort to determine how 4 bottles could be evenly distributed among 3 men. Seeing me, he threw the pencil in the air. "Solved!" he cried. And we adjourned to Pop's quarters in the 2nd story of the annex. I had some qualms as to the advisability of joining, for I dreaded the prospect of missing the revolution, but the other gringos already had reached the stage where refusal of such an invitation is considered an affront. Arrived in Pop's room, they listened to my protest and overruled it. "You don't need to see a revolution. We'll tell you all about everything that happened in the whole history of Honduras. What do you want first?" "How about the last revolution?" Doc, elected raconteur for the 3, assumed the attitude of a high school declaimer and announced, "The last revolution." He cleared his throat and commenced dramatically, "I was standing in the doorway of the Young Men's Christian Association." "In the doorway of the Alguacil," corrected Sparks. "Of the Alguacil, when suddenly a machine gun started banging down the street, and the barroom door went shut behind me, catapulting me into the middle of the road. I picked myself up and made a rush for the WCTU across the way." "For the what?" "For the establishment across the way, and they slammed the doors in my face. I made a bee-line for the Epworth League, meeting around the corner, and the barkeeper there—" He paused to pour another round and forgot to resume. He walked out to the balcony with the empty bottle and returned with the sorrowful comment, "Nobody to throw it at. What do you want to hear about next?" "Tell him about the Badger fight," suggested Pop. Pop had stripped off his clothing and now sat naked on the bed, a rather slender old gentleman, whose white hair still gave him something of dignity. Young Sparks was crawling under the bureau after the corkscrew. Doc, big and rotund, with cheerful ruddy face, again took the floor. "The Badger fight. We got the Salvadorian minister to be the Badger's second. He came direct from some diplomatic function, wearing his top hat, and his long coat, and his striped pants, and his spats and patent leather shoes. We took him up to the hill where we had the badger cage all padded with straw. The dog that was to fight the badger was a big, ugly bloodhound. All the minister had to do was to take hold of the rope and pull the badger out of the cage, we explained, only we thought it best to put a stovepipe over each of his legs and cover his chest with a baseball protector and put a mask over his face and long gauntlets on his arms. You should have seen him in that get-up with a silk hat on top of it all. We gave him the end of the rope and said, "Go!" He was so scared he forgot to let go of the rope, and when we all started yelling downhill, he beat the whole gang, still dragging behind him the old slop bucket that was in the badger cage. But he was game. He took us all back to town and bought the association of ideas brought Doc's eyes to another bottle, and he emptied it into the glasses, shampooing Pop's white hair with the dregs of it. "Attaboy, shampoo it," chuckled Pop. And Doc shampooed industriously. "Give me the scissors," he commanded. "Don't cut it off," protested Sparks. But Pop was game. "Cut it all off," he cried recklessly. The party was getting rough. Sparks seized an armful of bottles and commenced hurling them from the balcony. They crashed noisily upon the silent street. Pop seized a paper bag, blew it up, and smote it with a loud bang. If I were ever going to see the revolution, it was time to make my exit. I ducked out quietly, strolled downstairs and around the corner, and reached the avenue just in time to hear the excitement. A volley of musketry sounded from the barracks a few blocks away. Policemen were blowing their whistles and running up and down. I chased after one. "Where is it?" I demanded. He was too busy blowing his whistle to answer me. More policemen joined us, and we ran towards the plaza, colliding with another patrol running from the opposite direction. Here or there a scattering shot resounded, but one could not judge its source. We raced around corners, up and down the street, asking other parties where the trouble was to be found, but no one knew. At length the shooting subsided, and I went home to bed. The next morning I made inquiries. There was no revolution, senor, only a couple of drunken Americanos blowing up paper bags and smashing bottles. 14. Tegucigalpa was quiet again. The American minister drove past my hotel in a big automobile filled with American naval officers in gold braid and cocked hats. The warship Rochester, flagship of the Panama Squadron, was now anchored off Amalpa. Admiral Dayton had come up to the capital with his staff on what was described officially as nothing more than a courtesy visit, but it was reported that American gunboats were now lying off the East Coast ports ready to protect American property at the banana plantations, and it was humorously said in Tegucigalpa that the admiral was about to reconvene Congress and preside over it himself. "There will be much speculation regarding this visit," suggested an American at the legation. The minister smiled. "I think there will be no speculation at all." Honduras apparently had taken the hint. Just how the election difficulties were to be resolved no one knew, but everyone agreed that they would be solved peacefully. Wherefore I caught the daily passenger truck down to Amapala to continue my journey to Nicaragua. But, as always in these countries, the unexpected happened. The American warship, as soon as peace had settled upon Honduras, steamed away, and a few days later the whole republic was in flames. Cable dispatches informed the world that Carillas had slipped out of Tegucigalpa, joined forces awaiting him near the Nicaraguan border, and started back to the capital, and that President Gutierrez had fled to Amapala, and died there from nervous strain, that the other candidates were leading troops in other sections of the country, that machine guns were sweeping the streets of the cities, that American citizens were taking refuge in the legation, that the Rosario mines were calling for protection, and that American Marines were landing at the banana plantations of the East Coast. Such is life in Honduras. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15 of Gringo in Mañana-Land by Harry L. Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Where Marines Make Presidents, Part 1. 1. To journey from one Central American republic to another, the traveler should equip himself with a private yacht. Having neglected this precaution, he must resort to patience. There is a steamship service along the Pacific coast which advertises regular sailing dates, but since its vessels are quite apt to be ahead of their schedules, one usually repairs to the seaport a day or two in advance. And since they are far more apt to be behind their schedules, one usually waits there for a period varying from 1 to 3 weeks, at a shabby hotel, in a blazing hot town, whose inhabitants earn their living by overcharging such travelers as fate has thrown into their grasp. 2. Not possessing the private yacht, I left Tegucigalpa for Amapala 1 day in advance. Bill, the hard-boiled, took me down the mountain road to San Lorenzo, where a launch was already waiting. There a member of the crew overtook to facilitate my voyage. He greeted me with a smile as I reached the end of the wharf. "I'm the man who carried your suitcase, senor." "I carried it myself." "Did you really? Then I'll put it on board for you." Since a squad of Honduran soldiers held all passengers on the wharf until the baggage was aboard, I surrendered it to him, and he placed it on the extreme edge of the stern, precariously balanced on the small end, tying it fast with the rest of the cargo, but with a flimsy piece of cord which threatened at any moment to break and spill the entire load into the Gulf of Fonseca. "It's all right," he assured me. "I have my eye on it." Then, as the soldiers finally permitted us to embark, after an official had ascertained that my passport was properly viséd by the Honduran Minister of Foreign Relations, the officious mozo climbed upon the thwarts to offer me an unnecessary hand. "When we arrived at Amapala, senor, I'll show you to the hotel." "I already know one hotel there." "Then I'll show you to the other one." I had frequently encountered his type in nearly every port of the world. He believed all traveling Yankees to be simpletons with the one redeeming virtue of lavishness in bestowing tips for useless services. Throughout the 4-hour ride across the Gulf, he sat opposite me, smiling sweetly whenever he could catch my attention. And when we drew up beside the wharf at Amapala, he untied my suitcase first. But having untied it, he left it while he assisted the rest of the crew in dragging 8 heavy trunks up a slippery flight of wooden steps. According to local custom, another squad of soldiers herded all passengers ashore to answer another questionnaire, and from the dock I looked down to see my suitcase dancing and rocking unsteadily with each swell that rolled in from the misnamed Pacific. From the opposite end of the launch, the mozo held up his palm in the Latin American gesture that signifies patience. "No hay cuidado, senor, I'm watching it." But it was already toppling, and the shadowy figure of a shark, cruising about the murky waters below, suggested the impracticality of recovering it later by diving. Avoiding the guard, I landed back on the launch and caught the suitcase just as it started to fall. 4 ragged urchins, waiting on the dock to carry baggage, leaped after me to struggle for its possession. The mozo joined the fray. We surged back and forth across the deck, while the shark waited below, until our battle was interrupted by a policeman with drawn revolver. "You are arrested!" he screamed at me. And he marched me to the commandancia, where a pompous official lectured me, politely but firmly, upon the insult I had paid the government of Honduras. It was a small country, he said, but it possessed high ideals. The authority of its army was a thing to be respected. Considering that I was a foreigner and not acquainted with local customs, I would be forgiven. But in the future, he hoped I should never jump off a dock onto a boat until all cargo was unloaded. As I walked out of the office, still clinging to my suitcase, the mozo came up to demand his tip for keeping an eye on it. I waited a moment to see how much the policeman would expect for his services in arresting me, but he collected only the customary fee which all passengers paid for the use of the wharf in disembarking. So I turned toward the steamship office to learn when I might proceed to Nicaragua. "Quien sabe? We expected 2 passenger vessels, but the one last night at La Union went back to La Libertad for 6 more sacks of coffee, and the other, having filled with coffee at San Jose de Guatemala, has cancelled its schedule entirely." 3. I stopped at the leading hotel, operated, like most hotels on this coast, by a Chinaman. It was the usual type of seaport hostelry, less comfortable and more expensive than those of the interior cities, but well stocked with fleas, bugs, liquor, and flirtatious servant maids. "What does one do in this town for amusement?" I asked a native. "Amusement?" He seemed a little surprised. "Why, senor, there are plenty of women." For occupation, the male population carried the baggage of passing travelers. The female population took in washing. Rather dark and not distinguished for beauty, the younger ones called at the hotel for the laundry. The older ones did the work. They took the clothes to the waterfront, laid the garments on flat rocks, and pounded the buttons off with a stout club. Then they left them to bleach, spreading them out on scrubby little bushes whose berries stained them with yellow spots, while they themselves, already stripped to the waist for comfort, retired to the shallow water to immerse themselves through the hot midday. In the evening they collected the garments, carried them home, and ripped them into shreds with rusty irons. Finally, having wrapped them into a neat bundle with the least ruined articles on top, the younger girls brought them back with smiling countenances, and the inquiry, "Is that all, senor?" As a town, Amapala was not unpicturesque. Its whitewashed houses, beneath red-tiled roofs, were set amid palms and bougainvillea. If at noon it seemed to wither under the dry white heat of a tropic sun, there was usually a breeze in the evening, with a tang of salt from the ocean. Across the Gulf of Fonseca, if one looked beyond the fleet of scows and lighters in the foreground, one could see myriad islands and the cones of several Salvadorian volcanoes. There was a play of red and gold at sunset, then the purple and silver of twilight, and finally a glorious night with stars twinkling above and fireflies below, and the glare of the volcanoes tracing a crimson path through the waters of the bay. Its only point of interest, however, was the cliff where occurred a bloody incident in a long-past war between Nicaragua and Honduras. Some many years ago, Nicaragua, having confiscated a smuggling schooner, had armed it with a cannon, and feeling rather cocky in its possession of a navy, had dispatched it to fight Honduras. It came up to Amapala and fired 1 shot. The bloody incident occurred when a Honduranian, standing on the cliff, craned his neck to see where the shot landed, and fell into the Gulf of Fonseca. From the cone of the extinct volcano that rose above Amapala, one could see Honduras, Salvador, and Nicaragua. Each was but a few hours' distance from the other, yet the traveler might wait indefinitely for a boat. Shields, my companion on the auto trip from Guatemala to Santa Ana, was now in Amapala, also bound for Nicaragua, and had already been waiting over a week. He spent most of his time on the hotel veranda, scanning the horizon with a telescope. This operation afforded much entertainment for the village idiot. Each Central American port seems to contain one weak-minded or defective youth, who sits all day at the hotel to watch the every movement of a visiting foreigner. In Amapala it was the dummy. He was a harmless, pleasant little brown fellow in ragged breeches and an undershirt salvaged from the rubbish pile. How he lived no one seemed able to explain. Some one apparently fed him. No one apparently washed him. Occasionally he earned a few pennies by performing tricks for tourists. His chief accomplishment was that of resting his bare toe upon a lighted cigarette. He was always cheerful and affable, and he would chat with us by the hour in parrot-like squawks made intelligible by a marvelous art of mimicry. He could describe anyone in Amapala by a single gesture. For the Commandante he twisted an imaginary mustache. For the Chinaman he pulled down his cheeks to give his eyes an oblique slant. He became our constant associate and entertainer, guide, counselor, and friend. From time to time, as an alternative amusement, Shields wrote passionate love letters to the daughters of the Commandante, the only two white girls in town, to which missives, I later learned, he usually signed my name. The dummy would serve as emissary, and upon his return would enact the giggling of the Senoritas and the wrathful explosions of their parents. Toward evening, the two girls sometimes made their appearance to stroll in the plaza, accompanied by a male relative with a rifle. Occasionally they would stop at the hotel for a glass of lemonade, and would subject Shields and myself to the careful scrutiny to which Senoritas invariably subject a strange youth, while their companion sat beside them with the rifle over his knees. Still later, the Commandante himself would join them, favoring us with a stern, military glance of warning. The dummy always sidled away at his approach, for the Commandante had arrested him not long ago. He often told us the story in his own crude language. The trouble had been about a woman. From his ecstatic expression, she must have been beautiful. He would point at his face, then at his black trousers, to suggest her complexion, and a twist of his fingers would indicate kinky hair. He showed us in pantomime the evil intentions of a rival. He seized a rock and planted it with much zest against the villain's imaginary skull. He whistled shrilly. That was a policeman. He slumped into a heap as the imaginary club descended upon his head. He placed his wrists together. Handcuffed. He held up 10 fingers. The Commandante had sentenced him to 10 days. Then he gave a series of unintelligible parrot squawks, and pointed toward La Union. During his imprisonment, the girl had fled with the rival. He shook his head sadly, and ran a hand across his throat. Was he meditating suicide, or was he planning revenge? His story always ended in the harsh, mirthless laughter of an imbecile, and he sidled away, for the Commandante, having partaken of his cocktail, was leading his family home. In the evening the consular agent, fat and jovial, would drop in for a glass of beer. His only official duty at present was looking after a Panamanian sailor who had fallen down the hold of the last vessel in port and broken a shoulder bone. "It might have killed a white man, but you can't hurt these natives. Down in Nicaragua I saw one fellow sink a penknife 2 inches into another fellow's skull. We just pulled it out, and the man went on working." And many other yarns would follow, the locale varying from Chile, where they use those little curved blades with an upward thrust, to the Philippines, where the Moros take your head off with one deft swing of a bolo. We would all collaborate, the stories growing more and more astounding, until we reached the incident of the Mexican who swam 2 miles after a shark had bitten off his stomach. "I believe it," the consular agent would nod. "Down in Costa Rica a shark bit one of my pearl divers and took out a chunk as big as a watermelon. We clapped it back on, plastered the edges with a little mud." Then we would have another beer, and the consular agent would stroll homeward. The street lamps flickered. 5 ragged soldiers, the night patrol, glided past us like phantoms through the dark street. A peon girl hurried along the sidewalk, and the dummy, bidding us good night, ran after her with shrill, parrot-like squawks. Within the hotel, the Chinaman sat imperturbable as a Buddha, waiting to close up his establishment, while the town's 3 German merchants drowsed at a table. Shields and I would rise and yawn. "Tomorrow there may be a boat." 4. The one break in the day's monotony came at mid-afternoon. Then a shore party from the Rochester, still lingering far out in the harbor, would shoot past the waterfront in a trim white launch, and come rolling up the long wharf to see the sights of town. Whenever the Chinaman saw them coming, he would shout for all his servants to man the bar. The sailors, seeming to know the local geography instinctively, headed straight for the hotel. While their ship's police scattered out through the town with swinging clubs, the tars all trooped into the establishment. "Hello there, buddy. Say, can you talk this Spig language? Tell that chink we want liquor." And presently they were all over the city, bargaining in every shop, contriving somehow, despite their ignorance of Spanish, to obtain whatever they desired. They purchased native rope, bags, and filled them with fresh eggs, live turtles, earthenware jars, Spanish daggers, goat skulls, fruits, vegetables, and snakeskins. They stood on street corners, frowning over handfuls of unfamiliar coins received in exchange, wondering to what extent they had been cheated. "Hey there, feller, you're a Yank, ain't you? Tell me how much I got here in real money." One husky tar, with a sailor's knack of getting acquainted, rolled up the street with a native girl on his arm, amid the cheers of his friends. He had a sandwich in one hand and a flask in the other. She was a chubby little brown creature in a tight-fitting red dress, and her short, fat legs bulged above the tops of high, tightly laced boots that appeared newly purchased. "Wait a minute, sister. We're goin' in here and get you a hat. You'll be some swell scoit when I get finished with you." They vanished into a shop. When they emerged, the lady wore a green and yellow bonnet, trimmed with purple and blue. She was leading her hero toward the village photographers to immortalize in tintype this thrilling event. They came out with the photographer's parrot. The sailor had purchased it, and was teaching it to say, "To hell with the Marines." Gradually, as the hour of departure drew near, all would gravitate toward the saloon at the wharf, where they purchased more flasks of whiskey for the journey to their ship. The little native bartender, overwhelmed at the many orders shouted at him in a strange tongue, became completely paralyzed, whereupon everyone helped himself and tossed greenbacks across the bar. At last the S.P.'s commenced to herd the crowd toward their launch. A delinquent always came running from town at the last moment, his bag of eggs bouncing against his uniform and creating golden havoc. The little native bartender came to life to scream that 2 flasks had not been paid for. The escort of the lady in the red dress had a fight at the end of the wharf with several of his cronies, who considered it their privilege to kiss her farewell. "Act like gentlemen, you blank, or I'll poke you one in the snout." Then, packed into their trim white craft, they were gone, leaving Amapala flooded with crisp, new American greenbacks. 5. Our steamer finally came. After 2 weeks of waiting, it picked us up and landed us within 8 hours at the Nicaraguan port of Corinto. For years, Nicaragua had been the especial protégé of the United States government, financed by American bankers and policed by American Marines. Having traveled for several months in republics not blessed with such attentions, a Gringo naturally looked forward to the progressiveness and modernity of Nicaragua. No difference was evident. We landed at a fairly good dock, and sat there for 3 hours, while the American-supervised customs officials finished their siesta. Then we passed into such a town as might have formed the locale of O. Henry's Cabbages and Kings. The unpaved streets were grown with grass, neatly cropped by grazing herds of livestock. The buildings were mostly flimsy wooden structures sadly in need of paint. There was nothing to distinguish Corinto, the principal seaport of Nicaragua, from any other port along the Central American coast. A railway, one of the American-managed institutions, carried me inland through a scraggly jungle. The country was comparatively level. Occasional volcanic peaks, rising abruptly from the plain, had rendered it fertile with their lava dust. Frequent lakes indicated a plentiful water supply. Yet one observed few of the rich plantations that covered such land in the other Central American republics. Occasionally there was a field of pineapples or sugar cane. As a rule, the road led through wilderness. Leon, the second city of Nicaragua, lay thick in dust. Its streets were unpaved. Its houses, of brilliant green or yellow, with trimmings of blue and red, were resplendent in the blinding tropic sunlight, but upon close inspection they proved somewhat dilapidated. Its cathedral towers, rising at every corner, were cracked and ridden from earthquake and revolution. The whole town seemed very old and very sleepy, and drowsing in the memories of a past. The American occupation had brought an end to civil strife on a large scale, but it evidently had not brought the prosperity to mend its ravages. Managua, the capital, was in no better repair. It was situated at an altitude of only 140 feet, by far the lowest altitude of any Central American capital. It sweltered in heat, relieved somewhat by the breezes from its lake front, but like Corinto and Leon, it was a city of sand, and the breezes filled the streets with swirling dust. Each lumbering ox cart left a cloud in its wake. It lay 2 inches deep on the main avenues. It covered the grassless plaza and the barren expanse of desert before the old cathedral, where vegetation was sprouting from a fallen spire. It settled upon the low roofs of the drab shops and dwellings. It seeped inside through door or window, and formed a coating upon the tiled floor of the hotel. Now and then a civic employee would turn a hose upon some portion of the Sahara to convert it momentarily to mud, but no sooner did he cease than the blazing sun reconverted it to sand, and the breezes sent it swirling again. Nicaragua was a country of many natural advantages. Its people appeared to be of better caliber than those of Honduras. Its area, 49,200 square miles, was the greatest in Central America. Its land was all suitable for cultivation. Its potential wealth, in mahogany and hardwoods, in gold and silver and other metals, is estimated by many authorities to exceed that of any of its neighbors. Yet the imports and exports of this largest republic were far below those of Salvador, the smallest. Its cities, although upon closer inspection they proved to contain better shops and hotels, were outwardly less imposing than those of Honduras. And when I offered a merchant a $10 bill, he threw up his hands with the exclamation, "You must change your large money at the bank." I turned to an old-timer, himself an American. "Hasn't our country done anything to make this a regular republic?" "Son," he said, "this was a regular republic before our country stepped in." End of Chapter 15, Part 1.